friends. This is your Power Report for the 19th of June, 2025. I am Dan from the internet. I imagine I can be heard. Bam is here with me. How are you doing?
Doing great.
Why is your face like that?
Big echo in there. Where you at? In the halls, Library of Congress or something?
Essentially, yes. Sorry about that echo. We will just work with it because I'm sure if I was using any other microphone, it'd be much worse.
It's all good. I just gotta have one joke at least.
Fair enough. No, yes. This is the lobby, the soundproof barrier, the undisclosed location I'm using in these times, I guess. But anyways, thank you, Bam and C's, for holding down for me on PowerPoint last week as I was traveling. C's allegedly is going to be on a little bit later. I'm sure he's still enjoying his, whatever half of Juneteenth that he chooses to celebrate, whether it's the first half of the day or the evening. I'm not sure whether he picks. Anyways, slow news week. We get to talk about one of Bam and I's truly founding topics with the show, which is Donald Trump flirting with bombing Iran. Nothing more PowerPoint than that. And a couple more goodies, national, domestic and international, in this wonderful week. I promise we'll laugh a little bit. We'll laugh just a little bit, but that's how it is. Beer number one. Now, this is for Cenk Uygur and Rokana. More on that later. No, but I figured we would start with the most important issue of the week, and Bam thinks going to be making a joke, but no, it's actually everything going on with Iran right now. I think at time of recording this earlier today, Trump's press secretary came out and said basically that there would be no, Donald Trump will make his decision in 2 weeks. You got to make sure you're watching the season finale of Presidential Apprentice right after Access Hollywood, his second favorite show on TV. So we're kind of at that. We've seen over the past week a continuation of the back and forth bombardment between Tehran and Israel. All I can say is Iron Dome who? Is the Iron Dome in the room with us right now? Lots of casualties being sustained. It's a serious issue with capital cities in both territories being just definitely under fire. But what are some of your initial thoughts as we kind of go into this?
Well, I got a lot of thoughts. I do have a lot. Hopefully I don't rant too much as the Power Report Middle East expert. No, I'm joking.
Not really.
Well, I want to say a couple things. I want to say this first because we're all being gaslit by by Donald Trump, his administration, and every media outlet that I've seen, left, right, center. We are being gaslit by them all because the narrative is that Israel did this preemptively and America's not involved and all this different stuff. But as I've been commenting everywhere I can, the Trump administration got involved in March actually with this Israeli campaign because the Trump administration bombed Yemen over 800 times between March and last month. Over 800 times the Trump administration bombed Yemen. Notice I'm not saying the Houthis because they bombed many civilians also, but they took out a lot of the Houthi missiles and things that they were using to target Israel. Let's not forget the Houthis were literally shooting rockets and missiles at Tel Aviv not that long ago. But the Trump administration did a bombing campaign that hasn't happened in Yemen in the past 10 years. So in my opinion, that was the Trump administration getting involved early. I think the Trump administration paved the way for this Israeli action in Iran. That's my opinion. Also, now, am I going to do this? Yes, I'm going to do it because
somebody got to do it.
Somebody's got to do it. And I really, really hope I don't see, like, this is what I need from every leftist online. We got to keep the same energy, okay? Because when it was Israel war on Gaza, that was Joe Biden's fault. And the whole rhetoric was Joe Biden can end this genocide right now by either telling Netanyahu to stop or not supplying Israel with weapons. If that was the case for Gaza, then this action that Israel is undertaking should have Trump's name all over it by every single leftist, because every single one was blaming Joe Biden. And I don't want to see people saying Israel's dragging America into a war, or Israel's dragging Trump into a war, and Trump's got to make a decision. If it was Joe Biden's fault last year, it is Donald Trump's fault. Donald Trump's administration arms Israel. Literally, Netanyahu has said on TV that America is helping this bombing campaign. So I haven't seen it yet. I have not seen it yet, but I really am. I'm very frustrated with Donald Trump getting the passes that nobody else gets. It should be Trump's award. It should be bomb Iran Trump, just like it was Genocide Joe. Now, am I going to see that? Highly doubt it, but I'll leave it there.
Yeah, if I could have any, in defense of the left, which is what I do all the time on Power Report, no. I think all your points are very well taken. I think it's very hard for me, maybe it's some difference in between after this like November election, knowing all this inevitable stuff was coming, and before that, and some changes in the media landscape, and I'm not gonna make too many excuses there. But I think it's just like harder to ascertain what the left so-called online is doing. And I also think like they have less power than ever because liberals in Cheyenne, Wyoming, going to protests are currently doing more than much of this ilk right now. So I think like this sort of like cohort you're talking about has never been more wrong and irrelevant than ever. A lot of that energy you're seeing about this, this recent, flare up is actually coming from the right wing. And, it's a little interesting, I'll say,
for now.
Yes, for now. I think all of the skids, so it's like the runway has been greased for the moment bombs were to fly down in Iran from the United States. Israel said they need, hold on. Israel has said that they need those United States like bunker buster style weapons in order to get to the nuclear targets they're supposedly trying to reach. Although, if we know anything about Israel over the past several years, and many more than that, it's they are a country of military restraint and keeping their word when it comes to the particular targets they want to bomb and why. Soon we're going to see, oh, well, how do we know they were doing nuclear enrichment underneath this hospital, attached to this school, attached to the senior center? Like, we're going to be about 3 weeks away from that, most likely. But before I do get to, and I think to close on that point, the right wing will coalesce around Daddy. 3 months ago, they were saying like Daddy's home, like Sabrina Carpenter. Now they're saying, I think I'm going to rebel against Daddy now. But you know how that always works with Daddy's MAGA, as we'll say right here, right? Someone read me for filth while I was walking in New York, one of my friends, because we were in a group, and she was like, oh, thankfully Dan has that MAGA hat on so we can all find where he is. This is a Clippers hat. I've been repping LA out here. I'm currently in New York, and more on that in a little bit. And
too close,
I've also been repping Los Angeles a little bit more while I'm out here, just because it's like within my clothing accidentally, and also just like his, love it till you leave it, I guess. Not so much wearing my Dodgers hat right now. Not not feeling that. Not but all that being said, here is Donald Trump doing his like saber rattling thing. And if people on the left won't do it because there's some sort of like fatalism, of course you weren't going to expect this. Here we will hear. This is crazy talk. If we were talking about yes, and Bam's point, if we were talking about Joe Biden's mental acuity when he's running cover for Israel in this case, we'll be looking at Donald Trump right now and going, he kind of sounds a little bit out of it. He kind of sounds like, he's not fully there. It's really interesting compared to how he used to sound. Let's get that clip over here, and then we'll introduce Season for some response to this. But here is Trump speaking on the White House today with some blue collar workers. He tries to get that backdrop on very often because blue collar Donald, that's what they call him. That's what he's known as for sure. Let's see.
President, have you given to answer questions about whether you are moving closer, or you believe the U.S. is moving closer to striking Iranian nuclear facilities? Where's your mindset?
I can't say that, right? You don't seriously think I'm going to answer that question?
We had this whole thing where Tulsi Gabbard, who Trump had hired to be on his Security Council, was saying, no, we don't have any evidence that Iran is enriching for nuclear weapons. And Donald Trump's response was literally, not surprisingly, I don't care. Like, that's not my problem. My computer is tripping out a little bit, so I am going to try to bring C's back on.
Don't worry, I'll talk. What's the name? Yeah, he said to Tulsi, oh, we got big seats with the CIA shirt. Interesting. Okay.
Time is now.
Got to reveal. But no, yeah, he said, I don't care what she says. And yeah, going back to what you said, Dan, about the right, like as soon as Donald Trump, actually going back to this, he said today, like, I'll make the decision within 2 weeks or in 2 weeks. And every time I hear that, I'm like, that's cap. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they bomb Iran today, like, or tomorrow, because I just remember when George Bush said they were going to give Saddam Hussein, I wish I could remember the timeline, but let's say he said, we're going to give Saddam a week to surrender, and they started bombing Baghdad like the next day. So, and I was like, well, damn, you said you're going to give him a week. Maybe he was going to do it. So Trump said he's going to make his decision within 2 weeks. I don't know if in the meantime, Iran and Israel are supposed to still be bombing each other, but it'll be interesting because if Donald Trump makes a decision to not have, to not like go ahead with him, like the American military bombing Iran explicitly, Iran's going to be running around like we won that bitch. Like they're going to be like having big ass parades. They're going to be building statues. Like they're going to be acting like, look how we just destroyed the West. They like the whole Tehran could be flattened and they will be celebrating like crazy. So for one, I really hope that it doesn't get to that point, but I'm not going to give Trump a pass because of what happened in Yemen this year. But yeah, we'll see what happens within these alleged 2 weeks. Caesar?
Just to set C's up really quickly, and I promise to speak quickly, we just kind of entered the show talking about CIACs over here. As we were talking about Trump's response to, his 2-week ultimatum, saying, we gave him 60 days, I'm out of patience. Actually, just kidding. I want 74 days because we want to, end the season really cleanly before, the summer hits on NBC start playing. No, but we're also starting to get into this, and you joined right at the time when we're starting to see some, fractional splitting within the conservative movement. Now, whether this lasts, whether it doesn't, uh, the, the betting money says it doesn't, is anyone's guess. But I'm wondering how you're feeling about A, Trump's saber rattling when it comes to the war in Iran, and then B, a war with Iran and joining Israel later, and B, some of the response online with the left wing, which I think hates it, but isn't really drawing two and two together with Joe Biden and Trump being one and the same here and bringing that same energy. But B, the right wing response, which has been really juicy.
Well, I mean, you can definitely see that, especially with the right wing response. I think it's causing like a lot of friction in between their own base for the people that are going super hard for Trump. And sorry, my setup is crazy. I broke my mic stand, so we're going thug life. We're going hand on the mic today. But yeah, do you see the friction?
Pause.
We saw the no pause this month. And then this month we don't pause. So then you
Happy
saw the
Juneteenth.
friction. You saw the goofy ass Tucker Carlson going against the ugly dude or whatever from Texas. I forgot his name. I don't want to remember it. Them beefing, and then you obviously saw some of the discussions with Marjorie Taylor Greene, the Titan, and her discussions and everything, how they feel. So you could tell that the base is divided upon the discussion that they voted on Trump, saying that he was going to be the president of peace and they're not going to go to war. And already we're war hawking like crazy, and the war hawks are excited about that. So it's causing a division. But I think the weirdest part, like you already mentioned, that 2-week deadline is so goofy to me. I don't understand why you need 14 days. You need 2 business weeks to get something like this happen. I don't understand. I guess people's lives are just that expendable where we can just give it a 2-week window and see how many bodies get dropped. But it's I think the worst part about this, it's not about what Trump says when he's sitting in his chair with Juventus soccer players behind him. It's when he gets home and he gets laid up in bed and he starts getting on Truth Social talking about, oh, maybe they should just fucking figure it out, and maybe I'll have Russia mediate conversation. It's like when he starts spitting off the meds, he just starts saying crazy shit. So I think that's what's more concerning. And obviously in the last 15 years, 10 years, we're having more access to presidents and their thoughts than ever before in history. And the worst part of that is it's a crazy guy there now. So that makes it double worse. So I of course, I am here hoping that absolutely nothing escalates further, especially to the point where America has to intervene. But to be honest with you, who knows at this stage? I feel like we're in a time where we just kind of just wait and see, and then we have to react to a level where they take like half a step back. That's what it feels like right now, and I think it's extremely infuriating.
Yeah, the whole Taco Trump thing was really in my head right now because the argument when that came out which was, I think it was like a Financial Times writer who was talking about this phenomenon on Wall Street, this idea around tariffs and kind of building a trade strategy and basically how can rich people get richer and recover any money that Donald Trump may have cost him. And the idea of Trump always chickens out, was the idea of trading on the volatility of Donald Trump, making money off of that. Now, I guess with war, that's relevant to Lockheed Martin and Raytheon and Honeywell and all those companies right now to do a similar thing. But the criticism of that is that, like, do we want to go to Trump? Do we want to say, oh, Trump, you're a chicken right now? Because then that could, inadvertently cause him to do something else. And I'm not really trying to make an argument that the media is out here, really goading Trump on purpose, on accident. I think that's beside the point. But the dynamic you were talking about, C's, that made me think of this all to begin with, was that just because Donald Trump, I think the best case scenario at this point is that Trump decides to cool down in the next 2 weeks or so. And, Israel lets up. There starts to be some sort of like ceasefire, at least in practice. And that would be generally a good thing. But the damage is already done, whether he hits the button or not. Like the title of the show, like the stream is kind of titled like Donald Trump toys with the red button. But to me, the red button could be that fake red button Drake has, where he's like, okay, this is going to be the moment I actually end Kendrick, and it just like doesn't work out. Sorry to relitigate that again, but like I think it could be a you're chickening out red button, like the oh, this is the best I got, it's nothing red button, which could be this, you know, art of the deal blustering strategy. It could be worst case scenario, we're bombing Iran again. But you know, a lot of the damage has already been done rhetorically, right? Like Israel and Iran are not good. There's this, just as there's no incentive for Iran to trust Donald Trump or the United States really ever again around nuclear enrichment and any sort of deal right there. There's really no incentive for Iran to trust Israel, Iran to trust really anybody in the West right now. It's very much everyone for themselves. They'll continue deepening their relationships with China, Russia, and other sort of larger powers that have shown to not want to walk in lockstep with everything that the United States-led hegemony wants to do. Bam, you're on mute.
Iran's got to be like really paranoid because like in those first few days, most of those attacks in Iran were coming from within Iran. Like they had so many safe houses and buildings and apartment buildings that were full of Israeli weapons that they used to like there were car bombings that assassinated Iranian military within Iran. So like the Iranian government is compromised on the highest levels, just like we saw with Hezbollah. I'm sorry, and also the Iranian military. We saw that not too long ago when Israel assassinated Ismail Haniyeh, the now former one of the leaders of Hamas. They killed him in Tehran. You know, like from what I remember, it was with some kind of RPG at a freaking apartment. So like they like you were saying, Dan, like there's no reason for them to trust the United States / Israel. They're going to look at them as like one entity, as they should. And yeah, I mean, Iran has been fairly they've been very transparent with their nuclear program since the nuclear deal 2000, what was that, 15 or something like that? I forgot. Maybe it was before that, but they've been very transparent. They had inspectors there, and it's history repeating itself. It was the same thing for Iraq too. Like Iraq had inspectors all over the country. One David Kelly, who mysteriously died after he said Iraq did not have any weapons of mass destruction. You know, it was the same thing. They had inspectors, and it didn't matter. You know, it's the same thing for Iran right now. Hopefully, it doesn't escalate from here. As it is, you know, people have been told to flee Tehran. From what I've seen, the last number I saw was like around 600 people have been killed in Iran, and like a couple dozen in Israel. You know, people in Iran, they turned off the internet for a while. I don't know if it's still off. It's a really bad situation in Iran and in Israel. We want it to stop, but I think what I'm thinking about Donald Trump in this situation, he's always been an Iran hawk, always. The deal, the negotiations they were talking about, it's like that was all fake. Like those negotiations they're having in Iran, in Oman, it's like just go back to the nuclear deal that they had before that you got out of in 2018. So if he was negotiating for them to just completely give up their nuclear program, why? Like, what's the point? What are they going to gain from that? You know, like, what are you going to do for them? They're talking about some like nuclear pool or some shit. I don't know. Like, they're going to have like some nuclear situation maybe in Qatar, and like they can all share it. Like some dumb shit that they were talking about. At this point,
Wait.
I swear.
So the strategy is to let all of the Arab states come together and have their own pool of nuclear weapons.
Not weapons, but nuclear, like a nuclear energy, whatever. Like having their own situation where they can use nuclear energy, but it's like they're all going to share it. Like it's not going to be like in Iran anymore.
That's so funny. Like I'm not laughing. It's so funny.
No,
Because,
literally,
like,
literally.
that would just give them the pretense, which we all know they want, to say, well, they say they're enriching uranium, but it's all the Arab states, and you can't trust them. It's hard to pronounce their names. They write these squigglies, like they might be Israel. Do your thing. Like it sounds to me like the diplomatic version of setting up a game of pool. Like just getting all the balls you want in a triangle, so you can just like hit it like right there. Yeah, this is pool form actually. That's exactly how but no, that's crazy, dude. Like that is like it's nonsensical. And for the idea for the United States, like you're saying, a lot of Trump's deals are like this, nouveau rich tech thing of let's break everything, and then once we see what we didn't need to break or what we shouldn't have broken, we'll just come back to the table and fix that, and it'll all be okay. The idea of Trump walking around doing another nuclear deal right now, it's like, hey, first of all, they're not dumbasses outside this country. They do remember that you killed the original JCPOA. Second of all, they're not going to trust you, not only because you killed the original JCPOA, but now because of this new Netanyahu excursion that they're doing. Yeah.
That Caesar supports with his CIA shirt.
This is the CIA World Tour shirt.
Can I say something? May I say something really fast? Happy Juneteenth to everybody except Caesar, whose country was the last to end slavery in the Western Hemisphere. The last one, and it's his fault.
I don't think I was there, but I probably would have kept working, so I get it. Now, happy Juneteenth to American people, I guess, not me.
Thank you.
I guess
Yeah,
I
this
can't
is
be part of it.
This being the severely melanated show as it is, to borrow Mitt Romneyism, this isn't going to be the sort of like we do a whole Juneteenth segment, but we'll mention it here and there in spots and spaces. I think it'll come up, but no, we don't have to do the white guilt thing of like, okay, let's Democracy Now! Is going to vote the entire show to Juneteenth.
Yeah,
Instead of just, like,
Sean
hiring
really
black
wanted to be
racers.
here, but we said not today, dog. Today you can't be on the show.
We'll hit you up in
We'll
September.
talk to
dog.
the same thing. Nah, dog, you're not getting on today.
I wanted to play, it's really kind of terrible what's going on because like I said, Iran is able to penetrate the Iron Dome, and one of the unfortunate consequences of that is Israeli civilian targets are being hit. Now, I don't know. Look, hang on, man. Now, I don't know why. It doesn't really make sense to me that a state as sophisticated as Israel would hide its military targets among heavily populated civilian populations, effectively using their civilians as human shields. That doesn't make sense to me why they would be doing such a thing, because they argue against Hamas doing that all the time. So here's, I believe this is Ben Gavir's response. I'll get this going in a moment. Yeah, this is Ben Gavir's response to some of the strikes here. Let's see what he has to say.
I quit.
No, good. Let me give a second to get this going. But yeah, here we are. Oh, no. Nope. Shh. One last switch. I'm still getting used to doing this on here. There we are. No.
Caesar.
There we go.
When we went out to this war, we knew we were dealing with Nazis, but now the whole world sees that these people, the elderly, the sick, and the helpless,
They're bombing hospitals. In his words, they're Nazis.
Okay, but Caesar, before you go, I just want to say this. From what I saw, maybe not in the last like 2 days or so, but initially I was seeing that mostly Arab Israelis were getting hit by these bombs, by these missiles that are hitting Israel, and also they're
Well,
not
one
letting.
reason I was gonna say, oh, you're gonna hit it. Go ahead.
Yeah, well, yeah, because they're not letting Arabs into the bomb shelters, but yeah, a lot of Arabs have been getting killed in Israel.
We're going full Ukraine. We're at the beginning of the Ukrainian war when everyone was packing into their subway system, which is popularly known as the deepest like level within the ground subway system across the world. And in that, when people were evacuating, anyone who was like not ethnically Ukrainian was being told, "Oh no, we got to get our people out first. You're gonna start pushing all you like African immigrants off the stations, right?" Now fast forward to
whatever.
Yeah, you know. Now happy Juneteenth. Now fast forward to Israel, and you know, bombing hospitals a step too far. Good thing that they would never do such a thing, and would never do such a thing with American help for 2 years.
Okay, Caesar, real interesting. There was something else I wanted to say about this too. But I feel like I forgot. But the situation is dire. It's what you know. It sucks when you're. Oh, this is what I was going to say. You see a lot of rhetoric about World War III, potential World War III, etc. Let me just let you guys know that Iran has no military allies, and I'm pretty sure I said that on Power Report before. Iran does not have any military allies. If you're seeing right now, Russia is not coming to the aid of Iran. There was fake stories that China was bringing in weapons. Those stories were fake. North Korea, that's a joke. And India, the other big BRICS country, is on Israel's side. So Iran does not have any military allies other than, you know, they used to have Hezbollah. Hezbollah is out of there. You know, Hezbollah is so down bad that they have, within Lebanon, have said that they're willing to give up their arms and just become a political party. Go ahead. You going to sing it or are you going to say it?
Well, no, I just think it's if the conversations about WW3, like when you see the WW3 posts and stuff, it's like I'm telling you right now, if it goes down, it's unfortunately everybody versus Iran. Like it's like it's not. There's no team up. There's no backup. It would be really. That's why. Well, first reason I don't want wars because I don't want it because you don't want people to die. Second of all, it's because they're just gonna get body. Like it's everybody. Like it's just too much. Like especially already Israel, especially with Donald Trump is saying already Israel is most likely counting on USA backing on whatever they do. Iran has no other backing they can count on, so that'd be rough. And that's why the term World War III kind of gets thrown around easily, kind of like the terms like super team does. Like what constitutes that is like different parts, like two continents like disagreeing on something. Like that's what it would take to get World War. It'd be like if North and South America were really sick of like what's happening in Asia. That's World War. Like, you know, like it would take multiple, not just like 4 superpower countries against one country. That's not a world war, man. Yeah, like that's terrible.
Yeah, I don't. All these become terms now, like super team or World War III. It's people who use those things have found some sort of like algorithmic kick off of them, and it's why we are getting really close to like the return with the U being a V of like us pulling away, like or people who are like serious within the political spaces, pulling away from these social media platforms as like anything more than a gauge of the craziest, most uninvolved people in politics. Uninvolved in the sense of, other than the big follower accounts that have been around for a while and haven't just made bots on their accounts on sites like Twitter, for example, you're starting to see a lot more of the spam on Threads and Blue Sky as well. But I think I was saying this in other conversations, but over the week while I was traveling, it was harder for me than ever to get information about what was happening on the ground in Los Angeles, for example. And that's a good thing. That's actually a very good thing, because that means the operational security of people who are doing neighborhood patrols, neighborhood security, people who are organizing protests and doing all these different things. That means they are getting their stuff done before the news media is able to get in there, before right-wing media is able to try to get in and sabotage and exploit and do their thing they usually do, because it gets all these clicks, different things. But yeah, I think it's important that these are real human lives here. These are these are real dire situations that are not being taken seriously by leadership in the United States or Israel. And it's important, in our rhetoric, sometimes it can be charged, sometimes doing all these different things. But if we are approaching politics the same way we're approaching sports, and not saying, oh, these people are getting injured or whatever, or their lives are being taken away, and you can't wrestle with those things and also pop in a couple of jokes here and there, then I've already tuned you out politically. You're just like a spectator. You're not really in this for any reason. Bam, what are you gonna say?
Yeah, and while this is happening, and I can't remember if we were going to talk about Gaza later or not. I'll just say it here. In the meantime, literally the IDF is firing on people in Gaza going to get aid. Literally every day, it's like at least 30 people got killed waiting for food aid.
We will talk about that a little bit later, for sure. So that's the only reason I'm cutting you off here.
No, good.
Yeah, but I did want to, before we ended on this story, there are two sort of let me now do a little bit of media analysis thing here. First of all, the Guerrillas are fighting yet again. We love that. Let's just, keep it coming. And a lot of folks have seen Tucker Carlson and Ted Cruz go off. And by a lot of folks, I mean relative normies have come up to me. That's just what happens in New York. Normal people talk to you. No, not really. But, normal people in my life who I'm now have a little bit more proximity to are like, yo, did you see that Tucker Carlson, Ted Cruz joint? And I'm like, listen, I'm not going to watch the whole 2-hour thing because I just don't have that in me anymore. But the parts where Ted Cruz is prep school beating him up in the bathroom, where Tucker Carlson's prep school beating up Ted Cruz in the bathroom, I've rewatched about 4 or 5 times, and it's about to be a 6th. So we all saw, most of us have seen that clip where they're arguing over, or Tucker Carlson goes, okay, how many people are in Iran? And Ted Cruz fails that answer. What's the ethnic makeup of Iran? And Ted Cruz fails that answer, and then goes into his sort of neocon flip. Well, Ted Cruz, after getting brutally beaten on the battlefield of ideas, resorts to, I think, what we're going to actually be seeing a lot more of, the more these tensions in the Middle East heighten, not just in this current spur, but we're only 6 months in the Trump administration. This is going to happen again. So this is just a sneak peek into some of the Islamophobia we're going to be seeing wreaking throughout this, but also the tactics that are going to be used for people standing up in this case. So with that context, here's a clip from Tucker Carlson where you're kind of seeing Ted Cruz play out one of the lazier tactics rhetorically he can do in this case. Oh, I keep doing the thing where I play it without playing it. So here we go.
Do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is
wait. Oh, okay. There it is. It's showing on screen for everyone. Sorry, it's slow on this computer.
Do you think that it's just interesting because what you're now describing in a very defensive way, I will say, is foreign influence over our politics?
No.
And you began, and it's so transparently obvious to everybody. I don't know why you would be embarrassed of it. You've said that you are sincerely for Israel. I believe you. I don't think you have some weird agenda. You seem to be sincere.
By the way, Tucker, it's a very weird thing. The obsession with Israel. When we're talking about foreign countries,
hardly an obsession.
You're not talking about Chinese. You're not talking about Japanese. You're not talking about the Brits. You're not talking about the French. The question: what about the Jews? What about the Jews?
Oh, I'm an anti-Semite now.
Senator, you're asking the questions, Tucker. You're asking, why are the Jews controlling our foreign policy?
Senator,
that's what you just asked.
Hardly saying that, and I have.
That is exactly what you just said.
Well, actually, I can speak for myself and tell you what I am saying.
Good.
On behalf not simply of myself, but of my many Jewish friends who would have the same questions, which is to what extent, and it's interesting you're trying to derail my questions by calling me an anti-Semite, which you are.
I did not.
Of course you are. And rather than be honorable enough to say it right to my face, you are in a sleazy feline way implying it, or just asking questions about the Jews. I'm not asking questions about the Jews. There's nothing to do with Jews or Judaism. It has to do with the foreign government.
Isn't Israel controlling our foreign policy? That's not about the Jews.
You said, I'm asking.
And by the way, you're the one that just called me, I think, a sleazy feline. Let's be clear.
It's easy to imply that I'm an anti-Semite, which you just did.
No, I just said, why is that the only question you're asking? You answer it. Give me another reason. If you're not an anti-Semite, give me another reason why the obsession is Israel.
I am in no sense obsessed with Israel. We are on the brink of war with Iran. And so these are valid questions.
But you're not asking about Iran or the
If I can finish, you asked me why I'm obsessed with Israel.
Yep.
3 minutes after telling me that when you first ran for Congress, you elucidated one of your main goals, which is to defend Israel.
Yes.
And I'm the one who's obsessed with Israel. I don't see a lawmaker's job as defending the interests of a foreign government, period. Okay. Any government, including the ones that my ancestors come from. So that's my position. That does not make me an anti-Semite. And shame on you for suggesting otherwise. And I'm...
Ooh. Sleazy, greasy Ted Cruz. Not really doing quite well there. Now, before we kick off the festivities here, let's just be clear. Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite. Just straight up. Like that is a fact. Here though, you have a situation where Israel took the first move and struck Iran, and the United States is saying that, we're going to come and have Israel's back and help them with whatever they need in whatever capacity the United States can. This is not inconsistent American policy. In fact, that's kind of a problem that a lot of people who are anti-war have, regardless of how they came to that, current anti-Iran war stance. But Ted Cruz has, like many Republicans throughout his entire career, and many Democrats, frankly, have done this sort of like loyalty song and dance with Israel. Now, again, like I throw the thing on Ted Cruz again. What's his stance on unrelenting support for Chad? Like unrelenting support for Laos or Paraguay. Like there's always I get unrelenting support for U.S. allies, unrelenting support for people we work for, but when you have a situation where one of your allies is clearly been acting rogue and has been for generously 2 years, it's not your point to say like, hey, I see that you have been, kind of crashing out and really having a hard go of it. So I'm just going to leave this crack pipe here, and I'm going to give you a little bit of money for some other illicit drugs. And while you're at it, I brought you a new car. I'm going to put the keys right here. So, do whatever you want to, buddy. That's the sort of foreign policy point that Tucker Carlson is saying that doesn't make sense. And Ted Cruz's response is, it's interesting that you seem to be a little bit obsessed. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that registers to your audience. And not only did Ted Cruz play that poorly, because that was one of the rare times where Tucker Carlson was not really coming from an anti-Semitic point, at least rhetorically, but because Tucker Carlson is an anti-Semite, the people in his audience are also largely anti-Semitic too, and fill their media diet with your Candace Owenses, maybe your Nick Fuentes's, all these other random ex-media figures who are popping up who do have legitimately anti-Semitic viewpoints. And that's the audience Ted Cruz is talking to. And that's the base Ted Cruz needs for re-election ever again. And that's, you just cooked yourself, buddy. Like, this is it's one thing when liberals and the left do it, because that's like, it's bringing it back. It's the mouse. It's the cat bringing the mouse back from the field. Like, look what I brought home for you, right? It's another thing when it's right wing on right wing violence, and it's this ascendant sort of faux populist era of it that is getting the most attention here. That's all to say that, like, Ted Cruz got spanked like a pledge at a fraternity. Like, it was not good for him at all. It's fun for me to watch, but also, let's be clear, these people are all ghouls, and this is a let them fight argument, not a I'm taking Tucker on this one argument, because I'm not. Other than where it just happened right now, those words ain't coming out of my mouth.
Yeah, I'll talk now. Finally, thanks, Bam. I'll say this. I'll call a dub when I see a dub, and that's definitely a dub. That's a W, regardless. Like, we'll take that. Like, we the people, CIA included, we'll take that. But like you said, let it be known. It's like Lefty said in chat, but we do not ever need to hand it to Tucker. Tucker needs no props. We all know what they're on demon mode all the time, and not in a good way. And this is straight ghouls. Both, it's like a racist point. It's like they're doing the Spidey meme where they're just pointing at each other, but it's all just racist, anti-Semitic people all in one circle. It's all Spidey. And honestly, to be honest, I'm just like Dan. I'm a degenerate. I've watched this clip a million times. I've watched all the clips. I'm actually took it farther step than Dan. I put that joint on when I was in bed. I was like, "What's wrong with me? I'm gonna watch this in bed right now." I watched the whole damn 2 hours, but I fell asleep. Whatever. It's like my lullaby to go to sleep. Hearing two freaks arguing.
Cease wakes up in the morning, subliminally speaking like William F. Buckley.
Yeah, I wake up in the morning and I'm wearing a CIA shirt. That's what happened to me. So I'll say
just needs a bow tie.
It's not real beef though. Like, even when you hear them arguing with each other, like, he called them like a sniveling cat, like, and then the other dude's like, "Oh, well, you say that, but I heard you just call me a sniveling cat." It's like, at some point I'm like Tucker's a theater kid. I know a theater kid when I see one. That's a great time. And he's not saying that they reenacted a whole show, but a theater kid is always able to turn up a little bit for the TV and the bow tie and the lights. Yeah, let's make this something, because the end of the day, he's just gonna get more views and more popularity out of it. And some schmucks who think that this is like a good point, am I actually go and follow him and listen to more things in the future? Probably, honestly, some dumb people on the left might start posting what this guy says. Who knows nowadays? I can't even tell anymore. But don't mistake this as like some kind of real thing. The way they were even insulting each other, it's so quickly forgivable. Like, it's not shit. So like that. I loved it. It's a W, but it's not real beef. That's not enough to cause the division. The division comes through much more. There's too much time left for forgiveness. There's too much time left for forgiveness, and the division is more a recognition of what these conversations have been in online media circles. But right when you said leftists in support of Tucker Carlson, I almost broke my hand reaching for the door noise. I'm not paying attention. Breaking news live tweet from Dan supporting Tucker.
Again, it's going to be Jimmy Dore.
Yeah, people are going to do it. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Unless my rent goes up in New York, in which case I'm going to be doing it too.
Well, last time it was The Intercept bringing Tucker on because he had some nascent.
Glenn Greenwald, to be fair. Glenn Greenwald.
No, I think it was the other guy. I forgot his name.
No.
Or was it Glenn Greenwald? Well, I think Glenn was interviewing him, but it was the other guy's platform too. But whatever. Ryan Grimm, maybe, I forgot. Yeah, Tucker is coming at that argument he's having with Ted Cruz from an anti-Semitic point of view. He's saying, like, y'all are the Jews are controlling America, like Alex Jones has been saying for 30 years. And the reality is, Israel is not doing anything without like American knowledge or like American support of it. Like, I don't think that Israel, like, doing what it's doing in Gaza, like America just like either like supports it or doesn't care. You know what I mean? Like,
really fast. Like, AIPAC is just acting like every other single industry in the United States that has a super PAC, like a political action committee that, files it like everyone else. And they're like, hey, I listen to Politico Playbook, and the joke is like, okay, this is obviously like bought and paid for by pharma, because every episode is brought to you by their super PAC, or it's brought to you by a super PAC for restaurateurs the same week they're talking about driving down wages. It's brought to you by energy companies at the same time when they're talking about regulating them. So like, this is just kind of the relationship they have in this media space here.
Right. And yeah, like, does anybody expect Ted Cruz to know anything about Iran? Nobody knows anything about Iran.
Ted Cruz doesn't know anything about the Texas power grid. But to your point, like the recent poll, and I think C saw this, that's why he's laughing. This is as of this month, June 2025, year of our Lord. Only 1 in 5 Americans can correctly identify Iran on a map.
That's bullshit. There's no way 20% of Americans can do that. There's no way. There's no way 20% of Americans can do that.
There was a 2003 poll. We've gotten worse. It's like 9% now.
They put a map like with the names on it and gave them like 2 minutes to find it. Because there's no way.
Don't even know what a Persian is. 20%.
Like
don't even. They think Prince of Persia. They don't even know.
Forget about Ted Cruz. Like, your average leftist in media or like online does not know shit about Iran. Like, and that's okay. It's America. You don't have to know anything about anywhere else. But so I think what Tucker was doing, for me, I'm just like, dude, whatever. Like, you're trying to like get some cheap points off Ted Cruz, who is an idiot. Like, he is a know-nothing politician. Like, he doesn't know shit. Of course he doesn't know anything about Iran. Tucker Carlson doesn't know anything about Iran just because he knows the population. I wish that he answered that question of what the ethnic makeup of Iran was. I wish that Tucker addressed it, because I'm sure that Tucker actually doesn't know. He was just going to say, oh, they're Persian.
GPT questions on a note card to try to do
right. Like, he was just going to say, oh, they're Persian, when there's actually a lot of different ethnicities in Iran, actually, including a lot of Arabs. But regardless, that whole thing to me is just like, I don't care. Also, let Trump administration make the decision to bomb Iran. However Trump spends it, Tucker Carlson's going to support it 100%. If Donald Trump uses one of them bunker buster bombs to bomb Fordo, the in the mountain nuclear facility from Austin Powers, and it's a successful hit, and it's just like one bombing and then it's over, Tucker Carlson and Marjorie Taylor Greene is gonna be like, oh my God, see, look how effective he is. Like, look how surgical Donald Trump is. He didn't get us into some long drawn out war. He just had to bomb them one time, they capitulated and whatever. Or if it's they use the bunker busters and then they got to send troops in and it only lasts for 6 months. See, before the war would have lasted 20 years. You see how Trump did it?
Most efficient president in history. Never been a better commander.
They're going to give him the liberal SEAL Team 6 treatment.
Oh yeah, like it's gonna be, no matter what, Tucker Carlson, like, it sounds hot right now. Now, I don't know, maybe Tucker Carlson, I don't know, he gives me little bitch vibes, but maybe he does have some pride, because Trump was clowning him when he found out that Tucker was saying all this. He was like, well, I didn't hear about that because, he should try to get back on TV or something like that so somebody knows what he's saying. Now, I'm sure Tucker heard that, and maybe he has some pride and he'd be like, well, fuck you, I'm going to keep going hard. But I think I think Tucker wants to be back in the good graces of Trump and them. So he's going to be slobbing on the knob soon. Caesar, what?
It's like, there's no way where, like, Trump, let's keep it real. The easiest person to do a 360 windmill reverse between the legs 5 times, heel clicker dunk on top of, is this bozo. Okay, that's the easiest person on the right. That's like easy W. During COVID, this man was flying around with his kids. No matter, he's so goofy. So I had thought when I first saw the clip, I thought it was almost like yeah, he's just gonna rip on him because like he's dumb. But it's like, it's crazy that you give this man 2 hours to talk as if like, did you even see some of the clips? He's talking about like, oh, well, you know, I'm just following the Bible. And the Bible says I got to protect Israel. And then I'm like, is this man just asking to get dunked on? And then Tucker's like, oh, well, you know, are you talking about the Bible back then in Genesis was talking about the state of Israel now that's like 40 some 50 years old. He's like, oh, it's talking about Israel in general. He's like, okay, well, Israel proper, or like, what are we? It was just so dumb. I'm like, this is like a super long SNL skit at some point. Like, and they're probably gonna get rocked on there too, and it's gonna make the libs happy. It's gonna be a great time. But at the like, number one, he will never come with that energy. He will never ever speak with that kind of energy to Donald Trump. He'll never do that. He'll never lift that ugly chin up and do anything and put no bass behind his voice ever. So if you're over here dunking on Easy Prey, that's why you don't get props. That's nothing. And that's why even Trump, which is a damn shame Trump had to rock you too. Like, Trump is willing to jump back into the NBC mode and be like, that's just somebody trying to get clout. I don't need that. Like, that's a little TV person. He just worked you too, dog. Like, so it's really not much, but I'm going to wind it back to before I get it in. I'm down to watch him fight. Keep fighting, keep getting messy, keep pulling hair, you know, play dirty. Great. I'm down. I'll just sit back and let this implode from the inside and we can just keep applying pressure in the future. Like, all right.
Yeah, it's really funny how Ted Cruz has really become the pain sponge for Donald Trump and the administration, and has since he made that telephone banking calls for him. And we had that photo after Trump had just called Ted Cruz's wife ugly. Just, like, and ever since then, you know, he grew the beard, he got his like, you know, depression gut in, and then he's been ever since then like circling the wagons for Mr. McDonald's butt buddy president. And so you get this now, not this month. Now you get this situation you're describing. And yeah, like Donald Trump is still king. Tucker Carlson, if his show's not exclusive to X anymore, because I was able to see a lot of that stuff on YouTube that he was talking about. But Tucker Carlson is kind of like riding a horseless carriage right now. But I think this all gets to what I think we're trying to ultimately agree with on here, which is that not to do it. I'm going to do it. But very, very
do it.
We do a news show, and that is what happened in the news.
Cenk's whole thing about, listen, the left doesn't understand this whole big like MAGA populist sort of movement right now, and that's why we've got to meet in the middle on things like being against wars and being against trans people having rights. More on that later. And all these other different things. We need to set aside some of our quote unquote left, max left, extreme left, 17 angry people or whatever he says online. And we got to start appealing to the right. Okay. And, you know, Ro Khanna is one of the, first sort of like of the internet Democrats. He did a lot of interviews when he was just starting to run for office with TYT, because I think he ran as a Justice Democrat. Under the guise of, not being corporately influenced and, trying to avoid PAC money. I'm not sure what his stance is on PAC money right now, but I know he is like the official, House representative of Silicon Valley, of all of those freaks in that part of San Francisco, and giving them whatever they want to. Nevertheless, he puts on a resolution in the House to say that, let's limit Trump from entering war with Iran. This would be a bad thing. I'm going to co-sponsor this with a Republican. This is going to be something that we're going to see a lot more of, hopefully within the country, as other Republican leaders decide to step up and join this obvious resolution, because there isn't supposed to be a way for presidents to enter into wars without Congress. So far, at least to my understanding, no Republicans have really bitten into this. Republicans have largely proven to oppose Trump since he returned. Have proven largely to oppose Trump since he returned to office this year, making the war powers measure a long shot. Reluctant to oppose Trump. That's what makes sense. So this whole theory that there is a workable Republican base out there, whether you call them voters, whether you call them politicians. Listen, I think there's still something to be said about the voters. I think there will be a number of voters, Republican voters, who are like, okay, this is a red line for me. Again, whether that translates into continuing to vote for the Republican Party, I think it probably still will, because a lot of Republican voters hate trans people more than they hate entering into another war and potentially getting Cheyenne, Wyoming nuked. But like,
Good morning, comrades. You are listening to WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is your weekly Good Morning Comrade. Jeff here on the show, driving the ship. We also have Robert. Tell the people hello, Robert.
Hey, how's it going, people?
Yeah, and also we have returning champion. Jack came on a couple of weeks ago, so y'all are just kind of going one for one. So the competition goes on, but Mark Allen Derry is here. What is up, dude?
Thank you for having me again. It's a pleasure to be here as always.
Yeah, of course. And we're just kind of here to talk about some of the news that's going on, some of the action that's been taking place. It's been, I guess, a thing or two has gone on in the past couple of weeks, be it war with Iran, be it what is the Bobby Kennedy just like firing like important parts of the CDC, be it riots by cops, started by cops in the streets of Los Angeles, because community defense is essentially standing up against the armed Gestapo of the state coming and just kidnapping people and trying to kick them out of the country. There's a thing or two happening right now, and I kind of wanted to get the gang together and yap about it. So how y'all doing, fellas?
Not great. I mean, I'm in my office. It's now just been turned into the war room where I do nothing but depressingly play Dune Awakening, which is an amazing game, and also ironically watch The End of the World through Twitch. If anybody if you really want good, if you have the stomach for it and you want to watch good real-time reporting on the Israel-Iran war, I would definitely recommend Hassan Piker on Twitch.
We lost Robert, but yeah, he was the deep state clapped him just like they they detained Hassan at the airport.
Yeah, at the airport coming back from Europe.
But anyway, how about you, Mark Allen? How you doing?
One of my signs read this weekend. One of my signs this weekend read I just had to say, no kings, no crowns, plenty of outbreaks to go around. I was proud of that.
Oh, you mean because we have a CDC head of the CDC who doesn't believe in germ theory.
Yeah, we could talk about that. And then my other sign, I think, this weekend read royalty
it said royalty, the originating or the origination of inequality. Royalty, the super spreader of inequality.
There you go. On
So
brand for you.
I wanted
There you go.
one sign, two sides that had infectious diseases
There you
entities.
go.
Yeah,
I would expect
so-
nothing less from the one and the only Mark Calendari. But so you were out there at the protest on Saturday, I guess it was. You want to talk about that?
Yeah,
How
Robert,
was
were
it?
you
How was
there?
it?
Or?
There were nationwide.
No,
protests
I
taking place.
actually so I stayed home. I did not protest. I don't know. I felt like it wasn't, and I'm not poo-pooing anybody who went. Like my wife is, she's visiting her mother right now in Cape May, New Jersey. It's a hoity-toity beach town, and like they had a protest, and they don't protest anything. It felt like a very, and again, I'm not saying this. It's going to sound like a pejorative because me saying liberal never comes out of my mouth, and it's not a pejorative. But in this case, it's not. It was a very like. It looked like it was going to be a very liberal parade. And I know that sounds terrible too, but it's true. It is when your protest is, anytime your protest is sanctioned by the state, you're no longer having a protest, you're having a parade. But with all that being said, I think it's great that people who never get into the street got into the street. And so I didn't go because I felt like, one, it wasn't for me. And then two, I didn't want to bring my like leftist, like,
you don't want to be a downer.
I didn't want to be a Debbie Downer.
Don't bring your downer
and I just didn't want to get mad. Yeah, I just didn't want to get mad when I saw my first, like, if Kamala would have won, we would have been at brunch time. I didn't want to get mad. But that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. I'm glad they got out there, especially in LA, because I feel like it's not a ton, but I feel like some of those people that came out for the nice little parade also got to feel the jackboot of the state. And now they have a different thought process about protest, First Amendment protected speech in this country, and how the cops are not there to protect that. They are there to protect Capitol and the interests of the state, no matter how demonic they are.
100%. I mean, it was a smallish by comparison to some of the other ones that we saw around the country, but proportional to the size of New Orleans. I guess Liana, my wife, guesstimates about 1,000 or so. I guesstimated a little bit lower,
really good,
but I'm
going
to go with what Liana has to say. It did seem like there were a lot of people who were out there possibly for the first time. I was lucky that like I got called off work that day, so I wasn't planning on going, but I got called off work, so it was easy just to kind of like whip the signs together. Thank you to my wife Liana. I say it was easy because it was easy for me. She's the one that did the work. And then afterwards we went to Black Pride, which rocked. Black Pride was awesome. And so just a couple things, Robert.
That was in the quarter.
No. Yeah, it was in Armstrong Park. So
right
Black Pride completely separate from kind of, what do I say? Pride. I don't know. I don't know what else how to refer
Orthodox
to it.
Pride, perhaps.
Yeah,
corporate
it
pride.
Was corporate Pride. There you go. And apparently the guy who runs it here in New Orleans apparently is a person who aligns himself with the administration, is a MAGA person. So I think there was a conscientious focusing more on Black Pride. So there was just kind of like a lot of folks that were just conscious to go there. It rocked. The bounce, the DJ, it was just incredible. It was just incredible. So, but Robert, a couple things I wanted to say. I hear you loud and clear. I'm 100% with you with everything that you said. But two things. One is, it was great on TV to see all of the parades that are guesstimating 5 million to some people say even 6 or 7 million people. There was something like 20 plus countries, 2,100 cities in the US. But the best part, the chef's kiss of it all, was seeing the side-by-side of the sorry-ass military parade that was held for the dictator, of these creaky, tanks that are going by, the nobody in formation. I was seriously thinking they were going to be like
high school bands are better marchers than those guys.
Yeah. Put St. Aug against any of those people, man, marching. Like, it was incredible. Watching, like, Melania going to sleep, watching Trump and Cruz or Marco Rubio yawning, comparing all, so it was the side by side, and that I think was the important thing. And it got into his craw that he was, and then the Pope. I'm not a Catholic. I know nothing about Catholicism except for what I see in the news or read or whatever. But just seeing the Pope at the White Sox stadium in Chicago having his own kind of, what is it called, whatever the prayer is that the popes give or whatever it is, just doing that also as a distraction, and I thought it was great.
I just want to double down and just say what you're saying is 100% right, but it's just like, again, I just felt it wasn't for me. And what I mean by that is, like, I'm a sports guy. I like sports. I understand a lot of different sports. I've got love for sports. A lot of people, millions upon millions of people in the world, love cricket. I like sports. I've tried to watch cricket. I don't get it. I'm willing to just say it's just not for me and just let it go. And then about the military, I actually ended up weirdly, like, one screen I'm watching the hypothetical end of the world, and then in the other screen I'm watching this parade, and I never am like the thank you for your service, like, military guy, like vet of I was in the Marine Corps in 9903, and I'm never like, oh, I was in the Marine Corps. Please stop before I find you and beat you to a bloody pulp. Thank you. But there is some like the ghost of Chesty Puller, the ghost of some like Marine who was in like the island hopping campaign in the Pacific just comes out of me whenever I see the Army doing anything. I could tell you, like, everything about that. I heard somebody say, like, they were worried about saying it was going to be like super fashy and super scary, and then how much of a joke it was. And it's a very like liberal thing to be like, ha ha ha, Trump looked bad, like, whatever. But I'm telling you, like, I'm trying to give weight to your anecdote. Like, as a vet, their uniforms were disgusting. They couldn't cover in a line. What I mean by that, if you live in New Orleans, you see one band, one sound. You see a marching band march, everybody left foot up, left foot down together. That's covering alignment. They couldn't do that. I saw a United States Army soldier in a military parade in Washington, D.C., not flying, but holding a Chinese drone. Like, look at what
I heard about that.
Like a child.
I heard about that. He was like, I heard about that. Yeah.
Like he's Logan Paul in a wrestling match.
A DJI drone that you could just like buy at Walmart. Not even like one of that like kill people.
Robert, do you think that was the military's way of saying F you back? Like, they had to work on a Saturday. Like, they just were sloppy because they just didn't care. Like,
no, that's a liberal dream. I've heard that before. That's it. No, okay. No, absolutely not. No, they all didn't want to be there. No, that's 100%. They didn't want to be there. But no, that was the Army. That is the Army. They are nasty McNasty. And I'm just like, the Marine Corps could never. And it was, I'm sorry.
Oh,
like,
this is some military ladder. This is the military ladder of like who's badass or not.
I mean, it is what it is. That was so embarrassing. Like, and especially on the verge of like what we're probably gonna end up in another Middle East debacle that could pretty much end our way of life here for so many different ways. And then that is the state of our armed forces. Like, no. And that's the Army.
The greatest fighting force in the history of the world.
Bro, and it's so obvious too. And you want to, like, I know we're having a good kiki, and like, yeah, that's just something to definitely kiki over, but you can see how the Imperial boomerang, like, it comes back when you look at that. And what I mean by that is, like, there's a fashy, you like dummies like bro philosophers, bro stoics on like the Joe Rogan show have said, the bad times breed hard men, and hard men make good times, and then good time breeds soft men. But there, in everything like that, the reason why that catches fire, because there is a nugget of truth in there. And you can see how the United States military we have leaned completely in to technology. Robots and AI will fight our wars. We don't need to have like capable actual like fighting force of men and women. And then, so with that is our mindset now. We're no longer trying to win wars in Afghanistan that we lost, win wars in Vietnam that we lost. We're trying to win the proxy war with how many Hellfire missiles we can launch from these drones. So with that being said, you can see now why the IDF is so awful as a fighting force. When you take away their air cover, when you take away their armor, their Macabre
You take the
tanks,
U.S. away from them.
yeah,
Imagine
that-
taking away the U.S.
their
Iron
drone
Dome
program, all that. As a fighting force, they are garbage because they're just like us. What we're looking at is just like the cracks in the empire, like in real time. Like it's, I don't like living through history. Like the Chinese curse of may you live through interesting times has come true. And it's like watching this sorry, like idiocracy brand military parade, that's brought to you by Coinbase.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And UFC, like, what are we doing as a society? Like even the rightiest right winger, the actual right winger who's just like, not Dennis Leary, but it was Dennis Leary. What was that he sang that song, and it was like,
I'm an a-hole.
Yeah, and he's like, at the end, it's like, we got the bombs. That's why, they can have a big democracy cake through Tiananmen Square. Like the right winger who's like, we got the guns, we got the bombs, we got Delta Force, Delta SEAL Team 1 through 6. Don't play with us. That guy watched that parade, and he had to be like, what is the state of America? Like, what are we doing here? Because we're not equipped. We're not equipped to fight venereal disease at this point. Like when you look at that, I'm sorry, if it's not a drone, if it's not I don't know. I mean, we're going to talk about Iran, or maybe we won't, like whatever. But the idea of just like going into another debacle like that we're going to have to put boots on the ground. And with the juxtaposition of that image of holding a Chinese drone that I could have bought from Temu, we're not this is not our best, folks. Like
we're not winning.
This is not the greatest generation. I'm trying to say.
Can I just put a small pin in something you just said, Robert, because it's so interesting as an infectious disease doctor. So through the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, a main part of U.S. Research, especially U.S. research through the military, was how to treat STIs.
Yeah, that's why I was thinking of those old newsreels. Those old videos
it was because think about it. So it wasn't until 1944 that gonorrhea, that's penicillin. Sorry, you guys have me at after a 15-hour day. When penicillin, which is really kind of the first, maybe second antibiotic that was ever really invented, but treatments for gonorrhea and chlamydia and syphilis, which was a huge problem. And in fact, I've studied Tuskegee quite a lot. In fact, I would call myself maybe a minor expert in what happened in Tuskegee. And a large part of what happened in Tuskegee was essentially trying to figure out why people had syphilis in Macon County, Alabama. That it all was fine. They were all infectious disease doctors. That's not what they were called in those days. They were public health practitioners, physicians. It turned evil 20 years later when penicillin was invented, which to this day, over 100 years later is the definitive, or 80 years later is the definitive treatment for syphilis. So the reason why they were doing all of that research, especially the evil research where the Tuskegee syphilis experiments turned evil after they withheld penicillin from these sharecroppers, these men that were in this quote unquote study, was because of the military. So Robert, as usual, spot on to use an analogy like that. So I just wanted to kind of add the ID element there. So
I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
I did.
WHWLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning, Comrade. Beg your pardon.
Can I break some news to you guys? I already told you, Jeff.
Go ahead, man.
We are changing the time of your show. We're putting you back on weekdays. I think right now it's Tuesdays at 10 a.m. So
Tuesdays at 10. You're going back home. That was our original time.
That was the original time. So when I had a chance to move things around, I remembered you guys. That was the time. So I'm glad I get to break the news here, right here, live on air. We are putting you back in prime time during just right after drive time. So congratulations. I'm so glad to have you guys back on at 10 a.m.
We also have another update too. You can actually find Good Morning Comrade on this space, which is the Letterhack, Andrea Rovinsky, and Ben Dixon's joint over on YouTube. Give that a check out as well. This space, so you can listen to us and watch us there. But yeah, so Robert, you wanted to talk a little bit about Iran. I know that Israel just decided in the midst of, you know, these quote unquote negotiations that were taking place with Iran to like put in a new nuclear deal. And like right in the middle of that, Israel just decides to start bombing Tehran.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of worst case scenario. This is the thing that we all, anybody who's been following Israel Palestine for any amount of time, like
if you didn't want to do World War III, this is not what you would do.
Yeah, dude, I'm absolutely terrified, and I find it weird that I'm literally sitting here. I have the Red Alert app, like the same app that, you know, Israelis have to tell you when rockets and drones
sirens in Tel Aviv.
I'm sitting here watching multiple cams in like Haifa and Tel Aviv, and I'm absolutely just I cannot believe like we're doing this again. Like,
well, I sent you a video the other day of like there being like an ABBA song playing while bombs are falling on Tel Aviv or something wild like that. I felt like I was going insane.
Well, no, that was in Lebanon. It was like a Lebanese wedding. But like, what I mean is like, I can't believe we're
that
just
makes it even worse.
Oh.
God bless it. I mean, it's bad to begin with, but even onto a wedding, God bless it. These people are horrific, man.
Oh no. This is actually okay. So no, let me back up to this. So the clip you're thinking about, Jeff, is it's a Lebanese wedding.
Yeah.
The missiles are bypassing the dome into Tel Aviv.
Yeah.
So it's like these people are at their wedding and they're looking up and like ABBA's in the background and like hell is raining down on Tel Aviv. And like you can see like the interceptors cruising past these Iranian missiles. And it's like I'm
they
like,
got sold a bill of goods. Those that Iron Dome and all these like David Sling and all this other stuff is just like more of the same BS we were talking about earlier. It's like the same, like they read what was on the tin, they believed what was on the tin, and they spent millions of dollars or billions of dollars on it. And what does it do? Not a damn thing.
I mean, so I'm not of two minds. It's just a weird like mindset I'm in to where it's like, yeah, like, oh, it's nice to see Tel Aviv and like greater Israel, you know, feel a little bit of the panic and fear of what they've been dishing out to the Palestinians for almost 2 years. And then honestly, since 1948. But now it's like, okay, so I'm watching it last night and I'm watching the interceptors, you know, completely miss missiles. I'm seeing missiles hit the ground, and then all of a sudden the feed gets cut from Israel. And then all the news channels have the same feed and nothing's happening. It went from all kinds of action in the sky to nothing happening. And Israel's trying to say that, hey, we're fine. Our interceptors are fine. It's all minimal damage, even though Haifa is like there's no power in Haifa. No more electricity is being generated in Haifa, which is like the number one place where all their energy comes from, all their electricity. Mossad building's been hit, but they're fine. Everything, minimal casualties, whatever. But there's also a huge censorship blackout in Israel. And then on top of that, they're like, Trump is saying, oh, we might jump in and bomb Iran. We might not. So what that makes me think is, well, if you have complete aerial control over the sky and you're saying there's minimal damage, why do you need America? Why does America even want to cozy up? I think they're dealing with the Iron Dome has failed. Aero system has failed. David Sling has failed. They're like, hey, we're going to pull the Samson option if y'all don't come in and bomb Tehran, because I really, this is conspiratorial. I have nothing to back this up, but I don't understand why the itch for American intervention, American death, more death and destruction would be even necessary if we could plausibly deny ourselves being close to this. And now that we're shedding plausible deniability, it doesn't make sense to me unless Tel Aviv is like screwed.
I have a couple theories.
All right.
Can I, Jeff?
Yeah.
Go for
All
it.
right. So one is I happen to know there is a song by ABBA that is called Under Attack, and I'm wondering if that was what was playing.
No, it was Man After Midnight.
Got it. Okay, that Under Attack would have been great. Okay, a couple things. One is I think that I think that Fox News has a large part to do with this, and I think that when Trump woke up Friday morning and saw all of the kind of porn that was being shown on Fox with all of the people who were like, this has been a brilliant Israeli attack, and this has been incredible. Because at first you had Trump who's like, no, I had nothing to do with it. And then all of a sudden you had Trump that just started to be like, oh, wait a second, I want to be part of this. I want some credit because I don't think he can help himself. I think he's that much of a narcissist. And two, the thing that I think is even more important is I think that they're talking. What's the site where the nuclear reactors and the centrifuges are? Is it Fortu or Fordu or something?
Yeah. Fordow or something like
Fordow.
that.
Yeah. It apparently they need like bunker busting bombs. I don't know about this. This would be like you guys talking to me about, the best treatments for HIV. I'd be like, yo, back off. Like, so I don't know exactly what I'm talking about, but I am aware that the US has these, like, I think 30,000 pound bombs that have to be flown in very specific aircraft. Robert, please correct me if I'm wrong. In fact, these aircraft have to
bombers,
be like,
right?
They have to actually get refueled while in air. They have to leave from the US or wherever, fly with these bombs. And I think the idea is they want to drop it over that site where the nuclear reactors or these centrifuges are. Again, I'm not a military person, so I'm just grasping. But I think that is Netanyahu's play. And then lastly, I said 2 points, but here's, I guess, my third is I think that obviously, I'm sure this is something you guys have talked about a million times. Netanyahu is doing anything that he can to remain in office, because the minute he gets thrown out of office, he knows he's going to jail. So that's my humble slight pushback, Robert, against what that's what I think. And I agree with you. I think that Iron Dome is failing. I have a lot of family in Israel. I don't obviously like to see anybody. I have no hate in my heart, so I don't anybody dying and anybody who's under attack or whatever. I hate, but I hate to a certain degree that Israel is being attacked, but I hate that Iran is being attacked, or Lebanon or Syria or wherever. I hate anything, but I do have family there, and so I will say it is. I am having conflicted feelings that I'm seeing Iron Dome fail, because exactly as you were saying, it probably was. Can I swear?
No, you're on the radio.
No.
Oh, yes, I'm on the radio.
Radio.
Thank you. Yes, we're on WHIV. I think that they were sold a faulty product, and as we know, the U.S. way is to oversell and underdeliver, and I think that the Iron Dome is a classic example of that.
My thought on this, honestly, is that like this is a coordinated effort from like the Trump administration to the Biden administration to whatever. Like the United States basically sees Israel as like not even like if there was a conflict between like Louisiana and like some other country, like there was a similar situation there.
France would make the most sense.
Well, there would not be the same amount of attention or the same amount of money or the same amount of anything going into that as there is with Israel. Like Israel is basically like another California or another New York City or another like major like economic and economic state, economic interest of the United States. And by that measure, essentially the coordination that takes place between the United States and Israel is very, very high. I don't think like basically no matter what happens over there, the United States essentially is going to sign off on it no matter what. There is no limit, in my view, to what like the Netanyahu or any administration is going to do, that the United States will be like, nope, we're not. It's like when people talk about Israel as sort of like a client state of the United States. That is not the case at all. The Israel is essentially an extension of the United States. Not to say that like they control the government or any of this other like kind of wacky stuff, but the fact like Israel is a very intentional and it wasn't even necessarily like intended to be that way. It just sort of formulated into that over the years because Israel itself is such a useful, it's a completely unsinkable aircraft carrier in a region that is resource heavy and politically fraught. And it is the way of maintaining control in that region. And the only entity, the only force in that area that hasn't essentially bent the knee is Iran. And all of my life, the history between the United States and Iran goes all the way back to Mossadegh in the 1950s, when we had initially done a coup and overthrown the government. And then that coup didn't last because they were taken over by the Shahs in the 1970s. And for as long as I've been alive, the Iraq-Iran war in the 1980s was us, the United States, essentially finding a strong man in the region, Saddam Hussein, to be like, you need to go to war with Iran. And he did. And he still couldn't beat this. So like the idea that like this is not a project of the United States, that this is not something that anytime that is not sort of like the focus of all of this, that this is not sort of like a long game intention of the United States bipartisan foreign policy consensus that has existed since the 1950s, right? The idea that that is not a part of this is not a part of that project does not make any sense to me. It simply doesn't. And so like Israel as a very convenient proxy in the region, and all the rhetoric about like, oh, if you don't, if you criticize Israel, you're being anti-Semitic or anything. How useful is that for American empire? But Joe Biden himself literally said, if Israel did not exist, we would need to create it. And I'm also, again, this is a bipartisan consensus. I'm also reminded of in what year was it, 2007, 2008, when at some kind of speech or something like that, the Maverick, John McCain, somebody asked him a question about Iran or something like that, and he's like, "Oh yes, remember the song Bomb, Bomb, Bomb Iran?" Like this has been on the table since the 1970s, since the 1980s. Like this is not something new. This is not something that's like an innovation. This is something that has always been on the table. And when Obama put together that Iran deal, who was one of the main critics of that? In the Democratic side of the House, Chuck Schumer. When Donald Trump is trying to organize a quote unquote, and they're doing negotiations, but sleepy Chuck Schumer, who doesn't do anything, he's just basically always like, oh, we need more information. What do the Baileys think on this? When it comes to the question of cutting a deal with Iran, he cuts a video on no side deals with Iran, essentially just poking the fire and trying to get. This is the Democratic leader in the Senate, the highest ranking Democrat in the country. This is like not something that is like at any surprise to me. Like the fact that it's happening, the particulars of the whole thing is not at all a surprise to me. But it seems like every couple of years, for as long as any of us have been alive, this has always been not just on the table, but like moved forward on like in many different ways. Really quick, WHIVLP New Orleans 102.3. This is Good Morning Comrade. Mark Allen, looks like you had to say something.
No. I was going to say was, I agree. The only thing I was going to say was, I actually remember in the 70s going to like a skating rink, and that that Bomb Iran song is based, I think, on a Jan and Dean song called Barbara Ann.
Yes, no, that is literally the song that he did.
And right, and it was a mock song. Remember in those days, like Dr. Demento, you guys may not remember this, but it was common to have like these songs that parodied older in those days, songs from the 50s and 60s.
It was a Beach Boys song, and by the way, R.I.P. to Brian Wilson.
Yeah, R.I.P. to Brian Wilson. Really, the only they were all, minus Mike Love, they were all great. Al Jardine is a great guy too. But anyway, I remember skating around a skating rink and singing Bomb Around as a kid. Yeah, as like an 8 or 9 year old. I have a very vivid memory, or maybe even 10 years old, of just thinking that was funny. Like that was the stuff that was force fed to Gen Xers when we were coming up. And it's a terrible thing to have to admit, but I was just kind of
know any better.
I didn't know any better. And we were just, this is boomers that were just force feeding the crap. Like I always said, Gen Xers, we got one foot in the in boomer world and one foot in the millennial world, and I like my foot in the millennial world a lot better.
Can I just like do a really quick diversion on that too? Like they're force feeding you that like kind of culture, and those are the same kinds of people that are like, oh no, they're making the kids trans or whatever.
Yeah, 100%.
Like the ultimate culture warriors.
100%. Yeah, no, I mean everything that you said, I 100% agree with. And it's just I think, one of the things I think it's important for us to recognize as well is that this is likely going to be the third preemptive war that we've seen this millennia, right? I mean, the first one was Iraq, the second one, and how well did that go? Right. The second one is the Russian Federation incursion into Ukraine, of which I was there for. Afghanistan, you could kind of see possibly a reason after 9/11, but like just pure like just preemptive. You have Iraq, you have the Russian Federation incursion into Ukraine, and then lastly you have Israel, who just without any like nothing. It wasn't like there was a terrorist bomb. It wasn't like there was an October 7th, even though October 7th in no way should excuse Israel for the terrible genocide that is happening in Gaza right now. But
also, that wasn't Iran. October 7th wasn't Iran either.
No. I'm just saying at least October, like not at least, but Israel responded like horrible. But it was, and clearly I really do believe that Netanyahu opened up the back door to let an attack like that happen. But this is just the third preemptive war that we are going to see, and the previous two of them have gone terribly. And as a statistician and epidemiologist, I can also say that 2's a line, 3's a trend, and right. I am concerned very much so. And in fact, I may have texted Jeff yesterday when he texted me. He's like, "Hey, do you want to come on the podcast, radio show tomorrow night?" And I texted him back, and I was like, "Is there going to be a tomorrow night?"
Right.
So
of course, if there is a tomorrow night, we're going to be yapping. So
yeah. that's the thing about, is this going to be a tomorrow night? Because I'm terrified. Like when I don't know how else to game it out, but like what I personally am hoping for is like a decisive strike from Iran that's going to it's going to make it so Israel like has deterrence, and then also America, we don't want any smoke because we don't want them to torch the oil fields. Because if we attack Iran, and they're gonna kill Americans, because they're gonna the Americans that are in Iraq and all these other all these other bases in our client states don't have the missile system. They don't have David Sling. They don't have the Iron Dome. They're gonna be dead. Then they're going to hit the oil. If they feel like, which it is, they said, we want to kill the Ayatollah, we want regime change. Well, then they're going to unleash what's honestly going to be worse than the nuke, which is hitting the oil fields. And then we're screwed. Like our way of life here will be done. It will be over. I mean, I'm thinking it's going to be like not it's the end of the America. Like, no, like we're not going to be able to, like, the trucks are not going to be moving because we're not going to have gas. People are going to starve here, and we're going to have a civil war if we do that. I cannot believe we're walking in to Afghanistan, Vietnam, Gulf War all over again, and how quickly, again, with my ADHD brain watching 4 news streams at once, MSNBC, Fox, CNN, News Nation, I don't care who it is, your grandma's Facebook page, they all turn to where like this is a matter of fact that we have to go into a hot war with this country for no damn reason. For
Robert,
nothing.
Can I ask you a question? Something that has been kind of kind of irking me for the last couple days, which has been Iran has known that this is probably going to happen for a long time.
Yeah.
The U.S., I have Iranian family on several sides of my family. My brother is married to an Iranian woman, a Jewish Iranian woman, and they have a large family on one side. Liana, my wife, has Iranian in-laws. We have another large Iranian group on another side. And so I'm very familiar with Iranian culture, Persian culture. But like, if people have known about this for a long time, and this is something that, and I hope that what I'm about to say, you're going to laugh at me and say you're completely ridiculous. So I'm hoping for this. But people from Iran, are very nationalistic and love Iran, and they love their country, and they love, they're very prideful about where they come from, what have you. But is there a chance that people from Iran who maybe aren't like, family people, or maybe were sent over by the Iranian state as part of the Iranian diaspora, because there's a lot of Iranians in the U.S., could there have been, I don't want to say cells, but could there have been lone actors or whatever that may have been preparing for something like this, that may prepare for, or have ammunition, or set up for, possible inner U.S. I don't want to use.
You
the
live in
word.
America where
I know
there's
you're
more
saying,
terrorists than
okay.
anywhere else.
Yeah, you get what I'm saying. Like, could bombs be set off because they've been created here in the U.S.? It's not like they had to be smuggled in, as part of a, a kind of a guarantee or an insurance that should the U.S. ever attack Iran, Iran would not be able to attack the U.S. back in kind, or and could there be a chance that perhaps as part of an insurance kind of policy, if you will, and again, forgive me for lacking military terminology, but could there be cells here in the U.S. where attacks could happen internally by Iranian nationals?
No, I
Good.
would say, I mean,
Good.
but
It's more likely that would be happening.
Go ahead and
simultaneously
now
than it
laugh
would
at
be-
me. Laugh at that question.
We're not gonna laugh at you.
but if we destabilize Iran, there will be 100%, because you can't tell. Every time that we've done this, it's
all
unleashed
blowback.
hell, and people's heads getting cut off on TV. You don't know what new ISIS, what new Al Qaeda is going to come through that hell's gate that we're going to open, because that's what's going to happen. You can think however you want about the Iranian regime or whatever. The Iranian, if I had to get from what I know from, like, I'm a open source intelligence nerd, and I don't claim to know anything that anybody can't find with a Google search. But what I think, Google is free. People should use it. But what I think, if I had to put myself in an Iranian mind, is why they didn't rush for a nuke, which obviously people, I don't think the WHIV audience is ready for this, but obviously they should have. They should have went for the nuke, because the only thing countries who get nukes, they contain their they get sovereignty.
Look at Libya.
Yeah, Libya.
What happened to
Look at
Gaddafi?
Ukraine.
Yeah.
Look at Ukraine.
Look at
Remember?
Ukraine.
They gave up
Remember-
the nukes, and look what happened to them.
Yep.
Yes, look at the
Remember
two
how
countries.
hot we were to get it on with North Korea, until North Korea said we can hit the Western seaboard. And as soon as they said that, nope. We said, North
cool.
Korea, you're good right where you're at. We don't want nothing else to do with North Korea. As soon as when everybody has a nuke, then all of a sudden they can't bully you. The only reason that Iran's getting attacked right now is because they don't have a nuke. And
100%.
the thing is, I think that if I had to put myself in Iranian general's mind, I would say, just on wild speculation, is they thought, and they still think to a certain degree, that the deterrence of that they will end the world by shutting down the oil supply, by killing our way of life, would have been equal to a nuclear bomb.
Mm-hmm.
So now it's a game of chicken, to where, like, or if we're really going to attack them, we know they're going to do that if they feel up against it. So it's like, I don't know why our administration, I mean, they don't care about us. Nobody does. But like, this is existential for us. If we go into there, I think we're going to have a civil war.
Yeah.
And it's going to be terrorism for the rest of our days.
100%. And just to add to that, the person that we're dealing with, speaking of chicken, is a guy who tried to nuke who wanted to nuke a hurricane, who floated the idea.
No, exactly.
floated the idea to nuke. Well, can't we just nuke that hurricane?
Nuke the
I
hurricane.
mean, like
we're at the part of Rome where we have the like drunken,
It's
idiotic
Nero.
empires that
Nero.
don't, I mean, emperors that don't. Nero was at the high point. Like we're talking about like towards the end where you got guys that are just like completely and utterly clueless and they think that they have power and they have none.
Yes.
I mean, at the very least, I mean, like actually no, actually there was a huge fall after Nero, wasn't there? The year of the four emperors, so that does make sense. But anyway, no, and there the way that, and again, I want to circle back to the sort of like pushback that the, you know, because Trump essentially is like saying we need to start people, you better get out of Tehran and all these other crazy things, and you don't hear boo from any of the Democrats, any of the people that are in the Congress that are, you know, in the quote unquote opposing party. The only people in the country that are like visibly and loudly, you know, outside of like a few like non-leadership Democrats or whatever, you're hearing Marjorie Taylor Greene talking about being against the war. You're hearing Tucker Carlson being against the war, and all these sort of like quote unquote MAGA people. Not that you would trust them or believe them or anything like that, but like they're at least doing the thing where they would be, you know, in the opportunistic sense, in the politically opportunistic sense, making all the like correct moves, right? I mean, I feel like I'm going insane. 102.3 WHIV.
No, again, with the it's like all the worst people we know are making all the best points, and I'm just like, I feel like I'm living in the end times where it's like the up is down and down is up, and like, yeah, you're gonna play Tucker Carlson right now. I'm watching it as we speak, and it's just like,
don't make me root for Tucker.
Yeah, do you want to hear the worst guy you know, the worst racist anti-Semite you know, make the absolute best arguments?
Yes,
it's crazy.
Don't make me root for Tucker. Don't do. Oh man, you're gonna.
I'm not making you root for Tucker. I'm saying that the Democrats and honestly,
you know what this is. Before you play it, let me just say this. This is Tucker who finally got back at Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart made him look like a fool all those decades ago, and now Tucker wanted to have his moment, and there it is. I
also want to point this out too. Like when it came to the Iraq War, like Tucker Carlson was like a major shaker for it, right? And I think there's a story that Sam Cedar has told on like multiple occasions about how he like met Tucker Carlson like after like CNN or MSNBC or one of these other companies, and was talking to him while he was smoking or something. And it was like, yeah, I don't care. Right. I'm just like trying to be on television and trying to sort of like, you know, produce content. This is what Tucker Carlson's doing. I don't want to like inject him with any like positive qualities here,
right,
other than the fact that he's doing what people who actually care about these things, who are actually opposing the bad thing, should be doing. That's all I'm trying to say here. So here's the video.
All right.
I don't know the population
at all.
So this is Ted Cruz and Tucker Carlson on a clip that Tucker Carlson released from his YouTube channel or his Twitter or X, the Everything app channel.
And Jeff, if you don't mind, like the clip starts like maybe 5 seconds before that. Tucker Carlson asks Ted Cruz, what does he know about Iran? And then he asks, do you know what the population is of Iran? And that's when he said, I don't know what.
Yeah, here we go. We're gonna get into that. Let's go.
Right.
I don't know the population
at all.
Yeah.
No, I don't know the population.
You don't know the population of the country you seek to topple?
How many people live in Iran?
92 million.
Okay. Yeah.
How could you not know that?
I don't sit around memorizing population tables.
Well, it's kind of relevant because you're calling for the overthrow of the government.
Why is it relevant whether it's,
because
it's 90 million or 80 million or 100 million? Why is that
because if
relevant?
you don't know anything about the country...
I didn't say I don't know anything about
Okay, what's the ethnic mix of Iran?
They are Persians and predominantly Shia. Okay,
it's not even... You don't know anything about Iran. So
okay, I am not the Tucker Carlson expert on Iran.
Why does it have to be Tucker Carlson that does this? Why can't anybody else that is in a position of power in the world, in this country. I mean, I know the answer to it because they don't oppose it and they're not against it, but like it is one of those sorts of things where I'm just sort of like, we're just doomed. You know what I mean?
No, it's really bad. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, one, whoever Ted Cruz's like media person was probably fired. They do not have a job right now. Who set up this interview? But in all seriousness, no, the only people who can go after other Republicans are other Republicans. The media can't. They've been muted and castrated. And you know, the more interesting question, I think, if you don't mind, is why is it now that they're starting to turn on each other? One is, especially now over this topic, like you were just mentioning a moment ago, Jeff, one is largely because they've already completely castrated and decapitated the Democratic Party. So because they have that bloodlust, they have to go after somebody. They're now starting to turn on each other. And oh, do I love it? I'm drinking it up. I love this. Like this, to me, just watching GOP on GOP violence, I can take it all day long, because they are now going to just start turning on each other, because that's all they have left. They've already completely decapitated the Democratic Party and anybody that's even, you know, kind of associated with it, including the progressives.
Yeah.
A senator who's calling for the overthrow of the government.
You're the one who claims
anything about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. I don't know.
Can I just say also that like while like I hate both of these guys, but like
with a passion,
like the fact that like Tucker Carlson being like he's not being cool. He's also just being his same like smug, like weirdo, like creep self, just like aimed at a different direction.
Yeah, 100%.
You're the one who claims
about the country.
No, you don't know anything about the country. You're the one who claims they're not trying to murder Donald Trump. You're the
I'm
one
not saying that.
who can't figure out if it was a good idea to kill General Soleimani, and you said it was bad.
They're trying to murder Trump.
Yes, I do.
Because you're not calling for military strikes against them in retaliation. And if you really believe
we're
that,
carrying out military strikes today.
You said Israel was.
Right, with our help. I said we. Israel is leading them, but we're supporting them.
Well, you're breaking news here, because the U.S. government last night denied, the National Security Council spokesman Alex Pfeiffer denied on behalf of Trump that we were acting on Israel's behalf in any offensive capacity.
No, we're not bombing them. Israel's bombing them.
You just said we were.
See, that's the thing that I was saying earlier, right? That's the thing that I was saying earlier, that the United States and Israel, they act as an entity. But what Israel sort of function as, at least for foreign policy purposes, there's other stuff, whatever. But like for foreign policy purposes, like the distinction between Israel and the United States is one purely like the fact that they're two, in a technical sense, different nation states is a separation of pure convenience. Yes. And like Ted Cruz here literally just confirmed that.
Yeah. That was such like a Law and Order, like that was like made for TV. It was like Perry Mason would have been like, they would have started playing the outro music right then, and like you would have been arrested, you know? Arrest this man, he's obviously a killer. I was like, that was like something. What do you like? What's the video game you like? Freaking Ace Attorney or whatever, dude. The
Phoenix Wright. Yeah, I love
it's Phoenix Wright. That would have been like the objection. Like, God, dog, that was so lame. Like, I just can't. Like, kids are not that old. Like, they know what they might not know what the Gulf War was, but like they know the not the Iraq War, but they know Afghanistan. Like, I can't believe we're just trying to run this same play. Oh, they tried to kill the president. Yeah. Oh, come on, bro.
Yeah, they're trying to assassinate Donald Trump.
Yeah, they've been 60% away from having a bomb. I mean, 40% away from having enriched uranium since like I was like looking at dial-up porn. Like, what are we talking about, man? Yeah.
No, the other thing that's hilarious about this too is when like Tucker's like, you don't know anything about it. And then what is Ted Cruz's response? No, you don't know anything about it. Just like, really?
Right.
Like, really? Like what
I'm rubber and you're glue.
Yes, that's exactly what it's like. You know. And then of course, you know, under the watchful eye of the chief racist and homophobe of the 80s, which is just also sickens me. Just, you know, having this huge portrait of Ronald Reagan, and I'm sure his other cast of ghouls that I can't name any of them, which I'm proud that I can't. So that it's just the whole thing with Ted Cruz with with his dumb boots on, wearing a
Cowboy
suit
boots.
and stuff.
Also,
Just
I'm sorry. I got to get the menswear guy on this, but I do think that the black suit with the black socks, the black tie, and the brown shoes.
yeah, I'm with you on that. Yes,
Yeah,
yeah.
I need to hear it from the menswear guy.
I didn't even notice that. That is kind of
yeah.
odd.
I did
That's
notice
kinda
that he
odd.
was wearing these brown shoes as well. Just at least he's not wearing his bow tie.
Man, that's weird.
And also, I
We
will
are
say, sorry,
supporting
This is high
Israel.
stakes.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just about to say, Ted Cruz now understands what Jon Stewart did live on TV.
Oh,
Tucker
yeah.
Carlson, because Tucker Carlson is experiencing, or because Ted Cruz is experiencing it right
Yeah.
now. And look at that S grinning
That
look on
S-eating
his
grin.
Yeah, that S
The
eating
poop-
grin.
poop-eating
This is
grin.
like, I did it, I finally did to somebody else what Stewart did to me decades ago.
When you think about it, he's a guy that's been he's a legacy media guy that's been pushed out of the legacy media.
Yes.
So now, like,
100%.
I mean, no
Oh,
pun
no, he's
intended,
got
but
beef.
he's trying to suicide bomb this thing. He has no.
Yes.
Yeah,
has-
he doesn't.
yeah.
He
He's
also
got
has
beef.
no loyalty.
He
to
has
them.
no S to give at all.
Yeah.
And I mean, and he never really did have any like stakes in the whole thing because he's a aristocrat. He's a
Yes.
Swanson frozen
yeah.
foods, like basically fail son.
Yep.
So,
The CIA,
Senator.
his CIA dad got him that job. Like that's
Yeah.
the only reason we have to listen to him in a mic because his dad was in the CIA. It's crazy.
If
But
you're
yeah.
saying the United States government is at war
we're-
with Iran right now, people are listening.
Okay.
so there it is. There you have it. Tucker Carlson dunking on a sitting U.S. senator.
I think we're
probably
gonna. I think we're gonna see more of that. I think we're
I
gonna
hope
see more.
not from Democrats though.
I know that Marjorie Greene is out there yelling and screaming. No, not from Democrats. Not at all. The most neutered, decapitated, castrated. Chuck Schumer. We will win. We will win. We are aroused.
No, he wants a war with Iran. He's fine with a war with Iran. He was literally, like I said prior, saying that no side deals with Iran. Taco Trump wants to cut a side deal with Iran.
Hey, let me.
And the
ask you
thing
this.
is,
Israelis really hate side deals with Iran.
I know we couldn't show the whole thing, but like there's a point in there that's very important. It's where Ted Cruz very slickly tries to call Tucker Carlson an anti-Semite, which I suspect he is. But
Oh, yeah.
here's the thing:
100%.
when you call a racist, they're used to being called a racist.
Right,
It's like calling a fat person fat.
Yeah,
He got around it so elegantly, so you can see how quickly
he knows all the comebacks.
Yeah, how quickly the APAC aligned senators, it doesn't matter what the DRR next to their name, they will deploy the anti-Semitism label on anyone. They don't even care. There's no loyalties. There's no honor among thieves. But go ahead. Doc.
100%. Yeah, I was just about to ask. Just change the topic just a little bit as we're talking about kind of neutered Democratic Party. What are your guys' thoughts of who was the guy who got drummed out of the DNC leadership? David
Hogg.
David Hogg.
David
Sorry.
Hogg. Yeah.
Ooh,
Like
excuse me.
what? Sorry. Yeah. What are your like? I mean, what's the take on that? I mean, are we just seeing a party that can't even recognize that all he's trying to do is trying to breathe new leadership, trying to shake things up, trying to actually win with a new formula, and that they just kind of drum him out of the party? Like all we now have is octogenarians to rule us. You had Nancy Pelosi from her hospital bed in Paris as she's recovering from her broken hip is whipping up votes so that was it Jerry Conley, the guy who just recently died of who just died of esophageal cancer, so he could take the spot that AOC was running for as chair of some committee.
Ranking member of the Judiciary Committee.
Yeah,
Yes.
ranking member of Judiciary Committee. Like it's just loss upon loss. I mean, you opened the show by saying it exactly right, that it's now, I don't know if we were on air or not when we started, when you're like, it's now trendy to kind of dunk on the DNC because like they are so useless at this point.
Dude, so what you're seeing now, not so much from the right, and we do have to get out of here in just a minute or so. But what you're seeing, not from the right, but from sort of like people who actually have interests, labor leaders. What you're seeing from them is that the brand of the Democrats is politically toxic, not because they're like they don't believe in anything, quite frankly. But like what they're doing is essentially distancing themselves from something that is incredibly toxic And so they're basically distancing themselves with these losers. They're shoving the nerds in the locker because they're nerds and they're losers. And that's literally all it is. I mean, if Randy Weingarten, who is the president of the American Federation of Teachers, a member that I was a member of for, I was a member of for 8 years.
100%.
She is as hard a Democrat as you can possibly have. As somebody who was on the DNC, also the president of AFSCME, whose name I'm sorry escapes me at the moment. When you see them, people who are dyed-in-the-wool Democrats distancing themselves from the leadership of the Democratic Party, that tells you that even like key critical parts of what used to be the Democratic establishment coalition is falling to pieces. So that tells me another thing too, that either one, capital is in there and trying to like, scare everybody off, or two, and this is, I mean, it's probably a little bit of both, honestly. The tower is crumbling down, and quite frankly, there needs to be something or somebody to run in there to either strip the copper wires of all this stuff, like of the Democratic Party and of these things, any kind of like any useful tools that can be used to build power within that system, or find a way to completely and totally and utterly overhaul it so that it can be used effectively to be a vehicle for some kind of political movement. We have seen that the neoliberal dorks are not up to that task. They're not even up to the task of trying to win. Like the James Carville perspective at this point is to roll over and die, which, I hope that part of them honestly does, not maybe not literally, but like go away. And you see the Zorons and the AOCs and all of these other people step up, take it over, like literally throw the bums out and use political instruments and vehicles for actual good purposes. So that's basically what I got.
Hello, everyone. It's my favorite day of the year, June 24th. Hi, everyone. I know what you're thinking. Kristina, what's up with your eyebrows? They're going through a thing, okay? I don't know how to control them. I don't know how to tame them. We just got to deal with these big, thick Brooke Shields eyebrows. Anyway, so, updates. I'm still cat sitting, and it's a place where there's no internet, no good cell reception, nice view of a nice pond, a nice patio, and the cat's sweet and all, but do I really have to stay there? I got stuff to do. Hi, Icebreaker. I know they look like relatives, which is great. So yeah, he's a sweet cat. My cats just got done going crazy for now. So hopefully they nap. But you know what? They might appear, you never know. McGraw likes to show his fluffy bum, and I, for one, always try to cover him up because I'm like, no, that's inappropriate for, TOS. Also, I got a new cup. Check it out. It says, "You are never alone when you have Ghost." Yay! So today's a big day. We all know that. A big day. It's an important election today. And so we're hoping Zoran wins. Oh God, I hope so. I actually have a few things that I want to discuss today. But I just want to chit chat for a little bit. So it's gonna be a very busy night for a lot of us, which is great. I'm looking forward to that. I'm gonna be doing Movie Night Extravaganza. Me and Alex are gonna kind of start the coverage, and then I'm gonna head out around 8 to do movie night extravaganza, and then come back here to finish off more election coverage. So I'm looking forward to that. Oh, I wanted to. You know what's funny? So I want to tell you guys something that's so funny. My sister is becoming more and more left wing. I check out her Instagram stories, and she's like posting like pro Palestine, critical Netanyahu, all this stuff from like all these like Rogue DNC and Jack Schlossberg and all this stuff, and I'm like, damn sis, look at you living in New Jersey. Back in 2016, she accidentally voted for Donald Trump. She's like, I kept trying to press Hillary Clinton because she's a huge Clinton fan. Whatever. But she kept trying to press Hillary Clinton, but her press on Donald Trump is set. And I'm like, okay, yeah, sure, sis. Whatever. I still don't believe her, but I think she does that to like make herself feel better about like mistakenly vote. It's like that Simpsons episode. That's so true, Jeff. That's so true. A lot of things are like The Simpsons or Bob's Burgers or It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. So that's always, she's gonna be 40 next year. She's like 7 years older than I am. Oh my God, guys, did you hear about that? Speaking of like why my sister and I are 7 years apart. I don't have the article, but little side note, did you guys hear about that Florida Republican who got an abortion last year because she suffered from an ectopic pregnancy? And then she blamed the left for the policy, which made absolutely no sense. My mother had an ectopic pregnancy after my sister and before she had me. My mother struggled with fertility. If my mom were a young woman today, she would either be dead or in jail. Like I told my mom, I'm like, it's getting bad out there with women when it comes to like emergency, like crisis regarding pregnancies. And so when I told my mom this, she's like, so she just called up the governor and asked for like an exception. I'm like, yeah, her choice. She was given a choice. Funny how that works. Anyway, so there are a few things that I want to discuss. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but did you guys hear that Donald Trump was nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize? Oh, you probably didn't, because Trump's Nobel Peace Prize nomination withdrawn. Oh my God, he looks so miserable with the nussy, with the neck chussy, or whatever. Okay, let's keep scrolling. Donald Trump's Nobel Peace Prize nomination has been withdrawn by a senior Ukraine politician who accused the U.S. president of appeasing Vladimir Putin. Oh boy, this is gonna be fun. Alexander Merzoko? Okay, I can't pronounce. Okay, chairman of Ukraine's Foreign Affairs Committee said he had lost any kind of faith in Mr. Trump's ability to end the war. Hey guys, remember when he said that Iran and Israel were at a ceasefire, and that ceasefire lasted for like 10 minutes because then Israel started like attacking Iran again? Great. He nominated Mr. Trump in late 2024, revealed to the Telegraph that he believed it would encourage the president-elect to follow through on a pledge to end the war. How did that work out? Since then, Mr. Trump has largely abandoned peace talks after repeated rounds of failed negotiations and a very public falling out in the Oval Office with Zelensky, the Ukrainian president. The appeasement of aggression encourages Putin to continue the attack. Trump just turns a blind eye to all of it. He said in a letter to the Nobel Committee, I lost any kind of faith that Trump will deliver on any promises. Well, I mean, when it comes to like the Russian-Ukraine war, you gotta understand that war ain't never gonna end until like Russia takes Ukraine and then tries to take, maybe slowly but surely most of that half of Europe. But who knows? I could be wrong. That's the goal. Despite failings in Ukraine, Mr. Trump's push this week to broker a ceasefire between Iran and Israel after 12 days of fighting has prompted fresh calls for a Nobel Peace Prize. Again, the ceasefire did not last but like 10 minutes. like 10 minutes. Like seriously, I didn't even hear about him getting nominated for a Nobel Peace Prize until the guy withdrew it. On Tuesday, Buddy Carter, U.S. Republican politician, wrote to the Nobel Committee to nominate Mr. Trump for this extraordinary and historic role in bringing to an end the armed conflict between Israel and Iran and preventing the world's largest state sponsor of terrorism from obtaining the most lethal weapon on the planet. Guys, how long have I've been alive for quite some time. I'm a 1930. Oh God, 1993 baby. For as far as I remember, when I was a wee little baby, Netanyahu be saying Iran is close to a nuclear weapon. Iran is close to a nuclear weapon. We all saw the clips of Jon Stewart showing all Netanyahu's, clips of saying it from different times of the past. And we have nukes. Israel has nukes. North Korea has nukes. Everyone has nukes. Everyone's like, oh man, this summer should have felt like Barbie, but we're getting Oppenheimer. But Oppenheimer actually had a conscience, and he realized that making that atomic bomb was going to, have some negative side effects. Watch Oppenheimer if you haven't. It's really good. I know, like, my man got an Oscar for that one. Addressing Mr. Trump's efforts in the Middle East, he said, I understand his position in relation to Israel. It is the right thing to do in order to help Israel to survive because Iran has said they want to destroy Israel. When was the last time Iran invaded a country? I get I understand that they are bombing a lot of U.S. bases throughout the Middle East, but that's what happens when you destabilize the Middle East. Again, Iran had a democratically elected leader. They got couped, and they put in a fascist dictator, which is what the U.S. does to all nations, it seems, that are not America, like South America and, mostly the Middle East. And that's one thing my sister is like, she's like, the Middle East will never be at peace considering what we've done. I'm like, yeah. I mean, we're going to pass a bill to defund the Taliban. People are like, we fund the Taliban? I'm like, have you not heard that Saddam Hussein was like a CIA trained agent for the U.S. government? Like, I don't get it. People think the Middle East is so easy to dissect and solve, but it's really more difficult and more nuanced than that. It continues, I wish you would do the same for Ukraine. Russia also wants to destroy Ukraine. Russia and Iran help each other. Trump should be consistent and help Ukraine. The U.S. bombed Tehran's nuclear sites on Saturday amid fighting between Israel and Iran. Iran fired ballistic missiles at a U.S. airbase in Qatar. Retaliation, but no one was injured, and Washington was warned of the attack in advance. Also, Mr. Trump subsequently announced that the two nations had agreed to down weapons, but lambasted them both on Tuesday morning as they continue to trade fire. Yeah, he dropped the F-bomb, and everyone's like, he's more mad about this than he was when he got shot. And I'm like, yeah, that's weird. That is kind of weird. It makes you wonder. Staged, anyway. He also added, Ukraine did everything Trump wanted. We agreed to all the ceasefire demands, including the mineral deal. Yeah, that's what it's all about. Minerals, oils, resources. That's what war is about. Not freedom or defending, freedom or anything like that. He nominated Mr. Trump for the Nobel Peace Prize to acknowledge his role in the Abraham Accords and to encourage him to bring peace to Ukraine. The goal was to give a push in the direction of peace with the nomination. He has failed to deliver on his promises, he said. This seriously undermines U.S. credibility on the world stage. Each day we're being bombarded but Trump doesn't care. Mr. Trump was widely mocked for writing Vladimir, stop on social media after a bombardment of Kyiv earlier in 2025. Vladimir, stop. No, wait. Vladimir, stop. It's like Willy Wonka. Stop. Don't come back. Mr. Trump rarely rebukes Putin publicly, and his envoy, Steve Witkoff, flew to St. Petersburg in May for a meeting with the Russian leader. Russian launched a missile attack on Ukraine's southeastern, not pronouncing that, region on Tuesday. Oh, man. I had a great-grandfather who was Russian. I wish he was still alive, because I would have learned a lot from him. He climbed over the Berlin Wall and survived and went to America. That's the dream, I guess. According to reports, the strikes killed 11 people and injured more than 160 others. He said the continued strikes were why he had lost faith in Mr. Trump. You shouldn't have had any faith in him. That's the mistake you made right there. My goal with the nomination was to give a push in a direction of peace. My hope was that Mr. Trump was sincere, he said. He has failed to deliver on his promises. I cannot in all good conscience support President Trump's nomination for nor receipt of the Nobel Peace Prize. Does the Nobel Peace Prize even have like meaning anymore? Let's see. Andrei Sybiha, Ukraine's foreign minister, called on NATO leaders meeting in The Hague, including Mr. Trump, to put pressure on the aggressor. We urge this week's NATO and EU summits to reach decisions that project strength, he said. Yeah, that's interesting. That is, I mean, why this is what is interesting to me about like Russia and Ukraine. Again, it's more complicated than that. I mean, I remember when they annexed when Russia annexed Crimea, and I was like, Crimea River, you know. But okay, sorry, gotta get serious here. But again, I did not hear anything about Trump getting Nobel Peace Prize nomination until like when they're like they withdrawn it, and I'm like, wait, what? When did he get nominated? Who nominated him? What happened? I don't get it. What is going on here? Why? I mean, Obama got a Nobel Peace Prize for just winning the election. I just feel like the Nobel Peace Prize should have actual meaning, you know? Like you're trying to actually bring peace, you're trying to do good, you know, and that's not what's happening here, you know? Like who he don't care. Trump don't care. As long as, you know, he acts like, you know, he's got like a, you know, he probably spends like Ethan Klein like $20,000 on a big red button that tells him, Trump, don't say that. Boop. I don't know. Psychopaths are incapable of caring. That's right, Homer. It's much more complicated. Like I said earlier, like a lot of people think that solving, you know, a lot of people want to, Coke button. A lot of people ask, like, 9/11 just came out of nowhere. I'm like, no, it did not. Why do you think Assad says what he says? And I'm not going to say it on YouTube because I don't want to get in trouble. But people act surprised when like things like 9/11 happen or where other countries get attacked. And it's like, no, things are boiling. It might take a few years or decades, but it gets to a boiling point where something unfortunately happens. What's funny is that, you know, with the nuclear strikes in Iran that the US, you know, helped with Israel, there was photos of like Trump in like, you know, the bunker, you know, watching what's happening, and everyone's like, oh, Greta Thunberg, definitely. They were like, oh, he's trying to get his Obama pictures when Obama killed, you know, bin Laden. And I'm like, see, that was cool. No, not gonna lie. I mean, the fact that these people are like, bin Laden, I'm like, you mean the guy that was responsible for attacking our country, like the worst terrorist attack in our nation's history? Like you think that killing bin Laden is just but what Trump's doing is great? He couldn't even keep a ceasefire going. There's a Right Livelihood Award, which is an alternative to the Nobel Peace Prize. Yeah. Also, Saudi Arabia. I mean, Saudi Arabia technically did 9/11, but they're an ally. So it's like they get away with everything and we just take it. And I remember us being told that we were conspiracy theorists when 60 Minutes, like a few years ago, not even a few years ago, had like, we have solid proof that they were connected to Saudi Arabia. And I'm like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, of course. It's ridiculous. I just can't stand people who are so ignorant, and it's just the internet. Everyone's just gotten so much dumber. It's like arguing with a brick wall. It's like I'm looking like at comments because I'm part of conservative like mod conservative groups. Guys, you don't understand how bad it's gotten on Facebook. It's gotten so bad. I'm over here like, what in the world? I see memes of like people like commenting like they'll have Caitlyn Jenner, but then they'll have Brooke Shields and Sarah Michelle Gellar and like all these women who are cisgendered saying that they're men. And I'm like, we do realize that Brooke Shields has been exploited ever since she was a child. And we unfortunately know what she looks like. Like it's Facebook is too much brain rot. I just post memes and post, this space stuff. So gotta promote. We gotta promote. And so another thing that's pissing me off is Stephen Colbert. I admit I did see the Colbert Report live one time. It's a back-to-back New York City trip when I was in Jersey like 12 years ago. Yeah. Yep, that's true. So what pisses me off about this mayoral race is the fact that we're not hearing much about the policies of the candidates. We're just asking, like, do you put Israel first? Are you gonna represent Israel? I'm like, I'm sorry, he's the mayor of New York City. Like, again, there's a large, Jewish community. However, it's New York City. It's not Golden Heights or anything like that. Like, it's just, oh man, guys. Ugh, I just can't. Yes, the important questions. Like, how many times do you have to people have to ask that question? And how many times do we not focus on like the main issues that impact the community? Like, if I was running for something, like I would be like, okay, foreign policy, okay. However, I'm like, I want to address what my community needs. And from reading Zoran's policies, his policies are fantastic. They're almost like Bill de Blasio's. Also, shout out to Nomiki for getting to climb that tree. So it's like it's fascinating to me that people are not interested in like the local policies. They're more fascinated like, what do you think about Israel? What do you think about Iran? What do you think about this? And I'm like, whoa, what does that have to do with New York City and what the city needs? Because it's in dire need of change. And so we got another I'll play the video too for you guys. Whoops, let me go all the way up because I was reading through this. So, Colbert grills New York City mayoral candidate Zoran Mamdani on his Israel views ahead of the primary vote. And so, Zoran Mamdani, one of the Democratic primary challengers hoping to be New York City's next mayor, was grilled by Stephen Colbert on Monday. Also, can I say something? He's like, on behalf of the Jewish community. I'm like, dude, you brag about being Catholic from South Carolina all the time. What the fuck are you talking about? Anyway, sorry. Scene. Appearing on CBS's The Late Show alongside fellow candidate Brad Lander, he should get a role in his administration if he wins. Mamdani, who has mounted a remarkable campaign to stop former state governor Andrew Cuomo from coasting to their party's nomination, was confronted by Colbert over his opinion on Gaza and the Palestinian cause. That was the second question he was asked. That's the second question he was asked. I can't, like, seriously, like, if that's a Steven, like, seriously, what in the hell? Does the state of Israel have the right to exist? The host asked. I would just flat out say no. And people are like, ooh, and I'm like, yeah, what then, huh? Yes, like all nations, I believe it has a right to exist, a responsibility also to uphold international law, he answered. Basically, he agrees with the UN and like the ICC. He has the same views as like international courts and the UN, who think, Israel needs to stop its genocide in Gaza. It has a right. But I would say I want a one-state solution, as in like Israelis, Arabs, Jews, Muslims, Christians, atheists, whoever, everyone just lives together in peace in one single state. But that ain't gonna happen because I'm too hopeful and I need to be more realistic. Colbert then sought to address the elephant in the room, putting it to the candidate that his past criticism of Israel had left Jews in New York fearful of supporting him at a time of rising anti-Semitism at home and abroad. Okay. What do you say? Let's see. What do you say to those New Yorkers who are afraid that you wouldn't be their mayor, that you would protect them? He asked. What a stupid question. Literally, what? Come on, Steven, you're better than this. You know what? Go on Seth Meyers instead. You know why? Because he wouldn't do this bullshit. Seth Meyers is a lefty. Like, he's very much like, also shows that Jon Stewart was always better. I said what I said. I know where that fear is coming from, he began. It's a fear that is based upon the horrific attacks we've seen in Washington, D.C., Boulder, Colorado, and it's fear that I hear also from New Yorkers themselves. Just a few days after the horrific war crime of October 7th, a friend of mine told me about how he went to a synagogue for Shabbat services and he heard the door open behind him and a tremor went up his spine as he turned around, not knowing who was there and what they meant for him. The candidate went on to describe another incident in which an elderly Jewish man living in the Williamsburg section of the city had told him that he now locks a door at his property that he had previously kept open for decades. Yeah, that's one thing my mom always says about the 70s. Like, oh, you can, leave your door unlocked. You can do this, you can do that. And I'm like, why did you think it was safe even back then? Ultimately, this is because we are seeing a crisis of anti-Semitism, and that's why at the heart of my proposal for the Department of Community Safety is a commitment to increase funding for anti-hate crime programming by 800%, because his answer was interrupted by a round of applause from the studio audience, as it should. To your point, anti-Semitism is not simply something that we should talk about. It's something we have to tackle, he continued. See, I don't like they're making him out to be some scary Arab dude, and I cannot stand it. We have to make clear that there's no room for it in the city, in this country, in this world. There is no room for violence in the city, in this country, in this world. And what I have found also from many New Yorkers is an ability to navigate disagreement. Oh, I remember the words of Mayor Ed Koch. Oh, God. If you agree with me on 9 out of 12 issues, vote for me. 12 out of 12, see a psychiatrist. Hey, tough to argue with that logic. The quotation drew a laugh, after which he continued, I know there are many New Yorkers with whom I have disagreements about the Israeli government's policies, and there are also many who understand that there's a disagreement still rooted in shared community. The conclusion I've come to, they're the conclusions of Israeli historians like Amos Goldberg. They are echoing the words of an Israeli Prime Minister, Ehud Olmert, who said just recently, what we are doing in Gaza is a war of devastation. It is cruel. It is indiscriminate. It is limitless. It is killing. It's criminal killing of civilians. These are the conclusions I've come to. That answer was also met with cheers and applause from Colbert's audience. Madani was rebuked by the U.S. Holocaust Memorial Museum last week after he expressed the opinion that the slogan "Globalize the Antifada" was a legitimate expression of Palestinian advocacy. Well, I mean, a lot of people don't even know what jihad is in the middle for the Middle East for terrorist organizations. It's kind of weird that that word has gotten bastardized and misinterpreted. The very word has been used by the Holocaust Museum when translating the Warsaw Ghetto Uprising into Arabic, which is a word that means struggle. He said in defense of his position. Basically, that's kind of like what jihad means too. But the museum hit back by arguing that he's exploited the uprising to sanitize the controversial chant, saying, since 1987, Jews have been attacked and murdered under its banner. All leaders must condemn its use and the abuse of history. Despite the concerns voiced by Colbert on behalf of Jewish New Yorkers, you're Catholic, dude. What are you doing? Mondami has secured the support of the influential Vermont Senator Bernie Sanders, himself a Jew from Brooklyn, who endorsed him by saying, at this pivotal and dangerous moment in American history, status quo politics is not good enough. Okay, how was that? We need the kind of visionary leadership that Zoran is providing in this campaign. In my view, Zoran Mondami is the best choice for mayor of New York City. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I agree. So I'm just saying, like, I just do not think that Stephen Colbert should be speaking on behalf of a community that he does not represent. He could speak on behalf of Catholics if there's like an Irish, if there's like a a war between Catholics and Protestants. But other than that, I don't see like why. I mean, I used to like Stephen, but it goes to show that Jon Stewart is better because he's very critical of the left and he understands, like, as also someone he's also like, Jon Stewart is Jewish, but he's more agnostic. Like, he describes himself as an independent socialist, which makes a lot of sense, honestly. That I can see why he says that, because he does have those policies and those views. But if we would never, Irish guy sits down. What I know about Jon Stewart is that he keeps it real. You might not agree with everything he says, but he has like, yeah, he has his convictions, his beliefs, and I gotta respect that. There are times where he'll, say something, it's like, oh, John, what are you doing? But 9 times out of 10, he's on the dot. Like, if the Daily Show was on this week, I don't know if they might be on a little break. If Jon Stewart wouldn't be treating Zoran the same way Colbert did, you know what I'm saying? Like, especially considering he's a Jewish man, so he understands, like, he does, like, the things that a lot of people in the Jewish community do, take the holidays off, celebrate Hanukkah and all that stuff. But it's just so interesting to me that the main core focus on Zoran's policy is just Israel, because they see him as a scary Muslim. I mean, even Andrew Cuomo, yeah, and John Oliver too is really good. The fact that you have John Oliver and Bill Maher on the same network is mind-boggling to me. Like, I was like, what? Because the satire was kind of like my first like foray into media criticism in general. Like, it made me really like get this just pure disdain for MSNBC and CNN, because Jon Stewart would also criticize those outlets, and rightfully so. You don't see you don't see Colbert really doing that. He's just always asking why Democrats aren't doing anything. I'm like, well, you need to be more critical of that, Stephen. But then again, he's very centrist, unfortunately, in his whole, it's sad that he never, he should have just stayed that character. Because, fun fact, CBS was willing to give Craig Ferguson the Late Show, but he got screwed over in the deal. That's why he decided to leave the Late Show. I'm like, God damn it. You mean we could have had Secretariat and Jeff in a bigger bigger studio? That pisses me off to no end. Sorry, I can't help it. Okay, I love Craigie Ferg. Okay, I want him to return to late night TV, but you can't always get what you want. Oh, you're getting fiber jammed? Oh, yeah. Fiber's the best. I've yet to have problems with my AT&T fiber. We had Atlantic Broadband, which was Breezeline, and the modem always shut off. And we'd always call the the management and be like, yo, and it's like, no, it's not us, it's them. So they finally switched to AT&T fiber. I was like the first person to get it because me streaming, and oh my God, it's a godsend. Unless we have a blown transformer fuse in the can, we are not losing electricity or internet. It was great. It was great. I loved it. So, guys, have y'all seen the new Snow White or know who Rachel Zegler is? Well, she is the anti-SJW right-wing dudes new target. Yeah, but not too much fiber. Letterhack, not too much, you know. So she's supposed to be unemployed right now, but she's starring in a production. Yeah, bad lefty. So she's supposed to be unemployed after the failure that is Snow White. But she's starring as Eva Perón in Evita in the West End. The thunderous review. She probably could win an Olivier Award. And she's also probably up to play Maria von Trapp in the she's probably up to play, you know, that character in a new Sound of Music production. Awesome. Cool. What happened to her being unemployed? So Rachel Zegler is finally speaking up on all the hate. And I think it's worth, you know, pointing out. So Rachel Zegler breaks silence on Snow White flopping. Won't be a victim. That's right, girl. We got you. We stand. I mean, you're Free Palestine. I mean, she still won't shut up about free. They tried to get her to delete her Free Palestine post. I will go more into that. So 2025 Snow White live action remake was considered a massive box office failure, and star Rachel Zegler recently opened up on it and moving forward from it. What did Rachel Zegler say about Snow White flopping? Speaking to ID Magazine in a recent interview, Zegler briefly touched on being largely blamed for the film's failure at the box office and the vitriol she received online as a result. Controversy sprang up when, following the release of the Snow White teaser trailer in August 2024, Zegler took to Twitter to thank fans in a long thread that ended with her saying, "And always remember, Free Palestine." The final post quickly began making the rounds, with reports at the time noting that those behind the scenes at Disney were expressing shock that Zegler would choose to make any political statement. Have they not seen Pedro Pascal? Disney? You know Pedro? They were expressing shock that Zegler would choose to make any political statement. Disney reportedly quickly reached out to her and the film's producer, Mark Platt, father of Ben Platt, who is for Zoran and for Free Palestine, mind you, the Dear Evan Hansen dude. Mark Platt flew out to New York to speak with her directly, but Zegler refused to remove the post. Yes, Queen. She liked one of my tweets and I freaked out for like a day. In the new interview, Zegler acknowledged that there are things at stake by being outspoken, but refused to back down from what she believes in. Okay, I don't need to plug Disney Plus. Plug Disney Plus. That's funny. Okay, there are obviously things that are at stake at being outspoken, but nothing is worth innocent lives, says Zegler. My heart doesn't have a fence around it, and if that is considered my downfall, there are worse things. Zegler revealed that following the massive uproar over Snow White's failure, she actually left her New York residence to go back home to New Jersey, where you live in New Jersey. After speaking with a psychiatrist, Zegler realized that the massive hate against her was not normal and now refuses to be seen as a victim of it. Girl, you know my Twitter account. Maybe not, but we're here for you. Okay? Get behind me. Okay? You know? My fucking psychiatrist has seen me through all of it, Zegler said. What you're going through isn't normal. That sentence did such wonders for me in multiple situations in my life. Yes. I mean, seriously, she's like her, blaming her for like artistic choices the director makes in Evita is crazy. They get hundreds of thousands of views, and then like the actual oh, Rachel Zegler gets a standing ovation outside in Evita, and it's like no views, and it's like you assholes are in an alternate reality. I think a victim mindset is a choice, and I don't choose it. I also don't choose nastiness in the face of it. I don't choose negativity in the face of it. I choose positivity and light and happiness. I do believe at times happiness is absolutely a choice, and every day I wake up and think I'm very lucky to live the life I live. Yes. Oh, I love her. I love her so much. So, well, the backstory is when I think it was like a D23 event or whatever. They were her and Gal Gadot were teasing Snow White about like some of the things that were, different, and she was like, Gal Gadot said that she's like she's not gonna be saved by the prince, and then Rachel repeated it, And they were both in agreement that, you know, she's not gonna be saved by the prince, she's gonna be more independent. And for some reason, Rachel Zegler got yeah, exactly, Alex. Everyone twisted and saying that it was her who said that. Like a lot of the stuff that was being that she was saying were actually said by Gal Gadot. And then it turned like into like, you know, she's like, oh, you know, it's not 1937 anymore. Things have changed, obviously, and that upset 40-plus-year-old men who clearly don't watch Disney princess films. And it just snowballed into her getting more hate. She's ungrateful, like she's an ungrateful little bitch. She's this, she's that, and I'm like, where? I'm like, no, she's not even that talented. I'm like, she was doing a high school production of Shrek while filming Steven Spielberg's adaptation of West Side Story as Maria. Clearly, the girl has talent, and is very like assertive in what she wants to do. Because they're like either do West Side Story or do this high school production of Shrek. And she's like, I'm gonna do both. And I'm like, yeah. And then Gal Gadot got all the sympathy because she's like, you know, I'm Jewish, you know, and I have, you know, ancestral ties to Israel. And I'm like, no, no, you don't. All your ancestral ties are like in Europe, like Hungarian Jews and European Jews. Like nothing, you have no Israeli blood in you. What are you talking about? I think her original last name was Greenstein. She basically made her name she made it sound more Israeli. Is what, from what I remember, you know, looking at her real name. Just look up Gal Gadot real name real quick and you'll be like, what? But it's fascinating to me that Rachel Zegler gets all this hate. She's so young. She's so young and she's receiving all this hate. And I'm like, I mean, people were literally outside her apartment waiting for her to come out just so they could harass her. And I'm like, you do realize, people, that there are a lot of like I saw like an animal rescue influencer who got harassed by Redditors. She ended her life recently. And a lot of the Redditors who were harassing her somehow miraculously deleted all their accounts. So this is the reality that we live in now, especially for women on the internet, or even if you're an actress who's, you know, doing so well. I mean, she's everything that's said about her is not true. Not true at all. Like she's not some ungrateful like diva. She's like a 21, 22-year-old girl who's like living the dream right now. But the problem is that the internet's gotten so much worse, and negativity and hate and lies make a profit more than the truth, you know? So it drives me insane when people make up stuff about a lot of women. You know, I mean, we're seeing it now with Ethan Klein suing, you know, Denims, Casey Tron, and Frogan. And even he knows his lawsuit has no merit because it's slap. So it's like, what are you doing then? I mean, all he is doing is attacking women now. It's not a good time to be a woman on the internet right now. I dealt with stalkers. It's been a nightmare. I've had people make accounts, you know, of me and my family. And then they got exposed finally, and then they just stopped and they deleted all their social media. And I was like, I was gonna find you. I worked hard and I found you. No one messes with me while I'm grieving the death of my father. Just saying. But if you guys want to check out Rachel Zegler, yeah, Taylor Lorenz, my girl, get behind me, Taylor. She's awesome. You know, it's amazing how many people you've developed friends in the recent years, like on the left. Yeah, so it's just, but I will say this. It can get better. A lot of these people think they're invisible. Well, these men think they're invisible, but they're not. No one is completely anonymous on the internet, believe it or not. No matter how hard people try to be anonymous, there is no VPN. There's no, incognito anonymous accounts. You can try doing all that, but people are still going to find you and call you out. The thread on my stalker was long, and he was melting down, saying it wasn't him, and everyone was like, "It sounds like it is you." this is just like Gamergate all over again. I wasn't really around during Gamergate. I mean, I was more watching like TYT and paying attention to like other things, and I wasn't really that terminal online like I am now. But this seems like a Gamergate thing all over again. Like there's really like, okay, let's see who else is getting it. I think there's that's exactly what's happening though, Jam. It's crazy. It's crazy to me. It is so crazy. Like, have we not? It's like unfortunately when the Jonestown massacre happened, there's that sign that Jim Jones had up in the pavilion that say, those who do not remember the past are condemned to repeat it. And that's what happens. That's what happens. Oh my goodness! Wait, we got a raid from Francesca. Hi, thanks for the for the raid over here. Welcome in. Welcome to this space. It's your girl Kristina doing Kristina's Corner. And next up, we will be having the start of some mayoral election coverage. I'm excited about that. Also, Francesca, Jake is so like him and Anna, man. Oh my god, I don't even want to talk about that, but it's getting to the point where they just need to stop posting. Like Anna won't post, but then she'll post something insane like after 2 months, and we're like, where did that come from? It's crazy. It's crazy. Also, I know none of you asked what happened to Count Orlok. He died finally. My cats killed him, so I gotta find what I'm gonna put back here on the door. So, yay! Oh, and I have some good news. Throughout the summer, Movie Night Extravaganza is going to be covering some of the summer blockbusters like 28 Years Later. We're doing The Materialist tonight. We're going to be doing the new Superman movie with, I think Alex is going to be one to come on. Obviously, I mentioned, I'm like, yeah, no one's a bigger, DC fan than Devil's Advocate Productions. So I'm excited about that. I'm excited for the third movie because there's already a second movie called 28 Years Later, Bone Temple. And then at the end, we're going to see Cillian Murphy's character. And then the third movie, which I hope we're definitely getting because of how well this movie did. We're going to get Cillian Murphy's character in the third movie, like all about him. And I'm like, better hang dong. Just kidding. Yeah, that whole interview, it's like I don't understand, like, what is the point? I know how. Uh-oh. I think I hear a cat. Hey, puppy. Sorry, my cats are being cute. But yeah, I do not understand, like, why do they even bother going on left-wing shows if they're just going to yell at them and do straw man arguments? Oh, Oppie! Wait, no, is that McGraw? No, that's Oppie. Hey, baby, what you doing? He's playing with something back there. There he is. Please don't destroy my stuff. Oh my god. Hey. Yo. Come here. Do you want to say hi to everyone? No, he doesn't like being on camera. Oh, he's being so sweet and loving. 25th version of Brokeback Mountain. And fuck that movie Crash for winning Best Picture over Brokeback Mountain. Y'all remember Crash? It's one of the worst movies to win Best Picture. Because it's like a 1990s version of like what racism is like. And like solving it. Even though Brokeback Mountain won like every award for like a Best Picture award, not the Oscar though, and it still pisses me off to this day. This is what happens when you do Oscar coverage every year and take it seriously. And then Conan and I just go nuts about it. We go nuts. We go nuts. I know I should be fined for that. Shame on me. Shame, shame, shame. Sorry. Okay, well, no, that's change. Hey. Oh, you've got the pink ball. He's got his pink ball. That's why he's, Yeah, that's true too, Seth. Yeah, chain of fools. He's so cute that he's playing. Sorry, I'm distracted by my cat. But yeah, I'm excited for this Yeah, Alex, that's exactly what that movie is. I hope Ray Fiennes finally wins an Oscar. He should have won for the freaking the Pope movie, Conclave. Not Adrian Brody for winning the same role. He won the same role he did back in 2013 for The Pianist. He won a Holocaust. He played a Holocaust survivor who had to overcome. Like, it's like, dude, he just won the Oscar for the second role, like the same role. Like, come on. Well. Look at that. We're just having fun. I mean, Matt Dillon was in it, who was associated with the Brat Pack. Yeah. My whole thing is, oh, wait a minute, guys. Did you hear Jack Schlossberg talk about he's going ham on this, JFK's, grandson? Future hubby. Yes, that's true, they do. Ryan Murphy is making a miniseries about his uncle, JFK Jr., and his, and his wife, his girlfriend or whatever. And I'm like, oh God, Ryan Murphy, you're gonna make up so many lies and exploit the family. And Jack Schlossberg, because he's basically kind of named after his uncle and his grandfather. Technically, the nickname was Jack. JFK Jr. was Jack. So knowing Ryan Murphy, he's going to make up a lot of lies. He's going to exploit a lot of people. It's not going to be cute. I'm not looking forward to it at all. I'm going to watch it just to see what the hell, what he does. But watching videos of JFK Jr., oh man, he was good. Jack Schlossberg reminds me of him. He's got the same type of cadence, the same, he's able to do really well with public speaking to a camera. And so I'm watching all these videos of JFK Jr. I'm like, oh man, he could have been president. But the Kennedy curse strikes again, but it hasn't come back for RFK Jr. I said what I said. Okay, don't be mad at me. Nah, chat's fine with that. Bring back the Kennedy curse is what I say. Okay, so everyone, not real can be confirmed. So everyone, okay, I'm gonna be heading out, but I'll be back. We are going to be doing the election coverage. Me and Alex are gonna start y'all off, and I'm so excited to be discussing this. Yay! I'm so excited. But tune in. Keep tuning in, chill out, hang out. And I will see you guys in a few more minutes. Bye.
Hello, how are you? Welcome to this space. We are going to be covering the New York City mayoral election tonight. It is our first big This Space event. I'm kicking it off because I'm in New York. I voted today. Nick, can we get my graphics up there? Not that one, the background and the overlay. And then we're just gonna have a party tonight. We're having a party. it's election coverage. We're doing it. I got my American flag for the election. Got my Green Lantern shirt. Got my hey Kristina, how you doing?
I'm good. Welcome.
Got my
Hi,
Majority Report Max Left hat.
Yeah.
My Green Lantern hat. Got the purple Joker just in case we lose.
I got
egg on
even,
my face.
even though I'm not really that Catholic, I got my cross just to be able to.
Any help, we'll take it.
Amen to that.
I wanted to start this out by just looking at Mamdani and Cuomo's campaign websites.
Mhm.
And I'm going to throw that up on the stage right now. We're going to watch some clips, and I downloaded Google Chrome, so maybe we'll be able to hear them. Hopefully, if not, Nick will do it. Shout out Nick behind the scenes. But I just thought it was interesting that I Googled Zoran and I Googled Cuomo, and Zoran comes up normal, like Wikipedia images, whatever, some news stories go down Wikipedia, and then his campaign website. But Cuomo, his campaign website is right at the top and says sponsored. So somebody paid Google, if not Google themselves, to make sure that if you type in Andrew Cuomo, the first thing that pops up is the campaign website. So I just thought that was interesting. And I would like to share it with the class.
Yeah. See, I know Lindsay Boylan, one of the women who he harassed, and it's just insane to me that all the people who wanted Cuomo to step down as, governor are endorsing him as mayor.
Lining right back up behind them, which is crazy considering what the Democratic Party did to Al Franken years ago.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I take a page out of Letterhack's book and recommend some comics. Gotham City Year One.
Oh yeah.
Highly recommend. Police noir detective story set in the early days of Gotham, revolving around the Waynes, and it's about race and like taking to the streets, and capitalism and real estate. So I think it's prescient, and the other history of the DC universe. Each chapter is the story of a different character from DC, character of color, a COC instead of a POC, and what their story is. You don't need to know anything about DC to enjoy this book. But anyways, let's check out Zoran's campaign page. I recommended those books to Ben Dixon. We had to talk about Kendrick and Drake. That's on my channel right now.
Ooh.
If you ever want to hear Ben Dixon's take on that whole beef. And we get into like a 2-hour discussion about multiple issues. It's fun. And so we got Mamdani's website here. Let's check out his trailer. This campaign is for every person who believes in the dignity of their neighbors and that the government's job is to actually make our lives better. First thing you see on a campaign website, I think that's a pretty good statement.
Yeah.
Now, here's a question. Can you hear this, audience?
I cannot hear it either.
You can't hear it either? Okay.
Let's
That's all right. Let me put it in the private chat then.
Without, I mean, for some reason, I don't know why, but I was able to do all my, like my videos that I've done, and everyone heard them.
No, we cannot. Well, I'm sharing my screen. Maybe it just doesn't like me. That's fine. Nick, can we go to his page on whatever background style? He's doing the job of like 10, 20 people, by the way. Like he's effectively the control room of a news station.
Yeah.
Which has directors in it, people switching cameras and stuff. He's doing a lot of work.
So good.
So yeah, let's play his trailer and make
the MVP.
New York Mayor Eric Adams has been indicted by a federal grand jury. Every politician says New York is the greatest city on the globe. But what good is that if no one can afford to live here? City Hall is engulfed in corruption.
Unscientific
The cost of living is the real crisis. New Yorkers are being crushed by rent and childcare. The slowest buses in the nation are robbing us of our time and our sanity. Working people are being pushed out of the city they built. A mayor could change this, and that's why I'm running. I'll make buses fast and free.
so I can just get where I'm going.
I'll make childcare available to all New Yorkers at no cost.
I want to raise my kid in New York.
And I'll freeze the rent for every single rent-stabilized tenant.
These Eric Adams rent hikes are killing us.
Life in this city doesn't need to be this hard, but politicians like Eric Adams and Andrew Cuomo want it to be this way. They care about their donors. They care about themselves. They don't care about you, the working class who keep this city running. This campaign is for every New Yorker who believes in the dignity of their neighbors. And the government's job is to actually make our lives better. We can afford to bring down the rent, have world-class public transit, and make it easier to raise a family. We can do all of that and so much more because this is New York. We can afford to dream.
That's what I'm talking about.
You
That's
know.
a fucking campaign statement.
Concrete
I love the style that he's using too. With,
Yeah.
It's kind of like Bollywood style, leaning
Mhm.
into the Indian heritage. The amount of times I've seen negative ads using that clip of him wearing, I don't know what kind of shirt it is.
Yeah.
But it's definitely an Arab shirt. And then whatever kind of time he's dressed in Arab garb, they're using in negative campaign ads.
Mhm.
And it's been almost nonstop. The first time I've seen anti-Cuomo ads was last night.
Yeah.
Just on YouTube and like watching Pluto.
Yeah, my co-host Forrest, because he's in Long Island right now, and he's like, I saw back to back a pro, Zoran ad, and then like a Cuomo ad, like an anti-Cuomo ad, which is weird. I was like, good for you, finally,
Yeah. I like the way they rolled out the endorsements. I think AOC timed it very well. I don't think it was ever questioned that she would endorse him. But I know people were getting nervous. And then, Bernie followed suit, followed by a slew of other.
Yeah, and some celebrities too, the typical like progressive
Lord,
left-leaning
out of nowhere.
yeah, Ariana Grande, like I'm like, hell yeah, these are the
Hey.
same people who endorsed Bernie back then before Obama was like, okay, we gotta do this for Joe, and I'm like,
Yeah, that was. I mean, I knew I was on the left side of things when I first started paying attention to politics and realized I agreed more with MSNBC than I did Fox. I knew I was left when I was like, no, Bernie, this guy, where's he been this whole time?
Yeah.
And saw that whole tragedy go down in 2016.
Yep, and then 2020. I mean, I've been a
And
Bernie fan
2020.
since 2012 because I would watch CNN, and that was the year I was 18. Going to be the first time I could vote. Voted for Obama, and I'm like, who is? And they brought back Crossfire, and I was like, who? I was like, what? I'm like, who is? He sounds cool, and he hasn't aged a day since the 70s.
Yeah, yeah, really. I remember a couple times when I got real deep into stuff, and I would be watching like C-SPAN and just normal House business and Senate business, and I would see this guy who was like an independent who always caucused with the Democrats, and I was like, what's his thing? Why is he an independent? Why wouldn't he just be a Democrat? Then years later, I found out why. And I'm right there with him.
Yeah.
So let's keep going through Zoran's site here. Did I pull that down? My bad if I did. By the way, apologies if you hear the air conditioning in the background. It is hot as fuck today in New York. Really bad.
I live in an upstairs apartment, and we have room darkening shades. The AC is on 68. It doesn't get any hotter than like 74, and it's like
and we're upstairs too, so that's making it worse.
I'm on SSR, I'm on antidepressants and stuff like that. So even when I'm cleaning houses, I'm like, oh my god, because these people are old. They have the AC on 80, and I'm like, freeze the rent and freeze my apartment because I'm sweating.
Okay, so let me get down to where this is on my side so I can read it. Freeze the rent, because you hear these things and they sound good, and it sounds good to me. That's why I voted for him. But I don't even really know what the actual policy is, and I want to know. And I want
they did it. They did policy here during like COVID. They did not increase people's rent, and if people were like behind, they wouldn't get evicted during COVID. At least where I live at.
Okay,
Yeah.
So that's what that means, and that we absolutely need that because one, COVID's not over.
Yep.
Two, the effects of COVID are definitely not over. We're going to be feeling that for generations, but especially when it comes to housing and just the cost of everything, we're all feeling it. Like my theory, all the companies that had to shut down in 2020 are trying to recoup what they would have made plus some.
Yeah.
Because they're mad that they had to shut down.
Yeah.
And so anyways, freeze the rent. A majority of New Yorkers are tenants, and more than 2 million of them live in rent-stabilized apartments. These homes should be the bedrock of economic security for the city's working class. Instead, Eric Adams has taken every opportunity to squeeze tenants with his hand-picked appointees to the Rent Guidelines Board, jacking up rents on stabilized apartments by 9% and counting, the most since a Republican ran City Hall. As mayor, Zoran will immediately freeze the rent for all stabilized tenants and use every available resource to build the housing New Yorkers need and bring down the rent. The number one reason working families are leaving our city is the housing crisis. The mayor has the power to change that. Okay.
Yeah.
I agree.
I want New York City so bad because I've lived in the South for too long because I'm originally from New Jersey. And
yeah, I heard you talking about this on the last show that you want to come back to the tri-state area.
I belong up there. I mean, I'm more like I've never felt like a Southern girl.
I understand.
I never felt like I belonged here or fit here. I don't really eat Southern food besides like fried chicken because I'm just a chicken lover. But like I like my like good New York style pizza. I love Broadway. I just love everything about like the city, and a lot of celebrities also live like in Brooklyn. So it's like, yeah, let's go. And also too, if he ends up being mayor, the perfect time.
Yeah, and you're all about Broadway and movies, and like you're showbiz. Like you need to be in New York.
Yeah, that's what my sister keeps saying too. She's like, you like my sister's like, you need to come back up north. I'm like, yeah, I do.
It'll happen. I know it will. And you'll be here under Mayor Zoran. Fingers crossed, knocking wood, crossing everything.
Mm-hmm.
Fast, fare free buses.
Is that the next?
This one? Can you read this one?
Is this the next Fast and Furious sequel? Or?
No, Speed. They're reviving the Speed franchise.
Let's see.
I wouldn't even be surprised if they did that.
Yeah. Let's see. Public transit should be reliable, safe, and universally accessible. But 1 in 5 New Yorkers struggle to afford the ever-rising fare. Adding insult to injury, our city's buses are the slowest in the nation, robbing working people of precious time for family, leisure, and rest, which is true. I mean, I understand why people just want to do like an Uber or taxi, but the buses are like another key way of transportation in the city.
They would be so much better if, yes, they came faster,
more furious,
cleaner, more furious. They drove a little more furious, and free. I mean, having the Metro card is all right because you use it for the buses and the trains. During Hurricane Sandy, my house got completely, like, we have 2 stories, thankfully, but the first story got completely destroyed, including like the kitchen, living room, bathroom, like, so we all had to stay, like, ask people in our lives if we could stay there for a night at least or a couple days. And like, so I stayed with my friend who lived uptown on the Upper West Side where they still had power. And I took the bus because there's no trains, right? Because the subways were flooded.
Mm-hmm.
It was packed, but just, the price of a Metro, one ride, like $2, whatever it was, got me, and it took a while because it makes a lot of stops, but it's effective. It's effective, and it was necessary, and it saved my ass during the hurricane. Got me up there in time to watch the new South Park on because it was a Wednesday, and I will never miss a South Park. Anyways, the next.
So it says Zoran won. Oh, you're gonna continue. Oh, wait, there's a little bit there. Yeah, Zoran won New York's first fare-free bus pilot on 5 lines across the city. As mayor, he'll permanently eliminate the. Okay, I'm having a hard time reading this now.
Let me see. He'll permanently eliminate the fare on every city bus.
Yeah.
Make it faster by rapidly building priority lanes, expanding bus queue jump signals, which I don't know what that means, and dedicated loading zones to keep double parkers out of the way. That's a good.
Yeah.
Now we do have some. We have seen the bus lanes come in, and they are annoying sometimes because it's like, well, we can't pull over anymore if we just want to go to this store right here. But it does make it so that the buses can get like across town or uptown and downtown a lot quicker. Fast and free buses will not only make buses more reliable and accessible, but will improve safety for riders and operators, creating the world-class service New Yorkers deserve. I visited my uncle once in San Francisco many years ago, and I'm like, why don't we have a trolley here in New York?
Yeah.
Matter of fact, I remember New York used to have a trolley. Like, why can't we have that? Why can't we just have free? Like, they're constantly moving. You just hop on, hop off whenever. And like that's not some public transportation we all need. And it's outside. Hey, Matt, welcome.
Hey, what's up? Hey, check it out. They actually did a much better job of illustrating what this bus thing is all about.
Ooh.
I don't know why their website is so like boring. Like when their social media is killing it, right? And I guess they just assume more people are on Instagram than social media. But you know, just the way the way they look at the first two things, right? Our plan to make buses free. Enough said, right? But it'll save 36 million hours every year and generate 1.5 billion in economic benefits. That's 2 times the cost. That's really all you need to know. Right? Like, why wouldn't you do it? Oh, do you ever drive by like an apartment complex and it goes free rent? That's a scam. You just know there's no such thing as free rent. That is not a thing.
I wish.
Right. But like when you see buses free, it's going to save 36 million hours every year and it'll generate 1.5 billion in economic benefits. You're like, well, wait, why do we do it the way we do? Oh, that's the scam. The current way is the fucking scam. The freeway here is literally how it should and could be. Right. So like, you know, watch out.
I mean, the way it is
with
with insurance is the scam. The way it is with having a credit score is the scam.
Yes.
It's just been the way it is for so long that people have forgotten.
Yeah.
And
so like
a lot of these things are fairly new too.
Yeah. I didn't know
And
credit scores was the 80s.
So look, Alex, you're in New York. This is already popular with New Yorkers, right? I mean, because it's a no-brainer. I just have to assume, like, if you could hop the bus, you would, right?
People, I think so, yes. Because the reason why, first of all, the subways are more direct and faster, for sure, right? They're underground. Subways are a whole nother issue, but if you clean up the buses and make them faster, more reliable, free, and incentivize that and have that part of your mayoral program, it'll make people go, I haven't ridden the bus in a long time. Let's give it a shot with Zoran, like, and his new bus plan. It's free. Let's just ride the bus. And buses make stops like every other block or so. It's that's why they're slow. But it does allow for like a tourist or someone like me who's born and raised here, but it's New York, so you can always keep exploring. I would love to be able to walk 2 blocks, hop on the bus for free, take it, couple stops, and just walk around. then be able to hop back on the bus and come back. That would be so much better. We don't like the subways are gross. They are underground. It is a little sketchier. Like in general, you just New York. You got to keep your eyes. Yeah, there's cops down there.
Like yeah,
Exactly.
like when I'm in New Jersey, we use the Mattawan train station to get to the city.
Mhm.
And one time we decided when I saw the Colbert Report in like Hell's Kitchen, like 52nd Street or whatever, we walked from the station all the way to 50th. I was like, oh my God, have we made a big mistake? My mom was like, we're taking a taxi back. I don't care. And I'm like, yeah, why do we? But also too, we wanted to shop and like do stuff. And it's always fun to walk around New York and see all the cosplayers, which is something I want to do when I move there.
Yeah. I mean, especially because you bring up Hell's Kitchen, the Javits Center is right around there, and that's where they have Comic-Con, which I'm sure you're talking about. You see all the cosplayers walking around in October, and you know Hell's Kitchen. They've been talking about a subway that would go there for probably longer than I've been alive.
Yeah,
and it's not going to happen anytime soon. But buses, it's heavily reliant on buses and cabs because it is kind of weirdly secluded. Like it's west of where Times Square is.
Yeah.
And it's just kind of empty, and it is a lot of apartment buildings, but there are a lot of restaurants and culture and some good places to explore and shop. But it's just kind of inaccessible for a lot of tourists and even people who live in the city, just because you know you have to take the train to Times Square and then, like you say, walk all the way west to where they shoot a lot of TV shows or have restaurants and stuff, or the Javits Center if you're going to Comic-Con.
Yeah.
You know, the next big thing, was there anything else you wanted to look at on that website? Because really, like, the next big thing is taxing the rich.
Yeah,
well, also,
I just
too,
wanted
he's
to
got,
look.
He also has the community safety thing, which he addressed on Colbert last night, because he wants to fund his community safety by 800% when it comes to like hate crime stuff, because he was addressing once again about, you know, anti-Semitism on Colbert, because that's all they ask about to him.
Right.
It drives me nuts. And so he wants to like fund more towards like stopping hate crimes, putting an end to, you know, what's going on, especially in New York, considering it's a very diverse, very, very much diverse, you know, probably one of the more diverse parts in the country, obviously. So I'm glad that he was like, I want to fund, you know, put a lot of funding into, you know, tackling hate crimes.
Yeah.
In New York City.
And we need that. I mean,
yeah,
you know, as much as Republicans shit on New York and hate the big cities, right? Big blue liberal cities. They're scary. Don't go to the city. For decades.
I've never felt more safe in my life than in New York City at night.
Right. Because there's people around. Because if something's happening, you can scream and there's a million people walking around that might be able to hear you and help.
Yeah.
Aside from like walking around the suburbs and the side of the road and like who's gonna fucking see you?
You're more likely to get murdered in like in the middle of the day, sunshine in a southern county than like nighttime at New York City. Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how people say crime is going, you know, crime's going down, crime's going up in blue places. No, it's not. It's going down. It's going up in red areas. Okay. I know that.
Yeah. No, I just want to look through basically Zoran's page and then kind of compare it to Andrew's. If we can go all the way down, like
if he has any policies,
we'll hit the policy. We don't have to read through every single one, but Department of Community Safety, right? No cost child care. I'm sorry, what did you say, Kristina?
Oh no, I was talking about I think we scrolled past it, but like taxing corporations.
Yes. City-owned grocery stores, which is a great idea.
Yeah.
Don't you know that's communism?
What do they have now? Now they just have like a whole bunch of like privately owned bodegas, or because in the South where Kristina and I am, it's all Dollar Generals and
it's Dollar Generals, car washes, storage places.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
I mean, there's a lot of mom and pop shops. And I say that knowing full well that they could be owned by corporations or be franchises and whatever. But like the bodega, the idea of a New York bodega, that's still here. And so you go to your local bodega. Mine's Ray's. And there's a million Rays, so you'll never know where I live. But there are more, like, for grocery shopping, there are some still mom and pop of those, but it'd be like Fairway, ShopRite, Trader
ShopRite, yeah.
Trader Joe's. What's the one? The W? Whole Foods. Whole Foods have crept in. But there's some good. Me and my fiance found out about this. If you look real hard, there are some pretty affordable supermarkets.
You know, Whole Foods has a version of Whole Foods that's more accessible and affordable. And they were going to put it in this town I lived in Colorado. And I was like, that sounds awesome. Let's do that. Because if I want to go to the expensive one, it's like a 10-minute, 20-minute drive. I can do that. But like, give us the cheap one. And the town got pissed off and protested it because they were like, what are you saying? We're poor? And I was like, you want the expensive grocery store here? And they're like, yeah.
Yo.
And I was like, what are you doing? And so then they were like, okay. And they brought in the expensive one. And I was like,
and then they started bitching everything was too expensive, huh?
Yeah.
Or they just shut up about it. But.
My dad buys from the most expensive places for groceries. And I'm like, Dad, if you just go to like Fairway or this place, it'll be cheaper. And he's like, yeah, but it's because it's expensive. He still goes by because it's expensive, it must be better quality, like old thinking.
Yeah. Well, now we have like Piggly Wiggly.
Yeah, we
seriously.
We got a place called Lowe's that recently, not like the other Lowe's where it's like repairs and all that. It's actually like a grocery store, very much like ShopRite. They actually have a little bar. They have places you can sit and drink.
Look at this.
Hey,
does this thing work? Can you hear me?
Does everyone know who this is?
Yes,
it's David.
This is David Grossman's first time on screen.
Yeah.
For this
wow,
space.
I'm actually here.
On air. What is up?
Welcome.
What's going on?
That's
just
wild.
election coverage.
Election
I have to
coverage.
change my audio.
So just so everyone knows, that's the first thing we always ask David to do is change his audio. I'm not kidding. Every single meeting we're like, are you on the right audio?
That's with Forrest and his wireless earbuds. They want to do the mic so he sounds like and it's like, dude, you gotta use your mic.
So real quick, David was or is in our core team for this space. David Grossman, producer of Like It or Not, the Benjamin P. Dixon show. He has been instrumental in planning this since the very beginning when it was just he, myself, and Jake. David has been, I've mentioned this several times. David has been one of the people who has put this space together and made it possible. So it'll be cool to have him hang out with us. But Kristina, you were saying you have a Lowe's grocery store that's not Lowe's Hardware.
Yep.
Why is it the same name? That's like, I have Home Depot, not the hardware store. It's a grocery store. Like, no, idiot. We already have a Home Depot.
I don't know why, but it's a lot like ShopRite. It has like all the different places you can get food and salad bars and all good discounts and deals. And I remember walking in for the first time. My mom was like, "It's giving ShopRite."
Yeah.
Well, good, because ShopRite is a good.
Oh yeah, I remember listening. The commercial. ShopRite. Like I remember
we would go to the Jersey one, and they had the buckets with the different candies, and just snack. I'm tasting it. Taste test.
Yep.
But can we keep going through the
dude
thing? Okay, so then we got housing buy-in for New York. He already talked about that in the trailer.
Oh, we should mention David is also. Well, hold on. Now, are we all saying where we live?
It's cool if you're asking me. If
New York has millions and millions of people. We're good.
Okay. David is also a New Yorker. Just want to point out that, it's a credible
two
New York
Yorkers
election
and
stream.
Two South Carolinians.
2 people from South Carolina. We have people coming in from all over the place tonight, but we do have
and
at
Kristina,
least
you're
2.
from Jersey originally, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And people are
Jersey
like,
girl.
Where is that accent? I'm
I'm
like,
originally from Jersey too.
yeah, Freehold. I kept saying like I worked hard to not get a Southern accent, so
Yeah, no.
Good, and you don't. So.
I heard you discussing Springsteen. I think the first stream, and yeah, like that. I grew up in Freehold for half of my New Jersey childhood, so yeah.
Oh
No
wow,
shit.
Definitely
cool.
close to home.
Small world. This space bringing people together.
Bound Avenue,
Since 2
Jersey
weeks ago.
Since
Breeze,
2010.
Federicis.
Yep.
Like-
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Have to go there and Jersey Freeze. Those are the two stops. Have to go there.
And the Freehold Mall is like the third or fifth biggest mall in the country, which is kind of weird. I'm like, really, Freehold?
But they closed the racetrack, so everybody's kind of there. But everyone knows the mall better than
we
the
live
racetrack.
right by the racetrack. Yep.
Jersey talk.
Small world.
Yeah.
That's like I have no idea what's going on right now. I have no I'm just gonna sit back.
So housing buying for
yeah,
New York lands right into the cracking down on bad landlords. And I want to read this one out loud. 1 in 10 renter households report a lack of adequate heat last winter. That's a good starter right there. 1 in 4 reported mice or rats in their homes. 500,000 live in poor quality housing. Every New Yorker deserves a safe and healthy place to call home. That's why Zoran will overhaul the mayor's office to protect tenants and coordinate code enforcement under one roof, making sure agencies work together to hold owners responsible for the conditions of their buildings. Tenants will be able to schedule and track inspections with a revamped 311. All right, good. That's info. No, info is 411. 311 is help. All right. I should know this. If a landlord refuses to make a repair, the city will do it and send them the bill. That's fucking sick. I like that. And in the most extreme cases, when an owner demonstrates consistent neglect for their tenants, the city will decisively step in and take control of the properties. Yes, the worst landlords would put out of business. Perfect. I have a story for this. Before I met my lovely fiance, I met this girl, and she lived in Hell's Kitchen, actually. And Hell's Kitchen is not, again, it's inaccessible pretty much because there's no trains that go there. There's not a lot of hubs around there. Again, you have to walk a lot, pretty far from Times Square. And the landlord lived in California, just owned the building, and is just passively making income on it. So is not going to respond to any cries for help. And the help they were asking for was, it was her and then 2 other tenants. One was a couple, and they were the only tenants in the building. All the other apartments were either empty or being used by drug addicts and homeless people as flop houses. And it's because the front door, they had broken the front door, and so they could get into the vestibule and get into the building. It's just free reign, and they would find like needles or whatever in the hallways. You never know who's in the hallway when you're like trying to get to work in the morning, and it was just a scary situation. And they had no recourse. Like, they tried to petition the landlord, he would ignore it. They would go to like a zoning board, and it takes forever, and you have to be on top of this, and they have jobs. And so something like this, where the city could just be like, oh no, this person's not responding, they live in California, okay, we're just taking over the property and we're going to solve this problem. This landlord's going to get the bill for it, and that's just going to happen, and you don't get a choice, landlords. That sounds great.
Absolutely. This Mamdani seems like, hey, good to see you. And I believe I heard you on Majority Report earlier. Well done.
I called in.
Well done.
Yeah.
Mamdani seems like a candidate that snuck in. Like if the capitalist
sleeper
class,
hit.
yeah, if they knew about him ahead of time, he would have disappeared in an alley well before this moment. It's
Yeah.
amazing. And what you're describing is exactly what the problem has been in America. There's been no consequences for folks that behave this way.
Exactly.
We always, the pitch for allowing capitalists to do whatever they want is that decency will guide their actions. And we have seen that basic human decency is not standard issue in humans. So I'm glad that there's consequences written in to this gentleman possibly getting the it's not the full thing, but it's the primary.
No, it's
Sandy.
the nomination.
Yeah.
Okay, the analysis can begin. The Canadian
Sandy,
is here.
welcome.
Well, in this regard, the Canadian is going to be very helpful because you guys have countrywide proposed a ban on people from out of literal state, out of the whole country, owning property in Canada for very similar reasons, absentee landlords.
Ooh.
If
Really?
I'm not mistaken.
Okay, great.
Do
We
you
got
not?
a live feed?
I haven't heard
Oh.
of that yet.
Let's see.
Maybe.
And
So not live. This is a day old.
Okay, that's all right.
Poor
Cool, we got
Brad.
some imagery here. No. I like this. This is what I wanted.
52%.
We got 60 people watching. It's up. We keep going up every week.
I was watching New York. What is it called? Spectrum? New York One?
Spectrum,
today?
yeah.
And it's awesome. They were just live streaming. And I got to tell you, the main thing everyone was talking about was the weather and the heat. They kept interviewing people going in and out of the polls. And they were like, those two ladies had their hair up because it's hot out here,
It's
you know? And
brutal.
everyone's like, yeah, you could just tell they were asking them questions and they were not enthusiastic. And it was like early. It was super early in the morning, like 7, 8 a.m.
I gotta say, if you're over 50, please stay home today because you guys cannot handle the heat. Nothing important's going on right
No.
now. It's all good. Don't
That's
worry.
cool. Okay, look,
The
I'm
election
right
should be
at
happening
50.
here. Yeah, the election should be happening here in Canada because it's like snowing right now.
Oh my God. Wow.
Wow, really?
Lucky.
Damn. Oh my God, I wish it was so hot. We had to take our dog Rune to go to the vet. Not the vet, the groomer, because he's a little Shih Tzu and he's getting all fluffy and it's so hot. So we need to give him a shave. So yeah, it was brutal this morning. It was brutal all day when we went to go vote. We saw some Zoran, some canvassers, I guess, in Brooklyn with buttons and stuff. We drove by, gave him a little wave. They're out there, man. They're out there. And I will say, like posters and stuff, more and more over the last few months. Just in the landscape has changed, even between Brooklyn, Manhattan, Bronx, Queens. Like you see them, and you see that it's the bold colors. Matt, I know you know all about graphic design. The bold colors, the Bollywood style, like retro style of the campaign is really striking, easily identifiable, and kind of makes you in a good mood. Cool color combination.
Yeah, that's what they were
Orange
doing. That's why I
blue.
was saying the social media campaign was far superior to their website. Although their website has it too, but like when you got to have somebody who knows how to grab somebody's eye on Instagram, right? Or
Orange
like,
and blue.
yeah, and so that stuff really stands out. It makes you like want to sit there and look at it, right? So like there was a very good design aspect to it. I thought they did a great job with that.
Yeah.
And I mean that's got to be part of the reason why the guy goes from like nothing to second place in a matter of months, right? Like he just jumps right in and then soars. And I don't know.
And it was,
you would hope that had something to do with it.
I really do, because it's, first of all, orange and blue colors of New York. That's why the Knicks that are orange and blue. I had to look to find that out as a kid. I was like, what? Why are the Knicks orange and blue? That's such a but just going through looking at his website some more, cracking down on bad landlords, that's a great thing. Taxing big corporations, wealthiest New Yorkers, obviously we're all in favor of that. can we get the endorsements? Because I just want to see how they ordered them. I like it. Bernie and AOC, and then Congresswoman Nadia Velasquez, Bowman, Letitia James. Get them all up there because these are people that New Yorkers would recognize. I don't recognize her in the middle, but and then you got Brad Lander right under there. That I love the team up.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Yeah,
they're running against each other, but they're I mean, that's cool. That's honestly, that tells me there's political coherence with what they believe.
Yeah, and it's really, I mean, just having them go on Colbert together last night was awesome because, and I mean, Colbert did it, you know, all the Zionist questioning, and then Brad Lander just sitting right there being like, I'm here, I'm endorsing this guy, he's endorsing me, we're working together, I'm Jewish, like.
How dare you, Stephen Colbert, speak on behalf of the Jewish community?
Well, seeing all of these endorsements, this is how you know you haven't seen the last of him, no matter what happens tonight, right?
Yeah.
And on that note, this is something we should point out is that if whoever wins the primary could very well go up against their opponent again as an independent. Zoran will be running for the Working Families Party in the general.
I would
if he
hope
loses.
He would.
And then what is it? The Fight and Deliver Independent Party is what Cuomo said that he was going to run.
Oh, really? Oh, okay.
So like they may very well show up in the general again for this same position for mayor. But I think this is a sign, like just look at that top row, right? I think this is a sign that Zoran has been embraced by, call him the squad, right?
Yeah,
but Democratic Socialist. And it's not like he's going to lose the mayor race and be like, oh, well, wasn't meant to be.
Yeah, I'm going to go do something else. Sandy, you want to say something?
Yeah. Sorry, I might do this a lot because I'm way too autistic to know how to interrupt a conversation.
I got you.
But I also just wanted to comment on the Stephen Colbert thing because when I saw that, it made me so mad because it reminded me so much of what was happening to Jagmeet Singh up here in Canada for the election because he's sick. And every time he was questioned from the media, there was always this, are you loyal to Canada versus India type thing? Or what about all these things happening over there and what's happening? Stuff that none of the other politicians had to deal with, even though it was shown that the India interference was, more to do with the Conservatives than it was with the NDP.
Always.
Right.
But he was the one that was constantly, like his loyalty to the country was constantly questioned because he's brown.
Yeah.
And he has a
First, you have to
turban.
apologize for being brown, and then we'll hear you.
Yeah, and then it was so frustrating just seeing that same type of treatment happening to Zohan, where it's like he gets all these questions about his loyalty to this country simply because he's Muslim. And it's like, well, what are you going to do as a Muslim to reach out to all these people and stuff? It's like, well, what are the other candidates going to do to reach out to the very large Muslim community in New York?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And before we play this clip, I just want to harken back.
No,
we're not playing a clip.
It's not a clip.
Okay, we're not playing.
Yeah,
we'll
just
get
a
dinged for
screenshot.
that.
We're not-
Okay.
Yeah.
Cobert's a prick. Trust me.
When I was, I lived here my whole life. 9/11 happens. Me and my friends we're not radicalized into like hating Muslims. We're like, what is this? Because it's the first time we're even hearing about this religion that exists. And I'm just talking about me and my world. And then we go to, like I said, we go to the bodega all the time. We love the bodega guys because we chit chat with them, we joke around with them, we buy candy and snacks and whatever when we're hanging out. So we never looked at them twice. But over the years, and as we kept hanging out with them, I realized in retrospect, they probably were thankful for that because I'm sure they got a lot of fucking hate. And I know a lot of people did around the city. Islamophobia went up crazy around that time, early 2000s. And going into high school, my chemistry teacher was a sheik and wore a turban, had a long beard. And the first day, and it happened each year because there were new students, like he would explain what Sheik was, how it wasn't Islam, how Islam is also not a violent religion. And I'm like, you don't have to explain this, but like, all right, whatever. I don't care about school, but I'm just like, all right, the teacher's talking about something and I don't have to do any work. But it's sad that he felt the need to explain himself and like who he is, because I'm sure there were parents who were applying to go to this school for their kid, who met him, who were like, what's going on here? Like, and it makes me sad in retrospect.
Yeah, like, could you imagine if there was like a queer candidate and they kept on asking the queer candidate, so what are you going to do to make the straights feel more comfortable around you?
Yeah,
it's the whole thing that they did with Obama. I mean, not back in 08, you know, the whole funny name, big year thing. Like, it's just a new twist on that because he doesn't have an American sounding name, quote unquote.
Yeah,
birtherism
is bipartisan. It is across the aisle.
Let me go with what Sandy's saying and give another example. What if they asked the Christian candidate, what are you going to do to assure non-Christians that you're not going to try to impose biblical law on them?
Right.
You know,
it's honestly
asked way more often.
It's notable, and it's also it should be. I feel like it really should be something that people are. It should be an outrage that it's not a national election; it's a city election.
Yeah.
And it's and Israel is
national
and somehow a foreign policy aspect. When yes, like New York can join BDS, we can boycott, we can do all of that. But from like really, when it comes down to it, it's gaslighting. When you make a mayoral election about a bigger foreign policy thing, it's really just they're trying to distract and make the election something that it really isn't going to be when whoever wins is in office.
Yeah, because like, we were attacked on 9/11, so everyone thinks of New York. First of all, the fact that Republicans are like always bandy about 9/11 is like, you know, we gotta attack everybody because of it, but they hate New York. It's like, don't you hate us? Like, aren't you happy that they hit whatever? But anytime anything happens around the world, whether it be a protest in LA, like the protests going on in LA that the police are turning into riots. The police presence is increased. When Israel bombs Gaza, police presence increased. When Iran bombs Israel, police presence increased. They are always on high alert because they don't want to get their pants caught again. You know what I'm saying? What is that phrase? They don't want to get caught with their pants down.
their pants down. Yeah.
Right. Yes. Because that was their biggest embarrassment was 9/11. Like, you're the biggest, baddest police force, but you can't stop 2 commuter jets.
Yeah, I don't think the local New York police got embarrassed. Certainly, that was a moment.
They feel it though.
Extreme
because
heroism.
of the way they respond now. I mean, it was an extreme circumstance for sure. The military and
speaking about the police specifically, and Lord knows I have plenty of criticisms, but the police in New York on 9/11 behaved as heroically and were recognized as such as anybody could. Now, of course, we didn't do anything to support their health after.
Sure.
But it was a catastrophic failure of intelligence sharing amongst the CIA and the FBI. And as with every chapter in American history, that truth was twisted in order to allow more spying on American citizens, and also into creating ICE.
Yeah.
All things we are suffering from today. One thing that they did not do, however, was improve intelligence sharing between the FBI and CIA.
Right. No, those
Utterly
are all good points.
catastrophically wrong.
Emily French in chat says, I feel like Republicans were more hostile to DC overall around 9/11. They only pearl-clutched about the Pentagon there. Yeah. They were just like, oh my God, the Pentagon was hit because They think
the only building that was endangered on that day that I wouldn't have mind being properly hit might have done a little bit of good, even if we didn't know it then. But nope, we live in hell, so the opposite happened. All the innocent people died.
so. That was Zoran's page, and he's got a million videos, articles, the endorsements we went through. But let's check out Andrew Cuomo. Now, as a New Yorker, it will always be the Tappan Zee Bridge. It will never be the Mario Cuomo Bridge. I'm not even sure if that's the actual bridge that he renamed after his father to try and get his approval from beyond the grave. Much like Trump, the man is obsessed with getting daddy's approval. The first thing you see written on his campaign website: working for you, fighting for NYC. Andrew Cuomo knows how to make government work. Donate. Donate. He's got a donate button right away.
Generic promise. I know how to make government work. Not necessarily,
I can fix it. So long as you donate, I can fix it.
Money, please. Oh God!
But he doesn't need them. Well, I mean, I know Zoran has been outpacing him, I think, since the beginning, if not since very early on. But he's Cuomo's got the funding no matter what. He's backed by numerous, and I forget who one of the main guys that just did a campaign against Zoran too. Recently, he got called out for it when Zoran was speaking at at Al Sharpton's organization a couple days ago, and called out a new round of campaigns against him. I'll see if I can find that clip in a second. I digress. Go back to Cuomo.
That was a great clip, by the way, that you brought up, because Al Sharpton has been shaky. He's always kind of been a shady character. In growing up, I only heard about him when shady shit happened. But he does have influence. He's on MSNBC. He's comfortable. But he had that organization, and Zoran came in, and they invited him to come do a speech, and he quoted Sharpton at that speech, and you can see behind him, they played it on Majority Report the other day, of Spike Lee sitting next to him being like, oh my God, he's quoting you to you. And Sharpton's like, yeah. No, I remember saying that for sure. And that was a great way to honor him, but also kind of dig at him and kind of try to remind him where he came from. Can we play this clip? Is that okay?
Yeah, it's long, so if we decide to want to interrupt it or interject,
if we get, we can.
No, we're not going to get dinged for it. This one's not copy. There's no copyright.
No. If we could skip around,
but if we want to jump on anything, do you want to? Yeah. Okay. So we can try to get to that point.
Because I don't know where that begins.
Good morning. Seen an ad mentioning my name on TV.
Smiling.
So right out of the gate, he calls out the money, so we can start there and then skip around.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Zoran Kwame Mamdani, and I know that there are many here today, and there are many watching and many listening who may have seen an ad mentioning my name on TV, or a commercial on the radio, or a mailer in your mailbox, or a video when you're watching YouTube.
Or a burning effigy.
And you may wonder, who is funding these ads? And it is, in fact, the same person that you were picketing just a few days ago. Because when Bill Ackman tries to take on diversity, equity, and inclusion, he also wants to take on any threat to the Trump administration across this country. And so just a few days ago, he spent another $250,000 on those same ads that you are seeing and you are hearing and you are reading. And so to quote the words of a famous New Yorker, allow me to reintroduce myself.
Here it is.
I was born in Kampala, Uganda, in East Africa. I was given my middle name Kwame by my father, who named me after the first prime minister of Ghana. And decades ago, in Uganda, we won our independence from the British in 1962. We can clap for that. And when we did, the United States government gave the Ugandan government 23 scholarships as a gift for independence. And my father won one of those scholarships. He came to this country to study to be an engineer at the University of Pittsburgh. And sometime into his studies, his face buried in his book, he heard the words reverberate in the corridor around him, "Which side are you on? Which side are you on?" These were words being sung by members of SNCC, the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, recruiting students to get on the bus to go to Montgomery, Alabama. And my father got on that bus. He marched. He was hosed down. He was thrown in jail. He was given one phone call. And he called the Ugandan ambassador to the United States. He said, "Can you get me out of jail?" The ambassador said, "What are you doing in jail? We sent you there to study." My father said, "You sent me here as a gift for our freedom. They are fighting for theirs. It's one and the same." And so I was raised with this understanding that freedom and the fight for it is interconnected. And as I look across this city today, I am reminded that freedom is only worth as much as our ability to exercise it. Because we hear politicians of the past come on stages across this city, including this one, saying that they believe this is the greatest city in the world. But they do not answer the question that Dr. King posed decades ago. What good is having the right to sit at a lunch counter if you can't afford to buy a hamburger? What good is being the greatest city in the world if New Yorkers can't afford to live here? What good is it if our own people cannot afford their rent, their childcare, their groceries, even $2.90 for their Metro card? What good is that but making a museum of what once was in the city that we love? And so I stand here before you as an assembly member running for mayor with a very simple message. I am running to make the most expensive city in the United States of America affordable. I'm running to make it affordable for the working and middle-class New Yorkers who built this city. And I also know that to run, to believe, it is not enough in and of itself, because we know the words of James 2:14. Faith without works is death. If we believe in something, we must deliver something. That is how we will be judged. And when I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by freezing the rent for more than 2 million rent-stabilized tenants across the city of New York. When I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by making the slowest buses in the country fast and free. When I believe in affordability, I will deliver it by finally bringing universal childcare to each and every New Yorker across this city. But I know that there are many who say that when you stand for what you believe in, you lose your ability to win. And I actually think of the words that Reverend Sharpton shared when he was running for president. He shared, there are those in the Democratic Party who have driven the party further and further to the right in the name of a winning strategy. And it seems that it is their presumption that the only way to be electable is that progressive forces and people of color must voluntarily turn into invisible people. And I have spent this campaign speaking to those so-called invisible people. I have spoken to the New Yorkers who do not see themselves in their politics, do not see themselves in their politicians, and do not see themselves in the policies that are being proposed.
Yes, sir.
And what I have found is that it is time to bring those from the margins to the mainstream. It is time for us to make every New Yorker visible across this city. But when we stand up and do so, we will face the wrath of all the money in the world. And so right now, you will see more than $20 million being spent against me, $20 million being trying to redefine me.
30.
But let me tell you who I am. I am a man who believes in the possibility of this city. I am one who believes that we must win a new city, a city for each and every New Yorker, one they can afford, one they can do more than just struggle. And to do that, we have to leave behind the old city and the old politicians and the old ways that gave us the struggle that we're living in today. So it is my hope to not only earn your consideration, to not only earn your vote, but to earn your partnership. Because what I want to do is lead this city alongside each and every one of you. And it would be a dream if you gave me that opportunity on Tuesday, June 24th. Thank you so much.
Now wait for Sharpton.
Zoran, Mondani. Now, you know, I told all the candidates they had 5 minutes, but I didn't tell them the other prerequisite. You see, Zeron don't play fair. To quote Sharpton in front of Sharpton. Play fair now, Zeron.
Please put some weight on him.
He was one of the early adopters of Ozempic.
That was a chess move there.
That was a chess move.
Amen.
That's checkmate.
Spike Lee behind him.
I didn't hear that in the first go through, the checkmate part.
And Zoran wasn't the only candidate. If you look in our left corner, behind Sharpton's right, that's Adrian. I forget her name.
Yeah, Adrian Adams.
Adams.
Yeah, she's another. I don't know how many candidates were at this event the same day, but she was even acknowledging like that was a move.
Yeah,
he's so good.
Slick, because he's complimenting him while also kind of being like, "Hey, remember you?
Yeah,
remember you from back then."
Yep.
I will say I still get vibes. Like you can tell like what part is like him authentic and what part is like is speech writing. And I'm not doing that to like. We just got to be real about politics. I hear like the echoes of Trump and Obama, both Trump, like, pulling from the margins, pulling from the silence, pulling from like we definitely, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. We need that on our side. We need to take back all of that.
Yeah. Like the chat
The
was
energy,
saying,
the
take
momentum,
back this
the
language, like freedom. And,
absolutely. Yeah. It's like pulling from everything that's been dominated and honestly misused, twisted. Like it is needed. I just think that we need to acknowledge how it's been misused and the fact that, all right, let's like it can be applied to the righteous.
Yeah. Me and Dieter would talk about like reclaiming like doing your own research, because people need to know how to do research. You look at every source that you can find about the topic you're looking at.
That
See
phrase
commonalities. Look at like accredited facts to check them. Like people don't know how to fact check.
Yeah,
they think they're the experts.
It has to be so. That phrase might need to be retired or altered, but we need to be clear what the quality of research is to count as research. But think critically, check your facts. That might be another way to put it. Are your facts accurate? Check your facts.
How do you know that your facts are accurate? Like
we're seeing today that college students are using AI to do like research papers and stuff like that. I'm like, no, you need like one actual like internet source, a film or something like that, an actual like literature source. Like it's like my teacher in high school taught me how to do research papers, and I made the highest score on the research paper.
The glossary and the credits at the end.
Yeah, like it was crazy how lost a lot of people are because they quote unquote do their own research, but they're like doing like the dark web stuff. And I'm like, you do realize when you go down the dark web like rabbit hole, you just can't get out. You get too conspiracy brain and you're forever gone.
Because if you start questioning, go ahead.
Well, checking your facts does not mean find someone else who agrees with you.
Yeah,
it means find unequivocal truth of unequivocal proof of objective reality.
Yeah.
Wait, Jake,
there's no other question. It is A or B.
Jake, do you mean that the goal of research shouldn't actually just reinforce your what you're hoping to find out to be true?
Correct, David.
It's almost like it's a
And
method of science.
It should, in fact, you should be setting out to challenge your assumptions. So if you think something is true, the first thing you should do is try to disprove it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
that's how you find out if you're correct.
That is the takeaway. That is how to do research. Try and disprove your own theory. If it can't be disproven, congratulations, your theory is correct. If it can be, alter your theory. That's new information, new data.
Yeah.
That's called a science experiment. Like a lot of people are like, oh, the science is wrong. I'm like, science experiments. Remember when we did those? We had to prove something if it was right or wrong. We had a hypothesis, a theory. It was like
the greatest trick they've ever pulled is making people question those sources. Question Scientific American, question National Geographic, question where facts come from, so that they can create their own. Kellyanne Conway said it.
How many times I've had conversations where I get down to the crux of it being do you believe in objective truth? And the person ends up saying something along the lines of, well, I think everybody should be allowed to have their own truth and their own facts. And they'll literally say this shamelessly, as telling me, or at least making me suspect, that that is very intentional. That is a cultural thing on the incorrect side, and there is, I mean, very obviously an incorrect side of history here.
Yeah.
That's a cultural thing that is necessary for them to continue on, because, you know, they look at the behavior of anyone Republicans have elected
Learning
in the last
that something they think is
half
wrong
century
is their biggest fear, right? And it goes exactly with what you're saying. They have their own belief, and they are constantly trying to prove it or force the world to at least give lip service that they're right. That's what they want. They want to be told, yes, Elon, you're smart. Yes, Donald, you're smart. You fixed the world. America's never been greater. Blah 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 blah. They want the praise and adulation from the people they actually give a shit about, which is not the audience. It's not their fans. It's not the people at the rallies.
So true.
It's other elites.
Yes,
They
and
want to go to the
that's
Oscars.
what
They want
kills Trump. Is like when he looks out at the crowds, at the specifics of the people who are there to see him, you can watch him get disgusted.
Yes.
And there's nothing that bums him out more than when a bunch of fancy people turn their backs on him, which they do all the time, because they have the education to understand what he's about.
And it's been happening his whole life. Oh my God, the Canada. Love it.
Oh, wow.
Sandy.
You had the plague and the shades
Yeah.
going earlier, so I'm like, I'm going to do that and then some.
Whenever something super American happens, like Zoran giving that speech or Jake spitting some facts, I gotta
hey,
I gotta wrap myself in the flag.
Got my flag here too.
Yeah.
Yes.
Nice.
So what have we
I
got
know we
on
want.
screen?
I know we got sidetracked, and I know you want to go through Cuomo's.
That's all right.
So we can go back to that if you want. I had Ackman on a second ago on screen because Amdani called out Ackman specifically, who's a hedge fund manager. So in that clip, he said that a lot of the flyers you're getting, I got flyers for like multiple days in a row that were either the same exact flyers or very similar, all basically using the New York Times piece that said they weren't endorsing, but they were, all the,
But they were
the
kind
nonsense.
of endorsing.
We're not endorsing, but we're making an endorsement of a non-endorsement of a thing like that.
Embarrassing.
So like, and basically, I don't know if I didn't look to see if that was the PAC that gets mentioned at the bottom of this piece. That is that's led by, I believe, Bloomberg, but Ackman's heavily involved. Bloomberg's been like one of the main guys organizing for the fundraising for Cuomo, and then I know Ackman, he's like Musk light. He's been heavily involved in like the Israel conversation.
Yeah.
He endorsed, I want to say he endorsed Trump when Biden dropped out. I don't know if he was anti-Biden or not. But like, this is the whole crowd that's really bankrolling the big money side of the election. Fix This City is the main Cuomo super PAC.
Yeah.
Mm.
And Ackman, I've only seen, like, I've never heard of him before until, Israel started doing the genocide, and then seeing him pop up more and more on Twitter, doing like speed running the leaving the left thing or whatever, dropping out of the DNC and going right wing and just being like, Israel, that's all I care about.
Oh, what was that?
Yeah.
Nothing.
Well, you know,
It's not my ringtone.
You know what's interesting though is the people on the far right and the liberals who've all endorsed Cuomo. And I shared a post from one of my friends who was like, Laura Loomer, Richie Torres, all these different types of figures from the center liberalish and then the far right are all like pro. But one of my friends was like, well, Laura Loomer did not endorse Cuomo, so that doesn't mean anything. And I'm like, watch. In a few hours, I'm going to have to share with you Laura Loomer's announcement that she endorsed Cuomo. And lo and behold, I did. And he just shut up after that. Liberals, man.
Liberals.
They're funny.
I mean, Emma Vigeland said it once on Majority Report. The thing about being on the left is knowing you're right and just waiting for everyone else to understand that you were right all along.
That's right.
And never getting that acknowledgement.
Yep. Yep. That's right.
So here we're looking at the super PAC, the Cuomo super PAC, which has raised $1 million.
Fix the City. No, so Fix the City had mentioned above, I think was 8 million.
Okay.
Fix the City, 25 million. Sorry. Fix the City, which is, I don't know if it's Bloomberg led, but it's definitely Bloomberg
affiliated.
Has raised 25 million for Cuomo. So don't be under an illusion that Cuomo is getting like small dollar donations.
Definitely not.
He in fact he has
Bloomberg gave 8 million. Bloomberg gave 8 million.
Okay.
Yeah.
I put this on for Bozy for the record.
Mamdani is leading in matching public funds, of course, right? And Cuomo is maybe like 4th in matching public funds, and of course leading the way in allied super PACs.
On a related
special
note,
interest.
Polls close at 9, right? Tonight.
9
Yes.
o'clock.
Yep.
I just have to say, and I think Matt, you were about to say something. I just want to point out the fact that DoorDash has given $1 million. I don't know if Grubhub or Uber in general have given. I'm sure they must have. But the fact that DoorDash has, because I know DoorDash has been harmed by the minimum wage. Like they were like their end of the competition between them and the other delivery services have been like they were impacted by the minimum wage. That was the law that gave a guaranteed wage to delivery workers, to like gig workers. So I think it's notable that they're donating to Cuomo like that.
I mean, DoorDash, Uber, dude, it was crazy seeing Uber's rise because it's just an app, and like without anyone knowing in government, like this is just sprung upon us. That like this private taxi service. It's like, no, this is not just an app. This is not a Twitter. This is not a Candy Crush. This is affecting the reality that we all live in. It is making more cars in the city, clogging up the streets. Postmates and DoorDash making streets more unsafe because the delivery times are insane for delivery people, putting out delivery workers who work directly for restaurants, because you would call a restaurant and place an order and they'd send their own delivery guy. Now you can't even do that. You have to go through the apps because it's more convenient and they don't have to pay another person to work for them. It's
when you look at that. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's cool. Go.
Well, I just wanted to point out Cuomo, in terms of the other category, the small dollar donations, which might not actually be small dollar, he's got a little bit less than Mamdani.
Okay.
Mamdani and the next biggest guy who appeared on Colbert with him to say, I like this guy, they have about the same. Mamdani has a little bit more. Notably, Cuomo is flooded, as you've been pointing out with various examples, with super PAC money. That's where the majority of his funding comes from. Now, if he's a right winger and he is getting all this super PAC money in the Democratic primary, who do you think those same super PACs are going to donate to in just a little bit? The most right-wing people they can find. Exactly. So all that strength we're fighting now is best defeated now, because if we don't defeat it tonight, we're going to get, in the best case scenario, someone who mostly agrees with these bills.
Right. Like Cuomo's basically a Republican. So
he's blue Trump. That's why Democrats like him.
Eric Adams as well. I remember when he got in and talking, literally going to vote and going to the bar and chit-chatting to people about it. They were like, yeah, we're excited about Adams. I'm like, he's a cop. It's going to be, he's like Trump again. And they're like, no, what are you talking? He's a Democrat. He's blue. Come on.
Yeah, that's
just a couple months later, instant regret.
That's the thing that drives me nuts about Democrats who are vote blue no matter who. I'm like, no, you got to vet a little bit harder because again, Cuomo, like everyone's like, the reason why Democrats like Cuomo so much is that he's also a bully who could actually stand with Trump. I'm like, yeah, but he also sexually harassed 13 women, including one of my friends, and he also killed the elderly and kept them in the nursing homes for God knows how long, and
he spent the whole time during COVID, which is his big I was the voice of reason, and compared to Trump on a national stage, people were appreciative of him. Just
that
being
man made me get tested.
Whatever. Yeah,
that was so painful. When I
then
saw
it turned into him
like,
hanging out with his brother on CNN, like it was a fucking podcast, like we're doing right now. But,
but ours is better.
National News Network. It's crazy.
So here,
Sandy.
Oh, go ahead.
Sandy Morris.
Yes. I just wanted to comment on the whole long-term care home deaths and stuff like this. I'm worried about this particular election because of what happened up here. Because we have Doug Ford, who is responsible for an insane amount of social murder, who thousands died in long-term care homes because of his, his lack of actions when it came to COVID and whatnot. And all the polls, there were early voting people going out. There was lots of energy going out with this last provincial election, and he still won.
Yeah.
And so it has a lot to do with name recognition and personality and stuff. And so this is why I have a hard time listening to polls. Anyone who watches my channel, Left of the Box, knows I despise polls because I don't find them to be accurate anymore because they can't really grasp all the new. They don't really grasp all the nuance. And I'm worried because we're in a bubble. We're in our own algorithms here. So we see all the positive feedback about Zohan, but we're not seeing all the other stuff if we weren't part of these algorithms that's going out there, what the average person on the street thinks. Because we're only hearing what goes back to our biases. So it makes me worried about the outcome of this election, just given what happened here.
Danny, like with the polls, everyone's like, oh, he's doing so good. I'm like, stop right there, though. That doesn't mean you don't have to.
We're having a party here. We're having fun, but I am still crossing everything, knocking wood.
You still got to go out and vote. If the polls are showing he's doing well, that still doesn't really mean a whole lot.
Yeah, you can't rely on polls, but in terms of having a commentary, you can rely on poll aggregators. And the best poll aggregator is Road to the White House. This guy has been, he called Trump hours before Trump won, and everyone's sitting there going, oh, Harris is gonna win. And I'm in a bar with John from San Antonio going, I don't think she's gonna win. But
dude, I was at that same show.
So see? Yeah. So
I think I saw you in the rafters.
So, that was the VIP section, not the rafters. They didn't send me up to the rafters. It was VIP.
No, it looked very swanky, and I was like, "Oh no, that's the." I told my fiance, I said, "That's the exclusive area."
Why was the VIP sign written on a torn piece of cardboard?
Right. I was up there with Alan Bender.
Oh,
next to him the whole time. Matt Bender's dad. It was a great night.
The nosebleeds were the VIP section. I love it.
Yeah, it wasn't.
They were actually in another building.
We had a nice big TV to watch the whole thing on from the VIP section. It was a real swank setup. But check this out. So, there are.
I just want to before you go into that. I just want to jump off and eat a little bit.
Okay, cool.
I'm gonna keep listening. And when I get back, we can go through the rest of Cuomo's page because it's kind of funny here.
So this to me is the kind of thing that every time I look at polling, I start to I can't wrap my head around it, right? And it's what are we looking at? I don't understand what I'm looking at. And one of the key things to understanding how poll aggregators work, and I'm sure you guys probably know this, so forgive me for saying stuff that you already know, but just for the sake of viewers and anyone who doesn't, they rely on the weight of a poll. And that's just based on how significant or strong a particular poll is on average when included in a group of polls. So there's a bunch of polls included that aren't that great. You see what I'm saying? But they will here, for example, the weight of polls in average, right? So they determine they use factors like how recent the poll was conducted, what info is actually released. Sometimes they don't release all the info, how large the polling size was, the type of voters they surveyed, the accuracy that this pollster has in previous polls. What type of election is it? Is it a primary? Is it a general? Is it a mayor? Is it presidential? Whether or not the pollster is traditionally biased. And so like they try to weigh the average of each poll in an attempt to eliminate that bias and to make it more accurate and reliable. That's why every time, because I hate polls, and every time I'm looking at a poll, I'm like, yeah, how can we trust this? This is like, it's either hopium or it's meant to be kind of like doomer, right? And people love to just go, here's a new poll, let's do a video. Uh-oh, this is bad, or uh-oh, this is good. And I'm like, how do we know? But when you look at the way they're aggregated like this, and you look at the way these people run them through like a laundry cycle again and again and again, these different models, then it becomes as reliable as you can hope for. And in this case, it's ranked choice voting, which makes it even more like, well, how do you poll that, right? Because think about all the undecided voters. Like if we scroll down here, you can see the people who are unsure. Like they show you the results, including the unsure and excluding the unsure. So like you can have a better picture of what's going on, because a lot of these unsure people wait to the last day. And when it comes to ranked choice voting, how can you lock in? How can we say that the majority of voters, or even like a set number of voters, know who all 5 of their choices are definitely going to be on the day of the election? You might change 4 and 5. You might change 2 and 3. Who knows, right? Like, you know who your number 1 guy is. You probably know who your number 2 guy is, but like anything can happen. And so that's where, I've been looking at this for a few weeks now, and it's consistently got Cuomo ahead, but there's this huge like X factor where literally anything can happen. And that's what makes it interesting. But they go on to explain how they take it all into account when it comes to ranked choice voting. That's very thorough. And so I highly recommend, I could drop the link in the chat for people. I highly recommend checking out the poll aggregators. There's a couple of others. This is really the best one. And some of the other ones are like behind a paywall, which is lame.
Yes.
But
Two things come to
ahead,
mind when I see this. Thing number 1, and not just the polls, but the discussions in general around this. Polls helping me see it though. Thing number 1, if people who are voting for Andrew Cuomo, unless they are specifically Republicans who are voting as Democrats, they do not have a coherent political ideology. Like they don't have the Democrats voting for Cuomo are doing so specifically because they have minimum information. Because all the things Cuomo says he's for, when he talks about the legislation he intends to do, he reveals himself to be against. And the way that affects this, particularly in a ranked choice situation, is that lack of a through line for their belief system means, point number 2, we might get something like a Brad Lander mayor. Because he is not specifically being targeted like Mamdani is. Yet the people who support Mamdani actually do have a political belief system, a through line that would make it logical for Lander to be the second choice. We might have a dark horse race on our hands tonight.
That's a great point. But to your original point, Sandy, you're totally right. I mean, every time I look at a poll and I hear people on our side getting excited about it, it bums me out.
There's too many similarities to what was happening up here, because our provincial election was at an off time for elections as well. So there were people who live here who didn't know an election was happening. Like just seeing the pattern happen over and over again, I'm worried. And I do have a question as being the Canadian in the chat room here. So this
You're going to
a
ask
primary?
Americans about politics?
Yeah, so this is a primary. So whoever wins this is not the mayor, right?
So this is how the Democrats are going to pick who they want to run in the general. Now, Eric Adams decided not to run as a Democrat in April. He is the current mayor. He's a Democrat. And he said, they're probably not going to vote for me as a Democrat. I'm not going to risk a primary. So he's running independent. So then it comes, now there's like 11 people running.
Okay, so this is where you see our politics are different. Also, up here in Canada, blue is bad. You want to vote. Blue is bad. But
Internationally, red means left, except for America.
Municipally, here in Canada, there would never be like a primary or anything because parties don't run for ward councillor or mayors or anything of that sort. It's like they can have party affiliations, but everyone is running basically as an independent. There are no parties running for positions.
I kind of like that.
It has its pros and cons. Like the con is people have to do a lot more research into the candidates to find out who stands for who. Whereas if it's party politics, you know, oh, NDP, conservative, liberal, you can have a general idea of where they sit. But the benefit is you're voting for a person, like an individual. You're not voting for a party. So, you know, it really just depends on where your values lie. But like the idea of a primary for a mayoral election up here doesn't happen. Like municipal elections happen province-wide at the same time, other than like by-elections or something because somebody steps down or whatnot. But I think this is part of the problem with why Americans, it makes politics into such a sports thing, like a team game sports thing where you're constantly like this side against that side. Whereas at least here municipally, we don't have that. Which
do you voter shame?
Do I?
Here's what I'm thinking right now.
Have you watched any of my content lately?
I mean, in Canada, is it frowned upon? Because sometimes it is here. But this is what I'm thinking, and this is a question for the table. And welcome, Carlos, to Difficult Truth. What's going on, Carlos?
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Thanks for being here, buddy. I have a question for everyone. This to me seems like a pretty obvious case of people not voting in their own best interest if Cuomo wins. He currently has raised more money than the Democrats have on hand, right? Which is wild just for the mayor of New York, but I get it. It's like the global hub for finance, right? It's like a national hub for media, right? And I totally get it. Corporate media, but all the same. So if he wins, I mean, we've got a guy saying, I'm going to make life better for you. And they go, well, you don't have experience. Okay. Well, we know, like, and he said it in a debate. He goes, I'd rather have my level of experience than your level of corruption, to Cuomo, right? Because like that is what we're talking about. And if you live in New York and you don't get that and you vote for Cuomo over any of the other candidates, it's kind of on you, right? Like now we can begin the voter shaming. Am I right about that? Like, or should it still be off limits?
I voter shame. I don't hide that, especially up here in Ontario, because like I was saying with Doug Ford, this was the third time he got elected in as premier for Ontario. The amount of social murder he's responsible for, the fact that there were 80,000 people living in tent encampments in Ontario last year alone. Like, you know, New York City, I just looked up, is over 8 million, just over 8 million people, while Ontario has about 14 million people. And I just look at all the absolute horrid things he's done, the fact that there's so much corruption surrounding him, the fact that, you know, objectively, quality of life in this province has been decreasing, and yet people still did not bother to go out and vote him out. Like, it's not so much the people who vote for him who might be a little bit off balance or something, or just racist and hateful people, but there's so many people who think it doesn't matter, I don't care, I'm not going to vote. And because of that, there's going to be people come the next election who will be dead that would have been alive had any other party been in power in this province. So you're damn straight I voter shame, because every other party said that they would increase the rates of Ontario disability support payments, except for the Conservatives. They all said they would double the rates, which still is barely not even enough to survive in this province, except the Conservatives. And so if you support people with disabilities, if you support queer folks, if you support the most vulnerable groups, if you're not voting for yourself, you go out and you vote for them. You get your ass out there and you
Yes.
vote, keeping in mind the most vulnerable groups of people in the area that
Yes.
you're voting for. So you might not like Zoan or Andrew or anything of that sort, but look at it like your unhoused neighbors. Which candidate would benefit them the most? If you're fine, fine. Which candidate would benefit your unhoused neighbors the most? And look at it like that.
Decency is an obligation.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
well, Sandy, thank you for pointing out that you're not just voting for yourself. Yes, you
You have to
can
vote
vote
for
for
others.
yourself. But yeah, exactly, Kristina.
Oh, so I have a few slogans in mind. Credit to Forrest Miller, my co-host of Moonlight Extravaganza. He's got a few good slogans to go for today. Do rate Comptroller Brad Lander. Don't rate Governor Consent Misunderstander. Vote for Assemblyman Eye Candy. Don't rate former Governor Hansy. Vote for the TikTok guy. Don't rate the one who calls grandparents to die.
Yeah.
Vote for Mom Nutty. Don't rank Don Thotty. That's my
So my unpopular, I think it'll be somewhat unpopular. My unpopular take is it kind of depends when it comes to vote shaming. It kind of depends for what purpose. Like if we're just fighting and putting each other down to fight, and that's the point of the conversation. Okay, cool. I think it's more appropriate if it's really a matter of like kind of if it's a conversation where people are actually in it for the substance and the and like, you know, why did you vote for so and so? Okay, well that was like you're a dumbass for doing that, but if you can like realize that it was a mistake, you know, and then it's a productive matter. That I feel like let me take this down. We don't need to.
I was
freely.
listening to Bill de Blasio and David Sirota in an interview from just a couple days ago at the Lever, and they were talking about how Cuomo is probably the second most corrupt politician in the U.S. right now, to Trump being number one, right? And if you think about it, that it adds up, right? So look at how many Trump and Republican voters are currently in the fuck around and find out phase, right? They're in the find out phase. And so de Blasio was like, yeah, I won with 73% of the vote. That's a mandate. Know what I'm saying? Like they want him to do what he said. And he goes, okay, we're going to do universal pre-K. And Cuomo said, how? And he goes, well, we're going to tax the rich. And he goes, no, you're not. And Cuomo wouldn't do it when he was governor at the time. De Blasio kept pushing and pushing. So Cuomo finds the money in the budget. Okay. All right. He got what he wanted. It's not quite how he wanted to do it, but look at how Cuomo protected the rich in that situation, right? Cuomo goes on through his governorship. He's disgraced, right? Like he leaves office in shame, and then he comes back and he's leading in the polls. To me, how like you already found out with this guy, and so now you're fucking around and finding out potentially, right? And like, why would they go back to that? And so my question was, in this case in New York, can we go, damn it, you guys, this is supposed to be a bellwether for 2026. If those, let's just assume those elections are going to be legit, right? Let's just assume, play it safe and say they are going to be legit for the sake of this conversation. This would be like a bellwether for that. This would be a sign like, oh my gosh, we did something good. We did something right. We got an actual guy fighting for the people. He's not just a populist, like with empty rhetoric. This is the real deal. This is it, right? And then they don't vote for him. Like, what does that say? That the corporate Democrats are going to continue to have their way. Who do we end up blaming for that is my question. And is it okay to blame the voters for having their head in their ass?
Oh yeah, no blame. I don't have a problem with blame. I think it's the way in which it's used. That's just my personal like. I feel like if we can turn if Trump voters and we're not all Trump voters are going to be pulled in a different direction, and not all Americans are going to be pulled in a different, not all Canadians, etc. But I feel like if it's done in a way that's I guess my question is why is it being done? And that's
in terms of, here's what we try to do all the time. And my
some people are just doing it to bully or troll or whatever.
Right.
And I'm not saying. and cool if that's the reason. I mean, I guess it's not my, but
that's
like,
the
if it's being used for if it's being done in a way to have a conversation, to actually
Right.
like expose things, I think that's valuable.
This is what I'm saying. Because the anonymity of the internet gives people way too much freedom to bully people and be just jerks about it. What I'm saying is what my old pal Jake is always trying to do, and that is reason with people who completely disagree with you or who you are sure did the rest of us dirty with your votes, right? Like you shouldn't have done that. Now everyone's going to suffer. Thanks a lot. So we can talk to them in a reasonable manner, and we can get up here in front of our cameras on our microphones, and we can give people the information that we can make it more digestible or accessible, however you want to phrase that. And we can give people the talking points and share our sources with how we come about this information for changing minds and pulling people left and getting them to maybe actually vote in a primary at all, which most people don't do, right? But like there is coming a point, I think, where somebody's like, yeah, man, I voted for Cuomo because I don't think the other guy has any more experience. And I would just look at him and be like, well, you fucked that up. I don't really have anything to say to you about it. And they'd be like, well, what do you mean? And then maybe I could start making my case. But I'm not like softball is done. I think. I think this would be like, come on.
Mm-hmm. Our countries are politically illiterate, as how I say it.
Well, you said a lot right there.
There's so many people in both our countries that have no idea what's going on in politics, and they hear a couple lines and it's like, oh, that sounds good, and I'll go vote for that guy without doing any other research into it. And so at some point, the voters do have to be held accountable for their lack of knowledge. Like if things keep on not changing, but they aren't bothering to look into like who they are voting for, and then wondering why things are still never changing for the better, they have to do the work. They have to figure it out. We can't just, because as much as we might want to spoon feed them, we can't reach everyone. Like our algorithms, like I said before, they're fixed. So a lot of the times we are preaching to the choirs online, on social media, on our channels. And so it really does get to a point when people really have to put in some of the work themselves and start looking into what these candidates stand for, instead of just going by one interview or one, article or one news bit that they saw on them.
A TV ad, basically. That's I want, talking about being like there, we have this on our homepage for this space where Carl Sagan is like, we live in this scientific world where no one understands science, right? I'm paraphrasing, but that's it. And here we let everybody vote. Nobody knows what the hell they're doing, right? So like, I was thinking the other day, like, what if every ICE agent had to take a citizenship test before they could go out in the streets, right? They would never do that, but like they would all fail. Because like
100%.
I want every American to have to take a citizenship. I want to take it just to be like, oh wow, I blew that. Good thing I rely on like the left to guide me. But
we I never took AP government because I wasn't good enough. I could have, but a lot of the AP government classes in high school that I knew my friends were in, they're like, we took like the citizenship test and we all failed it. If one person made a D, they would have a pizza party. Everyone failed it.
Jeez.
Yeah. Like
I
you
mean,
have to study for that.
The reality is, like, we live in a society, and unfortunately, everyone's votes matters, whether they think it does or not. The consequences of people's actions are very real, and they affect very real people. And what, like Sandy and Letterhack were saying, at some point, something's got to give. Like, this is untenable. This is untenable. To keep doing this over and over and over is just not. It's just not working.
That's the definition of insanity. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Exactly. And like at some point, something's got to give. And what Letterhack said, the time for softball is over. I don't mean like just go out and start attacking people, but like the point is like people's decisions are having real impacts. Just because it's not affecting them right now and then doesn't mean it isn't affecting poor people. It doesn't mean it isn't affecting disabled people, for example. So yeah, I mean, These things have consequences, even mayoral races, even local races.
Yep.
Yeah.
So
I want to get a full screen right now so we can see Mr. Rune and Sandy's cat. I just want a little pet break.
Oh,
he's freshly shorn. He's not overheated anymore. He's doing good.
He's so quiet.
This
How old
Mr.
is he?
He is going to be 6 this fall.
My dog's
and
yeah.
we call him a racist Republican because he poops on the floor sometimes, and only a racist Republican do something like that. So he was mad that we voted for Zoran, but we had to. It's in his best interest, and we care about
Exactly. Get
Even
that
if he
health
doesn't
care for pets.
Wait, Sandy, who does your cat vote for?
Oh my god, orange cats are pure psychotic. No lie, though.
This is
Are they?
Lanier. Bonus points
Lanier.
if you guys know the reference. The true sci-fi geeks will know.
Lanier.
Oh yeah. Well, I was
Lanier.
thinking of Lake Lanier in Georgia.
Yeah, my
So
dog's. I
cute.
think my dog's in the other room, and she's getting
My
kind of.
cats are around here somewheres. They're probably pooped out for now.
She's getting kind of ornery as she gets older. Like, wants-
I know
wants to
Jam
be
too.
left
They
alone.
need to stop these pets need to stop voting against their own interests.
Yo,
Nice to meet you, Carlos. By the way,
Yeah,
we
nice
hadn't
to meet you.
Formally talked, but hello. I caught your show last 2 weeks, and I really like your stuff.
Yo,
I appreciate
Alex. Oh, speaking
Yes.
of, well, look who
Oh.
it is. It's
Had to
Mayoral.
be involved.
Yep.
Ears were burning.
Yeah. Girl, what are you
What I will add from the earlier conversation about like I think we were tying in like polling, name recognition, and vote shaming. And I think like one thing that's key is the name recognition. Like the fact that people are voting against their own interests. Part of it is sourcing and and who you're listening to, who you give your time to in terms of where you get your information.
Yeah.
And it like I think the phrase that is eluding me that I was going for, but just like I know people that are big on Cuomo because of the record that they remember, or or the memory that just is still there. Like people paid attention during the pandemic, and honestly, but like I didn't pay a whole lot of attention to New York politics, even living in New York. So I was like, oh, he seemed solid during the pandemic until you started to pay attention to other things that weren't being highlighted, the nursing home stuff, the profiting, and just like his connections beyond the pandemic, just in terms of corruption and big money and all of that stuff.
The more you learn about him, the more you don't like him.
Right. I know people they're like he, you know, if it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have paternity leave. Any Democrat, no matter where they are on the spectrum, if you're a Democrat, you were going to sign the paternity, the paternity legislation. That's not something Cuomo might take credit for it, but anyone that was brought to from the assembly, from the legislature, pushing that type of bill. Unless the mayor was a Republican, that was going to get signed. That's not a win. That's not Cuomo owning that element. He might try to, but if you're choosing to believe that was something that, and any other issue, a myriad of other issues, if you're choosing to say like I'm voting for Cuomo because he did X, Y, and Z. There might be certain things that Cuomo only would have done. I'm gonna go out on a ledge here.
The bridge after his dad probably.
I'm gonna go out on a ledge here and say like most of the things that would be Cuomo's that would be specific things he can own wouldn't necessarily be something I would be like that's something I want to vote for specifically because of that issue. Most of the things, especially for leftists, that he can claim weren't something that only Cuomo would be on board for. Like anybody that's
right
to the left on the American spectrum, they would have signed that bill.
Yeah, just like Trump taking credit for the checks just because he signed it.
Right.
He didn't
real
veto
quick.
it.
Let's real quick because one of the reasons why we created this space was to have as many different people on screen as possible, like hosts at one time. And I'm loving this. Like that's why I keep leaving because I just want you guys to be able to. But like, let's just. Does everyone know each other? Because I don't think Sandy has met Carlos or Alex. Have you met Kristina? I know you know me and David.
I'm not. I feel like Kristina and I have been on the same. The Power Report. We've been on the Power Report together.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Cool.
I think we've been banned for. It's just been Dan and Bam, and I'm like, what happened? I think Dan's in the middle of moving or something, so that might be it. But
well,
I don't think I've met everyone else.
I've
Sandy,
watched everybody or been on Twitter with everybody.
Feel
but not
free.
formally
Just
met.
anybody, feel free to introduce yourself if you want. Sandy, you want to go first?
Sure. I'm Sandy from Left of the Box. That is a Canadian YouTube channel, hence the flag and the hair. Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass from a progressive point of view, with somebody with lived experience of poverty and disabilities and mental health issues, and and a lot of arrogance that I know more about the States than any American knows about us.
Probably.
And you can
That
follow
is
me
true.
on Blue Sky, Twitter, both as Sandy Lobus and as Left of the Box. I also do artwork. You see this here? That's a drawing in the background that I did of one of my kitties once upon a time.
Really good.
And I wrote a book.
Wrote a book. Leave with that.
It's available on Amazon. It's a vampire horror book, but it's loaded with my political and social commentary. If you like my politics, you'll love my book.
I was actually watching you, and I saw.
Where can
I looked that book up. It looks really cool.
Where can
It's
they
on
get the
Amazon.
Best channel on YouTube. Officially, Rich P. Thank you. I'll go next since I'm talking. I'm Devil's Advocate Productions. I am on YouTube. I'm on Twitch. I talk about music, TV, movies, video games, kind of whatever I want. Had a nice discussion with Ben Dixon, who's also part of this space, about Kendrick and Drake. And that's on my channel. Also Mario Kart review. So all kind album reviews and reactions, trailer reactions, stuff like that. On Twitch, I'll either be playing video games exclusively, or I'll be watching Majority Report or other political stuff while I also play video games. I'm on Twitter and Blue Sky as Devil's Advocate C, letter C, and yeah, that's what I do. And I'm glad and honored to be a part of this space.
Sorry, I forgot to add that I'm on this space Wednesdays at 4 to 5 p.m. But tomorrow, it's the last Wednesday of the month, I'm actually going to be going on as the vampire from my book.
That's right.
So you're going to get
Nice.
political and
Remember that.
social commentary from Minuet to the vampire
From
from my book.
vampire.
So
Very
I
nice.
will be completely role playing it the entire time. It should be a lot of fun if you're interested in having
That's
a little bit
awesome.
of fun with your political intake.
That's great. That's exactly what this space is for. Whatever you guys want. Carlos.
I'm Carlos. I'm a Difficult Truth. I do the news. I do the politics. I'm here on YouTube, Twitch, Blue Sky, all the same. A Difficult Truth. Those are like the main ones. I have an Instagram, but I don't really use it as much. But yeah, I do the news and politics. I'm here Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday around 5. And on Tuesdays here on this space from 7 to 8.
Badass. Kristina. Oh, Kristina. We added Movie Night Extravaganza to our Thursday lineup, wrapping up
Yeah, I know.
the end of the day. The end of the
Forrest told me something that happened at the meeting, and I'm like, anyway.
What happened at the meeting?
Well, Conan yelled at you, and I'm like, dude, what the? That's not
At me?
Yeah, that's not professional.
When did he do that? No,
I
he
guess
didn't.
Yes.
He didn't yell at me.
So my name is Kristina, aka Cosmepolitics. I stream politics and pop culture from a left-wing perspective on Twitch, usually overnight. Saturdays we watch the gothic soap opera Dark Shadows, and I'm considering doing a podcast about that show because a lot of people are like, you should do that, because people do podcasts about shows and go over every episode, and there's like 1,300 episodes to go through, so why not? I host Kristina's Corner on this space every Tuesday from 5 to 6 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, of course. And I also co-host Movie Night Extravaganza, which I'm going to have to pop off soon because we're starting at 8 o'clock to go over the materials with Eileen Jones of Jacobin. But I'll be back after the podcast is over because I cannot, I'll get mofo if
I'm
I don't
interested
do
to
it.
hear what you have to say about that movie because
Yeah,
it's looking like a highbrow rom-com. Like they did highbrow horror with Hereditary and Midsommar.
It's marketed as a rom-com in like a threesome type of situation, but it's not actually. It's interesting how they marketed it. But we're going to talk more about like the matchmaker industry and all that. So I'm very much excited about that. And we will also have Alex on to discuss the new Superman movie when that comes out.
Oh, cool.
I'll give you a date. And we're also going to be going over 28 years later sometime. We're going over some of the big like blockbuster hits this summer. So I'm excited about that because it's new movies and people get all pumped for all the summer blockbusters.
Fantastic Four.
I am really struggling. This is how much I love Conan Neutron is he could yell at me and I'm just like, huh, what? That's fine. He did not yell at me. That is not a thing. I would have mentioned that, right? I would have come back to the meeting and go, there's one guy yelling at me.
I kind of feel like you would have been like, this was an interesting experience. You would have depended on the level of yelling because I think you would have been maybe diplomatic if you and been like, I still kind of want them on, but I feel weird.
No, I got to circle back now and make sure I defend myself. No, I'm just kidding.
But I'm gonna head out now because the podcast is gonna be starting in like 20 minutes. I want to get all my stuff together, but I'll see you guys in a few hours.
We'll be here.
Yeah, we will be
all
here.
Right. Take care.
Bye.
Let me just quickly say, I'm the Letterhack. I live stream Monday nights at 9 p.m. Eastern. I always have guests on. This past Monday, I had High Fidelity on, good old Hi-Fi from Radicalized, the Truth Survives podcast. We talked about, deep surveillance and I went into Palantir and all that afterward and Peter Thiel. And then next week I'll have on Casper Sender from ABO Comics, which is all queer comics and zines created by strictly inmates. Pretty cool. It's anti-prison, pro-abolition, abolition comics by the inmates. It's awesome. So I haven't talked to him in a while. I can't wait to get him back on the show. And then Boston Brian's coming on for the second half. The week after that, Green Party mayoral candidate or governor candidate for Maryland, Andy Ellis, will be on the show. That race is in 2026. He's been amping up. So he's celebrating a 500 days to go campaign. So he'll be on the show. Meanwhile, here on this space, every Wednesday at 9 p.m., I do Hey Funny Book, where we talk about politics, art, and comics. We've got some good stuff lined up for tomorrow night, and that leads into the panel show I'm also on with Andrew Ravinsky, Jake Draugelis, and Sandy Shellis called Left Past 10.
That is a mouthful. You are busy. Matt has gone from like 0 to 300 in like a year and a half, 2 years maybe.
I was like
went
drawing,
from posting
not
memes
on
online,
Yeah,
online, just like asking people to tell him what to draw randomly online, to picking up the mic and having like 3 shows.
To invite, yes.
And I was like, let's do a media collective too. I called my dad for Father's Day recently, and I talked to him for like 2 hours, and then he was like, all right, well, I said, I guess I'll let you go, whatever. And I said, oh, by the way, I launched a media collective. I'll talk to you about it sometime. And he was like, what? I was like, I'll talk to you. I'll explain it. But anyway, I'm having a ball. This is a lot of fun, and having all you guys join us is also a lot of fun. I do have another question for the group. We can go back to Andrew Cuomo's page if you want, but I do have a question.
I just want to quickly, before you do that, just illustrate that it's so short. Like Mom Donna,
it won't take long.
Went all the way down, and like literally explain all those things. Cuomo, you got to click on the subjects to actually get into the policies, and then just a bottom, it has a contribute, donate button again.
Sad.
At the top and the bottom.
Sad.
If I got a bunch of questions here. They're all good. Well,
Okay.
stuff I want to know. But let me start with this one. Can the person that wins the primary, whether it's either going to, Jake had a good point about the ranked choice voting. It could very well be like Lander or somebody we're not thinking of. But let's just say it's either Cuomo or Mamdani. Will they beat Eric Adams in the general?
I mean, Eric is going to run as an independent, I believe.
Yeah, is he going to beat him? Is this all?
I
Like,
don't.
I think Eric Adams is cooked. I think he's
Yeah.
done.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
I think so.
Alex, where do you live?
Manhattan.
No, I'm sorry, Carlos. I don't know why I keep doing that. I confuse you guys all the time in my head. Carlos, maybe. I don't know why I do that. Carlos, what area are you in? Are you in New York?
No, Georgia.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Okay, it's another hotspot though. Another, you guys got a lot of excitement.
A lot going on there, yeah.
Yep.
But I actually agree with I and again, I'm sort of in a bubble myself. I'm in Queens, but I'm in the edge of Queens, Astoria. It's like literally, I mean, not literally because it does take a while with the traffic. But if you were to just like go without any traffic, it's probably like 10 minutes from Manhattan. And so like, but I have a hard time seeing unless somehow he can like boost Republican numbers in a New York City election, and I just don't see that happening.
Yeah, and Republican numbers while also losing the Democrats who thought you were a Democrat.
That's the thing. Like he so for anyone that doesn't know, Adams, I mean, he was a Republican for a very short amount of time, but his first affiliation was was Republican, I believe, and then he switched to Democrat.
Yeah,
and like he's been wishy-washy all over the place, and like he was
at the end of the day, he's a cop.
That's the thing. He was sus to me the whole time. He was suspect to me like the entire time I've been aware of him, just for that reason alone. And he's definitely jumped through hoops to like find the level of success that he has. Before being mayor, he was Brooklyn. I think he was head of the borough of Brooklyn,
Borough County.
Yeah, I think he was chair of Brooklyn or whatever the position title is. But I don't see how with all the crap that's gone on in his term, between the corruption, between the unhappiness about his budget, the various budgets he did, and just like the defunding and cutting and then bringing it back. He cut libraries, he cut schools, he did cut cops, but nowhere near where they everything else that he cut was for the police, basically. I don't know how he has a coalition to win.
Yeah. What if Cuomo wins the primary tonight? He's got plenty of time to blow it between now and the general. Would it be in the bag for Adams? Or they're not going to vote Republican?
I think one would drop out and endorse the other.
Maybe.
I think Adams would feel comfortable being like, all right, Cuomo, you could do it.
I wouldn't have predicted.
I don't know about that, but I think
they're egomaniacs.
Yeah, no. I honestly think Cuomo, because of his name recognition alone, and clearly people are not bothered by the sexual harassment and bad behavior. So, because I know countless people that are like, well, that's a he said, she said. The cases were dropped. It's like, anyway.
How will the Democratic Party react if Zoran wins? Will they back him? Will they fund him? Will they support him? I'm
thinking
the independent.
like it'll be because the Republican candidate, I believe, is Curtis Silva again.
Yeah,
he's like the Guardian Angels guy.
Yeah, the beret guy. Yeah, give me a break.
And it'll be either him and then Adams as an independent, Zoran or Lander or whoever, and then maybe also Cuomo as an independent. That's why it doesn't make sense for Cuomo and Adams to be in it, other than they both just want to be in it and their egos.
What do you think the Democratic Party is gonna? They're just gonna be like, okay, Zoran, you got the primary. Good luck. You're on your own.
I think subculture is gonna be like, no, Zoran's if Zoran wins tonight, he's the guy. and like the young people are behind him, the energy is behind him. If he can maintain and it just keep going all the way to November, you know, fingers crossed.
Jim Clyburn backed or endorsed Cuomo.
You know, because it'll be embarrassing if
that doesn't surprise me. In the
I know, but that's what I'm saying. Like, so then Zoran wins. What does Clyburn do?
I think they
let
just
him ride,
need
or
a Democrat under, you know, in name only, like Cuomo or Adams, just to be like, well, we can't get behind Silwa because that's giving away the game. We need someone establishment in the mix as well.
Pinkerbell's right. And if Mamdani wins, he's definitely not gonna have a rubber stamp, because there's two. It doesn't mean all of a sudden the Democrats are magically like gonna ride along with a progressive agenda. There's plenty of money in New York Democratic circles that are opposed to progressive policy and positions. So it's it's definitely going to be an uphill battle, but there's also he's also not the only person with WFP and DSA backing. Like the assembly itself, like there are other. He wasn't the first DSA person, and he's not the last. So I do think that there's dynamics where he'll definitely have to like work through, but I don't think it'll be an outright sabotage where his term will be a disappointment. I think it's hard to say for sure, but if he pushes what he would be elected on potentially, if he sticks to the things that he's promising, public pressure then comes into play. I think
Trump's been pretty quiet about it. No nickname, right? Like, what do you think, Sandy?
That's what's going to change in the general. But sorry, go ahead,
for sure.
I think the Dems will end up abandoning him and going behind a more establishment candidate, regardless of if they're Republican or Democrat, and try to label Zoran as an anti-Semite.
I can see that.
That is my prediction, that there's too many. It's been shown time and time again that Democrats would rather back an establishment candidate that's Republican than somebody who's progressive and actually challenges their authority type thing.
Yeah, I forget who said it. Somebody just recently said it. Oh, it was actually one of the only reliable Democratic strategists out there. I forget his name though. He said Democrats got to change something because we keep eating each other for lunch while the Republicans eat us for dinner. And like they have to start looking at it in terms of the Democrats didn't lose because progressives wanted them to run a certain way. They lost because they didn't run that way, right? Like they're gonna have to own up to that at some point. And I'm just hoping, like, you know, when I say this primary, and it's funny that it's a primary, but like this is the bellwether for a lot of things. If
it really is.
If Cuomo wins, that's money in politics winning again, right? That's Trump donors winning over a Democratic candidate again, right? It's been happening for well over a year now. It's like you can just start to throw your hands up, throw the towel in, whatever, or just accept the fact that it really is time for a third party. It really is time for voters to realize, and this is where I go back to, do we shame them into this or what? But it's time for voters to realize that this two-party system is not working. It's the most low-stakes democracy one could hope for.
Which is what makes the ranked choice voting interesting, because I think most people are, like, if you're not in New York right now, New York's not the only place that has ranked choice. Just Colorado. I think there are other locales that have it, but
Alaska.
But what
Palin lost because of ranked choice voting, I think.
Okay, but I will say that, like, for most of the country that's seeing coverage of New York right now and seeing two candidates that are opposing one another, also cross-endorsing one another, it's like, what the hell is going on?
The cross-endorsement is, I think, the biggest thing. Like, that doesn't happen ever.
I mean, even outside of that, just seeing ranked choice, like, you can vote for more than one person. What the hell? How does that work? People are definitely going to, like, it. until it becomes a more widespread thing, it's definitely confusing to people. And I'm sure if it doesn't affect their wherever they live, them not being in New York or wherever else it's offered, I think it's probably something that people kind of like look at and then, you know, shrug off and keep moving to whatever else they're going to look at. But it definitely, even in New York, I would expect that, like, I don't know that everyone is well tuned to the ranked choice voting. So I don't know that they're necessarily getting it right off the bat. This is our third election, I think, with ranked choice.
Yeah, that's kind of what I'm most worried about in the election, is just people not knowing they have to fill out all 5 and leaving it empty, which benefits Cuomo. Even a lot of people saying, like, you know, rank Zoran number 1, don't rank Cuomo. Forget the part about like but you need to also rank all 5. Like, it matters that you fill out every slot. So that's kind of what I'm most concerned about.
Since we're talking about ranked choice voting,
yeah,
and because the money is always going to be the problem. But since we're talking about ranked choice voting, and it's just about 8:00 p.m. on the East Coast, polls will be closing at 9, so it could get a little intense, and we may have some more people showing up. I thought maybe we could take a break. I want to show a video interview that Jake did with the head of my ranked choice voting, the executive director, I believe. It's about 15 minutes long. I thought we could just play that video. Everyone could, you know, just take a second, rest your voice.
Yeah.
Do whatever you got to do. How's that sound? Does that sound cool to everyone?
Yeah,
do you have here?
Absolutely.
Do you have it?
Letterhack.
Yeah.
You know, I think that also just real quick, I think that what you said about the bellwether stuff, I think that's also important because while I don't trust, my trust in the Democratic Party is not very high. I think that it will be a bellwether as to what, where the party goes, because at some point they're going to have to realize, like, this is just not the way. Either they are going to, if Zoran wins, then it is apparent beyond, you know, it's going to be indisputable that the progressive way is the way to go.
Yeah.
And I think they can't ignore that at that point. And if they do, they'll go the way of the dodo. It's just the way.
Yeah,
it's just the way it's going to end up playing out eventually.
I would love to co-sign that, but I'm always very hesitant to say that especially a local election or an election that's a blue dominating area. And no, New York is not a progressive bastion by any means, but it is blue in terms of it consistently going to Democrats more often than not, because I think Bloomberg, but really Giuliani was the last red mayor.
Yeah.
I'm always like really hesitant not to rain on your parade, Carlos, because I know where you're coming from, but I feel like when one election that's especially local, forgetting state, not even state, but local, it doesn't represent a national level. It should be. It should be a hint. But I'm just
think,
like,
I think in this instance, because it's Cuomo, because it's a funny sounding
fascism versus
brown guy,
literally
in
Democratic
New York
notion.
City, and it's New York and California, so goes the country. There's some phrase like that, right?
There's a phrase about so goes, but I don't know that it really. I don't know.
It's like New York and California. Like if they do some big policy like legal weed in California, and then it slowly will roll out across the country later.
No pun intended.
Because it's such a big market, or the size of the state or population, and us too.
Yeah.
Also because New York's the greatest city in the world, and we're
This
just
will be great. Let's talk about this on the other side. Let's take a break. We'll watch this video. It's about 16 minutes, so everyone give yourself like 14-15 minutes if you want to come back. No pressure or whatever. We'll see if anyone else joins us.
Grab a snack.
So what? I guess
don't
go
see
ahead.
the video. Yeah, I don't see it.
I'll fire it up right now. Go ahead and feel free to take yourselves down, and we'll play this video.
Talking to the good folks from Rank My Vote. This is, tell me if I'm saying this correctly, Pat Zabawa,
Got
the
it.
executive director. What is, very broadly speaking, ranked choice voting?
Yeah, and absolutely. And to start, Jake, we talked about Michigan. I'm a Michigander through and through. My heart is here. I moved away for a little bit, but I moved back because I care about our state and I care about the state of our politics. To get into what ranked choice voting is, in a ranked choice voting election, voters have the option to rank candidates in order of preference. So right now, voters get one choice, but under ranked choice voting, voters have the option to rank. If they want to rank more than one candidate, they can still rank one if they want. But it's an order of preference. Voters can rank their favorite number one, their next favorite number two, and so on. So if your favorite can't win, your vote counts for your next choice. That way your vote is never wasted, even if your favorite candidate is a long shot candidate.
How is it a fairer division of the vote? Let's say that.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're getting at it exactly, because right now voters have to think strategically. They not only have to think about what candidate they like, but also what's the viability of the candidate. So if a voter is interested, if you're interested in voting for a candidate, you're really passionate about a candidate, your conscience pulls you to vote for a candidate, but yet you think they're not that viable, then you are tempted to think that you're wasting your vote. So this way, under ranked choice voting, and jumping back, and then you might be pressured to vote for a candidate who's more viable, but not your favorite candidate. And then you come out of the voting booth feeling dissatisfied. You didn't get to vote for the candidate that was your favorite, the one that pulled your passions. Under ranked choice voting, you have that. You don't have that line of strategic thinking where you have to think about a candidate's viability. You can vote for your favorite candidate, your preferred candidate, the candidate that pulls your heartstrings as your first choice, the other candidates that you favor as your second choice, third choice, and then vote for those viable candidates that you think are more viable, but not your favorite, not your preference, as your fourth, fifth choice. That way, you can vote your conscience, and you can see from that other people might feel likewise, right? They also are feeling that way. They can vote more freely without having to think about voting strategically, and that makes those candidates who might not initially be thought of as viable more viable. More people are going to vote for them. There's a couple other things that happen. Even if those candidates don't necessarily win, those candidates get more votes, and those voters' voices, those candidates' voices, have more say in the outcome. We know then that this candidate was pretty popular, that the voters think of that candidate as popular, their policies as popular, and those policies are therefore more in the running in the policy discussion. And also more candidates can come forward. So right now, candidates might refrain from running in the first place because, well, they're only going to collect a couple of percent, or they're going to start out with a small campaign, and they're going to split votes, right? They're going to result in vote splitting, which I didn't get into yet, but right now I'll get into that in this right now. By another candidate entering the race, they might think like, oh, we have a really popular position. We have 60% support amongst voters, but if there's three candidates and they split the vote three different ways, the candidate with only 40% support, who's non-representative, may win. Ranked choice voting eliminates that issue. So more candidates can come forward and more voters can freely vote and rank those candidates early.
This is going to be retreading old ground, but I think it's worth being perfectly clear. If you had to summarize what ranked choice voting does to a political system, as in, does it push it left, right, no particular political direction? What is its value overall?
It allows the voter to vote more freely. They can vote their conscience without having to think strategically about the viability of a candidate. And it guarantees that the outcome of the election, that the candidate who wins, represents 50% or more of the electorate, of the voters in that jurisdiction. So how ranked choice voting is tabulated is if under first rankings, a candidate has 50% or more support, then they win. If not, then the candidate with the fewest votes is eliminated, and we tabulate their second choice votes. This continues, these rounds of tabulation continue until a candidate with 50% or more of voter support is found. And exactly, it's a nonpartisan issue, and it doesn't result in candidates who are lean in any specific direction, but results in candidates who represent the voters of that district. And that right now, with vote splitting, with there being more than two candidates in jurisdictions, that's not a guarantee. Right now in Michigan, we have had a lot of candidates who, Michigan being a 50-50 state, it's actually more of a 47-6 state, because there can be up over 5% of voters who vote third party or independent. The 2016 U.S. presidential election, Michigan, 2024 U.S. presidential election, 2020 U.S. Senate race, 2024 U.S. Senate race, all won by candidates who didn't win 50% of voter support. And this is just continuing. This is increasing in Michigan. With Michigan's upcoming third-party gubernatorial race, the next governor of Michigan may win with less than 40% of Michiganders' support. So ranked choice voting ensures that the winner of the election is supported by 50% of voters and reflects the will of the voters in that jurisdiction.
Where are you trying to get it? Are you trying to make it ideally? I'm not saying this is where it's going to end up. I'm not holding you to it, but are you trying to get ranked choice voting in the governor's race, in all state representative races, everywhere? Or do you have a limited scope to begin with?
No, you got it. You're right on it. In terms of our scope is limited to begin with. In terms of the statewide races of presidents, governor, attorney general, and secretary of state, U.S. Senate, and then U.S. House races. And we also allow for legislative expansion of ranked choice voting to additional offices, as well as local jurisdictions to use it. Right now, it's been voted on in Ann Arbor, East Lansing, Kalamazoo, Royal Oak, and Ferndale here in Michigan.
So presumably, if this passed, then by 28, the next time one hopes we have a presidential election, we would have ranked choice voting for the office of president in Michigan.
In Michigan,
theoretically,
in terms of our initiative doesn't implement until 2029. The 2026 and 2028 cycle is a quick turnaround in the middle of the fiscal year.
It is.
In terms of the way that Michigan is lined up in terms of its implementation cycles. So it's a quick turnaround. So it wouldn't be until 2029, but we're excited that Michigan would join. I mean, Maine and Alaska already use ranked choice voting, and I haven't mentioned this. We just mentioned New York City, but to 14 million Americans, they already are using ranked choice voting. To 14 million Americans, voting is ranking in one way or another. So Maine and Alaska already use ranked choice voting in their U.S. Presidential races. And yeah, Michigan, we're excited to bring this to Michigan's U.S. presidential race after the 2028 race.
How can people in other states organize the way you are organizing? Can they join your organization?
Yes.
Do this, I mean, it's ranked my vote, MI, but
absolutely.
Sign up?
So yes, for sure, I have to make a plug for Rank My Vote, rankmivote.org to sign up, donate, volunteer. So much of organizing nowadays is virtual, and we're doing, we're going out to rallies, collecting thousands of signatures, and then we have to phone bank and get those volunteers who signed up onto our team. So there's endless work for anyone to do around the country, and we're hoping to set an example by getting the signatures, winning next year, and spreading this to other states. Now, there are other groups around the nation, groups that come to mind, like our partner Rank the Vote, that is working with partner states, with groups and states around the nation. For example, our neighbors in Rank the Vote, Ohio. So at Rank, you can look for Rank the Vote or go to rankthevote.org to look for groups that are in your state or municipality. There's lots of campaigns going on around the country. And beyond that, you could always reach out to them if your state doesn't have an initiative or organizing process to start your own and start advocating for ranked choice voting and all of its benefits to your state or local municipality. But so many states, I mean, across the political spectrum, do have ranked choice voting programs, and this is such an exploding reform that voters like. After they use ranked choice voting, they overwhelmingly, over 80%, over 90% consistently in surveys, find simple, want to keep. So this is America's fastest growing nonpartisan reform.
Michigan, yes. whether folks out there like it or not, is one of those states that is part of every presidential map to victory, more or less. We do affect, at least once every 4 years, but lots of times in between as well, we do affect national politics. So getting ranked choice voting passed in Michigan will have an effect on you at some point if you want to get ahead of that game.
Absolutely. And again, I want to replug, to build on what you're saying, Jake, that in 2016 and 2024, where President Trump won Michigan's electoral votes, those were not won with over 50% of Michiganders' support, and ranked choice voting could have come into play in those elections, as well as the other elections I mentioned, right? U.S. Senate, all these things that are critical to our nation, where Michigan, being such a close state, the benefits of ranked choice voting to voters, to the nation, are awesome and impactful to all of us in the U.S.
Let's say that hope gets snuffed out and we just straight up lose. The next time we get it on the ballot and then the initiative doesn't pass. Let's say that happens. What is gained from participating in political organizing, even if the thing you're trying to make happen doesn't happen?
I have a prepared answer, but I won't say the prepared answer. But
give me both. Give me your natural
emotional
one.
answer. Is
all right.
People knowing that the world can be better. I think that's the biggest part. I think opening up people's imagination that the political world can be better. I mean, so many of people that I'm talking to in the past week, seeing the New York mayoral primary, seeing that candidates are cross-endorsing, that politics can be a positive coalitional experience rather than a negative mudslinging experience in which candidates advertise each other as the worst thing in the world, and then it makes voters hate each other. Voters at each other's necks, and then
you support the worst thing in the world. Oh.
Yeah.
And
then within our own families, our only families are torn apart, and so seeing that our political world can be better, that there's more options. And again, 14 million Americans use ranked choice voting. Australia, New Zealand, Ireland. It's not a new concept to millions of voters. It's just waiting to be seen, waiting for people to hear about, waiting for people to be aware of. And once they do, overwhelmingly people like and want to use ranked choice voting once they hear about it. So it's all about getting people aware of it. But I agree with you. Totally confident that we'll win, and we'll win even just through the awareness machine. I mean, just through having people be aware of that the state of our politics can be better.
Yeah, I think that's agreed. And I'll even add, it does something when you're out there and you're fighting for a cause, that cause fails. It does do something when you remember all the faces you met along the way that were also fighting, who also probably still feel the same way. I like your answer better. I just had to try to be optimistic.
No,
I bummed everyone out, actually.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, we're a grassroots campaign, so it's not like we're all passionate people. It's not like we're in this because we're paid. We are passionate people, and so yes, those relationships will last past the campaign. And we originally were founded in 2019, going for a 2022 initiative. But COVID, it's hard to project and make plans during COVID for us all when COVID was beginning. So it moved our campaign back. But yes, those grassroots organizers. I mean, we all didn't take that, we took that as a moving forward moment, not a moment to move aside. So yeah, those grassroots links maintain themselves, and we're all, however, going to keep moving forward in making our democracy better.
I want to point out Alaska is not some hippie state. That's where Sarah Palin's from. You can expect conservatives to get elected. The fact that they not only have ranked choice voting and often elect conservatives with it, but the fact that they passed ranked choice voting in a conservative state generally tells me that this is an issue where you could convince conservatives to vote for it, especially in a state like Michigan where it is a ballot initiative.
Agreed on that. And again, ranked choice voting brings out more voices. So we totally expect it to resonate as a nonpartisan issue with all voters in Michigan. But
well, that's also, what would you change your pitch for a conservative versus a progressive or not? Would you say it's the same thing? You get a better reflection of your choices.
Nope. Yep. It's the same thing. You get a better reflection of your choices, and the more positive campaigning, it so resonates with voters in terms of, again, even within a party primary, there's so much negative campaigning, right? Like, no, I am the true party representative. No, I am the true conservative, the true whatever, and bringing up to people that, like, no, more candidates could come forward and they could argue about what they have. They could discuss what they have in common rather than trying to tear each other apart. resonates with all voters. So no, the pitch isn't different.
This is one of the only political issues actually where you can talk about it without talking politics. That's lovely.
Yes, I was at a bar yesterday where we had Rank My Vote after we're grassroots efforts. So we were at a machine shop cutting clipboards. That's what we were doing. And we went to the bar afterward and there was a sign that said, I don't know if it was facetiously or not, no politics, but I was like, I mean, we didn't have anyone to talk. We were talking amongst ourselves. So I was like, I think we're exempt from this. I think we're not talking politics. We're talking about moving the state of our politics forward, making it better, making it more collaborative, making it a more positive experience.
Bless you for getting off your duff and actually organizing to get this done.
It's not just me. Even though I'm executive director, everyone's little contribution, whether it's $1, $5, $500, 1 hour, 5 hours, 500 hours, all works to make a difference. So thank you to you, and thank you to everyone who contributes to our campaign and making our democracy better.
Can you give us that website one more time?
Yeah, absolutely. Rank My Vote, rankmivote.org.
Pat Sabawa, Executive Director of Rank My Vote. Thank you so much for joining us today. We shall return to this space.
That was great. Everyone come back. Unmute.
That was great.
Not
Good
bad.
job. Really good. That explained a lot for me. Makes me that clears a lot up, because I feel like every time I look into ranked choice voting, I'm like, so okay, I just read it. What does it mean? But that makes a lot of sense, and I think that it gives people more range and flexibility with their decision. Like, why should we be locked into, okay, yes, everyone should participate in the primaries, but if you don't, then it's always the lesser of two evils. So why not participate in the primaries and also make them ranked choice voting? So
And
now
you really actually have a shot at making a difference.
right.
Yeah.
So now here's my and great interview, Jake, as always. Very
Thank you.
professional, very well done and legible. As far as New York, is the general ranked choice voting, or is it only in a primary and special elections? Because what I'm reading is New York City will use ranked choice voting for primary and special elections for the offices of mayor, public advocate, comptroller, bureau president, and city council due to an amendment in the city charter approved by voters in 2019, which I think means like come the general, it's not ranked choice anymore.
It's not.
Right?
It's not ranked choice in the general. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
In Michigan, the intention is to make it in the general. That's a big point of clarification. And that will, I mean, as he stated, Pat Sabawa, a good poll, by the way. It's not going to affect the next presidential election, but from 2029 on out, it will affect every presidential election. And I do want to point out, I think this is true. I should have asked at the time. It didn't dawn on me till I was re-listening to the interview. If you are interested in a third party, like, for example, you had a gander at how the New York Democrats treat a progressive as the enemy above all else, and you think a third party is the way to go, ranked choice voting makes that plausible. Not even necessarily likely to succeed, but it suddenly becomes plausible.
100%.
Yeah. Okay. Let's actually. So what are we looking at here? Oh, this is ranked choice voting. Okay, gotcha.
I can't concentrate on anything else until I say this. Carlos, thank you for covering for me the other week when my internet went to hell.
No
It
problem.
was a nightmare, but you saved me, man.
Nah, no problem.
This is from the Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center, which is an organization apparently. And this is one of their PDFs. So basically, most of the questions I think we might have might be in this. So this is a list of places that currently use cities or cities and states that use ranked choice voting. I think, and I guess Dominion has a heavy usage in terms of contracts to enable the voting process.
Yeah, I mean,
Interesting.
ranked choice voting is the
What
way
a
to go.
name for a voting machine company, eh?
Yes.
Dominion.
Like they're trying to sound as sinister as possible.
Fucking
It's
evil.
never a good
Oh,
sign.
shit. Legion of Doom. We make voting machines.
Deep Space Nine reference.
Oh, yeah, Star Trek.
Oh gosh, Dominion. I thought you were talking about Legion of Doom. You're right. My word.
Dominion.
Yeah.
And they were bad guys in Deep Space Nine.
The first time I ever talked to Matt Strackbein, the Letterhack, I made a Deep Space Nine reference, and I'm convinced that's where our friendship started. I referenced In the Pale Moonlight.
I haven't gotten there.
Yeah,
I'm
but
at the end of TNG.
I like the ties though, man. That was a big one for me. I was like, okay, this guy obviously doesn't just wear like any old suit. He's thought about it. It's considered.
Yeah.
But so I was reading about how the results are tabulated. All first choice votes are counted. If a candidate receives more than 50% of first choice votes, the candidate wins. That would be awesome if we saw that one way or another. But I don't think that's going to happen. And then I was reading that it could go on for several weeks before they figure it all out.
Yeah.
So if there's no winner in the first round, we will not find out until at earliest July 1st. That's when the second. That's when they start doing the additional rounds. So my guess is we probably wouldn't hear July 1st. I don't know exactly how quick the process is, but that's when the counting starts. At that
But we'll get something unofficial tonight.
No.
Now,
the only way we know is if there's no winner in the first round. That. We'll either know if there's a first round winner tonight. Otherwise, we won't know if there. Otherwise, we will know that we won't know the answer.
This is from This is from vote.nyc, and they say unofficial election night results will be posted at the close of polls on election day. So they give you something.
What I don't know what unofficial really means.
I guess they say these results include first choice votes from early voting election day and any valid mail ballots canvassed, but will not include affidavit ballots.
We'll have stats. We'll have stats. We'll have statistics. We'll have like
okay, they got to give you something.
We'll know how many people vote. You know we'll know how many early votes have been counted so far, but not total amount of early votes. We'll know probably how many mail-in ballots have been received up until a certain point, but not total amount of mail-in ballots. We'll know, that sort of thing. But I guess that's not really unofficial. That's just like current counts. But I guess official means like total. But
exit polling as well. When you walk out the door, somebody say, "Who did you vote for?"
Yeah,
sure.
Yeah.
And of course, not yet counting absentee votes, yada yada yada. So that's
Now,
why it would be unofficial.
Does that lead to conspiracy and speculation when they're on election night they said,
That's the question I have for all of you.
Yes.
If we're in the timeline where Mamdani got the victory fair and square, are we going to hear in early July from Cuomo spreading conspiracy theories about the election being?
Nah, I'll say no.
Him himself, no, but other people, sure.
We wouldn't hear that in July. We'd hear that starting tonight if he was going to pull that. Because if Mamdani won in the first round and anybody was going to do that, they would do that right out the bag. Like how is this possible? Cuomo's been leading the whole entire time, and then all of a sudden the press starts, juicing up the headlines saying that Mamdani's getting close, and because the press has been doing that to the point about the polls earlier in the night that we were talking about that Matt was highlighting, and how Cuomo is leading, and then all of a sudden the past week, maybe just the past couple of days, all of a sudden you hear like people sensationalizing Mamdani's getting close. He has cut into the lead significantly. But a lot of it's just people wanting, outlets wanting viewers, wanting clicks, and so they're trying to make things spicier to make people start to watch and pay attention.
Yeah, I think Cuomo runs independent in the general, right? And if he loses, he uses anything that goes wrong in the Zoran mayoralship. I don't know, in his time in office, he uses anything that goes wrong as, see, you would have been better off with me in the next Democratic presidential primary. Because he was their guy. Remember, he was totally their guy.
Gearing
They
up
were
for it.
all
He was gearing up for it all through COVID.
liberal media
him
was
and his
loving
brother
it.
on CNN.
Nah,
hanging
don't
out.
manifest that. I don't want to
But,
have to
like, he
deal with
already
Cuomo
started
in the
'cause he wrote a
primaries.
book. Like,
No,
and that's how
I
you know
believe it.
someone's running. But like,
I believe it.
so I think like he started that and then got deposed, like unbelievably to him. And now he's like, oh, but I could start this back up again and just kick it off, and everyone will forget and won't remember those women and whatnot.
I want to bring on, hold on, real quick. I want to bring on another host. We have somebody joining us now. Gina from Raw News and Politics. Hey, Gina, how's it going?
Hey, good. How's everybody?
Good.
Doing
Hey,
good. Let me just
What'd I
go around
miss?
the room real
So-
quick.
it's so
Well,
boring.
you didn't miss anything. The polls haven't closed. We got about a half hour to go. Real quick, you and I know each other. It's very good to see you again. Carlos is next to me from A Difficult Truth. Oh, and now Jake is next to me. Jake Draugelis from What You Can Do. Then
Yes,
Carlos from A
stubborn
Difficult
again.
Truth. And then Alex from Devil's Advocate Productions. And then Sandy Lovis, our Canadian international correspondent from Left of the Box. Everyone meet Gina. Gina, please introduce yourself to the group.
Hey, guys. Well, I know Jake knows me because I've seen my
ma'am.
videos over there. So great to meet you finally. I'm Gina Bonanno. I'm from Raw News and Politics. That's what birthed me onto YouTube. But yeah, great to meet all of you, and great to be with you. So yeah, I'm excited to talk about this.
Yeah,
I had to jump back on screen to
in
be
New York.
absolutely
Well,
positive.
you're just in
that I got-
time for us to finish going through Cuomo's site. I grabbed my Green Lantern ring because I'm wearing the shirt, I'm wearing the hat, I'm trying to manifest the will for Zoran to win. But I also wanted to talk about this ring. This is the orange ring of
Greed.
avarice.
Laurel
Greed.
freeze.
Exactly. And
Nerds.
this yes, I know, we're huge nerds. This website is the epitome of it. First of all, this is his little like his policy section, right? Whereas Zoran's all the way, you can just read it from the front
Very
page.
detailed, thorough.
Then this one you got to click through, and then just donate again at the bottom. And click combating anti-Semitism, just takes you to the main page with all of them, so it's not even its own thing.
So
But
where's
let's go through
the
this.
combating other forms of hatred?
Right. Go. Very telling, I think.
There's no votes in that.
What he
Where-
hasn't
where's
told for us
the
to see
anti-queer,
first.
like the Islamophobia.
Yeah, but they want you to do
not a
stuff
thing.
for them.
They want you to actually pass policies.
Yeah,
But
we-
what
we
he has
are-
in bold here are these 3 bullet points. Ensure those that threaten, harass, or destroy property in the name of anti-Semitism are held accountable. That's for Elon and the Tesla dealerships. Because I've
Yeah.
walked
Oh my
by
God.
them, seeing the protesters out there and spitting on cars, whatever, keying cars, the things you can do to cars. Provide a strong response to anti-Semitic incidents in schools, including curriculum reforms. So we're going to take out any mention of Palestine in any textbook or any curriculum. That's insane. And third, adopt the International Holocaust Remembrance Association definition of anti-Semitism to ensure that city officials and law enforcement are battling anti-Semitism in all forms. And that is the thing that they just passed in Congress, in the Senate. Yes, no, that they all agreed on, right? And Schumer sponsored this.
Yeah, they've been saying for years you can't say anything bad about Israel.
Tying Israel
I mean,
to
it's just
weird.
gross to like say that this is like anti, because that's obviously aimed, with getting people, with herding people to the conclusion that Zoran is anti-Semitic, or at least kind of hinting that out there by putting that on the page, right?
Literally,
And
like it. Why don't you have it on your page, Zoran? We have a
Right.
whole section.
I mean, it's
dedicated
just
to
it's
that.
just gross. It's gross. It's gross. It's gross. I've seen the questions that Zoran gets. Yeah, I mean, it's just wild. That was it a panel or a debate where they asked everyone where they would go, after
Yeah.
winning the mayoral
Yeah,
race.
it
Like,
was in a debate.
first of all, yeah, like
I'm gonna go to Israel. For
yeah,
vacation.
first of all, who cares? Why are you asking where people would go if they win a mayoral race in New York? And like, of course, everyone was like Israel. There's one candidate who's like, "Oh, I'm gonna visit my parents." I'm like, "Oh, okay, a human being.
Right.
All right,
Yeah.
understandable." And Zoran was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna stay here because I'm running for mayor of New York." So and they're like, "So does that mean you don't believe in the? Come on, man! Like, does that mean you don't believe in the state of Israel should exist or something like that? Like, come on, that's dishonest."
Welcome in, Dieter McBusiness. How's it going, Dieter?
What's good? What's good, y'all? How you doing?
Doing good. Dieter, do you want to just quickly introduce yourself?
Yeah, sure. My name is Dieter McBusiness. I am America's favorite white Anglo-Saxon Protestant because I have traveled the political spectrum from hardcore conservative to flaming progressive. From the East Coast, originally advocate for the politics of unapologetic anger. I'm pissed off, and you should be too, and that's okay. And it's about what we do with it now. I was listening to you guys in the lead up on my drive home, and I wanted to make sure I covered a thing from Alex where you were thinking about the change in California and New York, and like how that kind of spreads throughout the rest of the country. So it's actually, I think you were thinking of Gavin Newsom's quote, "So goes California, so goes the country."
Yeah, was that Newsom originally?
It was a while
I thought that was
ago.
like
Yeah,
an
it was when he
old
was
phrase.
it was when he was it's relatively old because it was a while since he was running. But the old one that you might have also been thinking of was Nixon, who said that change starts on the West Coast, and then he basically said it starts on the West Coast, goes to the Northeast, and then eventually to the Midwest, and finally the Deep South. So that's kind of how change flows through America. Easiest example recently is legal weed. That's pretty much the easiest example.
I got a question for the group. Check
That's a
this
good way
out.
to pattern that.
We were talking about Cuomo. We were looking at his website. It's not great. Here's a question for the group. I want to start with Gina, and then maybe Dieter, and because the rest of us have had quite a bit of talking tonight. Is the best way to people are claiming this is the case. Is the best way to confront Trump with a Trump-like politician, in this case Cuomo, right? Because Cuomo is that guy, right? Like, is the best, are people going to vote for Cuomo because they think he's the guy that is best suited to go toe to toe with somebody like Trump? And I know it's mayor versus president, but that's real, right? Because he's talking about locking people up who don't do what he says and defunding their state and all that. So he's going after mayors. Eric Adams caved right away, but especially with deportations. But what do you think, Gina? Are people likely to vote for Cuomo because he's corrupt enough to go toe to toe with somebody like Trump?
Unfortunately, yeah. I mean, we have so many uninformed voters out there, and not to put them down, these low information voters, but I think it's, as we've talked about before, Matt, there's so many people who are just busy. They're living their lives, they're, raising kids, working full time. They come home to their second job, cooking dinner, cleaning the kitchen, homework, and all that. They don't have time to do the research. And so, unfortunately, I think he has the name recognition, which is helping him the most. But this is if he wins, this is going to play right into the Republicans' hands, because then it's just a Bernie scenario all over again. If you look at the polling, so many young people are for Mamdani. And this is going to be like, here we go again, just a corrupt typical politician, has the name ID, just like the Clintons, just like the Bushes, just like all the rest of them. And that's who the Democrats go for, because there's this myth out there, this lie that they keep telling people that, oh, a socialist can't win. Somebody who believes in socialist policies is never going to win. I mean, we've done it their way forever. When have we ever tried a socialist candidate in the United States? They've had their way. They've gotten their way over and over again. And where has it led us? It's led us to a place where the people are pissed off. People are tired of the same old bullshit and getting screwed over, watching the oligarchs take everything from them. And if he wins, if Cuomo wins again, or tonight, it's just going to be Bernie all over again. And I can tell you, who's really like leaning into this and freaking out about Mamdani are the never Trumpers. I watch everything from left to far right to center. And, I watch a lot of the Bulwark to see what they're all saying. And they are freaked out by Mamdani. They talk about him like he has 3 heads. And they've actually said, like, oh yeah, I would go for Cuomo. Yeah, he's not a great pick. He is corrupt, but I would go for him. It's like, so you haven't learned anything. You haven't changed at all.
That guy from the Bulwark said that?
Yeah. Well, actually, it was Sarah Longwell who said it.
Okay.
But
That
yeah,
makes
Tim
sense.
Miller kind of like agreed with it.
Yeah, he just
Tim Miller makes sense too, though.
I don't know if
He's
Tim
a
Miller
Repu-
would be that explicit about that. Oh, you think so? Really?
The former McCain manager.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking
Oh,
of the wrong
that guy, the
Okay.
bald guy.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of
No.
Sarah
He's thinking of
Longwell, and I don't know if Sarah Longwell was Republican.
Yeah, she's like a never Trumper, right? Or was?
Yeah, I don't think she considers herself to be Republican anymore, though.
No, but she was. And,
Yeah.
and I think those folks correctly are assessing the situation, which is they are witnessing the death of their lane of politics. But
Mhm.
that's good because they exist only on deception. They are nothing but a stalling pattern for any kind of change. But they are not an advocate for good governance, and they have no interest in helping anybody. So this
But
is
they
fantastic.
clearly, they still don't get that they are the reason we're in this situation. They are
Yeah.
the reason, part of the reason. I mean, the Democrats have their own issues and played a part in this, obviously, but they don't get that they allowed the weeds to grow in the Republican Party so much, starting with Ronald Reagan, and his racism and all of his bullshit. And so,
And the failure to prosecute him.
yeah. I mean, it's just, it was inevitable that you'd end up with somebody like Trump. And they still haven't reckoned with that. They still haven't grappled with the fact that because they allowed that to go on for so many years, so many decades, that it led them to this point. It just, they kept moving the line and moving the line. And of course you end up with Trump.
In their
But they won't
minds,
take-
Barack Obama was the golden age of politics. Not simply because of Obama, but the time. In their minds, 2014 was the high watermark for the United States. That's because that's when that level of corruption existed. It wasn't really questioned by anybody. And they were viewed, they got the best of both worlds. They were viewed as these like intelligent types, but also they inexplicably got really rich doing politics. And now there's people that actually want change. Either there's people that want the promised destruction that Republicans have been teasing since Reagan, or there's progressives who want to fulfill the always promised, never delivered American dream. And that is their worst nightmare, to be caught between those.
I wanted to get back to Cuomo, that prompt from Letterhack, because I thought you said some interesting things, Gina. I don't think Cuomo has the ethos that Letterhack described. I don't think people actually see him, or at least enough people see him as like the anti-Trump, in that way that he described it. I also
No, I mean
don't-
like he's similar to
What?
Trump. Like he is
Okay.
Trump. He's if look at it this. I think it was De Blasio who said this in a recent David Sirota interview, where he said, "There's no other corrupt candidate second to Trump besides Cuomo."
So this is just based on corruption.
Yeah, and they're like, that's how he could take on Trump. Like he's our, you know how we keep saying
our
the
corrupt
Joe
guy.
Rogan, the left needs
Yeah.
a Trump, I guess.
The
is what
left
they're
Trump.
saying.
Oh my God.
I don't think, but I just don't think he is a left Trump. I mean, that's a poor man's left Trump or something. There's a lot
Yeah.
missing there.
I mean, Trump's a poor man's Trump.
Yo, so just remember, like the thing that you gotta, I think the biggest variable for tonight is, I mean, as it always is turnout. And I think there's going to be a legendary historical amount of turnout. I don't think New York voters are as superficial as a lot of other parts of the country. I think they're actually pretty informed voters, or if they haven't been in the past, they're going to be this time with how much media attention this race has been getting. But with that said, I have no confidence in any kind of predictions. I'm just not predicting shit for probably a few years now. It's just stupid. You know, I'll go gamble on sports instead. The big question though that I think is going to be answered is related to the Cuomo prompt is how powerful Blue MAGA is. Because if Cuomo wins, then Blue MAGA is pretty strong. But if Zoran pulls it off, then all of the policy pools kind of become more relevant, right? Like Medicare for All has a 70% approval rating or something like that. So people never talk about policy polls, and that's something that progressives should do more of. And also too, Zoran is just he's a badass, man. You got to be badass compared to it's not necessarily that hard compared to like Chuck Schumer and the other major personalities of the Democratic establishment. But him losing his shit on camera at Holman, fantastic. You know, fantastic. Show everybody, you know, that you're down to get in the bully's face and call them out, because that's the only way to deal with a bully is to call them out and get in their face and dare them to hit you. And so, yeah, I'm optimistic, but definitely not making any predictions.
Yeah, I get that. I mean, that I don't like making predictions either, honestly. To me, it's like do the work. You know, I don't have a crystal ball. But how about this? Here's another question.
We're working on it.
What if Cuomo wins? Is it at least better than Eric Adams?
Oh,
but not really. I don't.
I
think
love
so.
these questions that make everyone go, "Oh, come on, dude."
They
Do we
both
to
have. They
answer
both
this?"
have. I mean, we should put a poll in
Poison or the
YouTube
gun?
chat.
Okay.
The YouTube chat. What is the audit? What does the chat think? Who
I'll
would
do
be
that
worse, Cuomo or Adams?
I can offer my thought, which
because
is
they both have access
Cuomo's
to grind. You saying, Jake? You said Cuomo's going to be worse.
yeah, because I mean, we're talking if we're gonna talk Trump-like in this scenario, Adams is the more Trump-like person. Eric Adams is not a savvy con artist. He's like a regular, wears it on his sleeve, corrupt dude. He was getting bribed by Turkey. He was in a movie, in like a comedy movie that was filmed in Turkey about comedians that come to New York and bribe the mayor. As himself, he's not a savvy guy. Whereas Cuomo has a way of laundering his shady deals in the press to make it look like it's business as usual, and it actually is. It's just very corrupt.
If you're ever having a bad day, folks, remember that Eric Adams is the mayor of New York City. Like, you can do anything. You can do
It's
anything
true.
you put your mind to. Because you have a
That's
mind to
very
put something to.
Credit to. Let me defend the man a little bit here.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
Adams defender.
he's the-
Let me get Olay.
It's like the Tammany Hall. If you were one of the contractors that was, nobody's over 1,000 years old here. Okay. He got into politics during a corrupt time, and he, in my opinion, is most guilty of just not thinking you have to hide it because everybody was so okay with it. And he always looks bewildered when people are accusing him of doing the things he's very clearly done.
Yeah.
But that's because in his mindset, like, yeah, this is all normal. Of course I'm taking free flights to Turkey or anywhere else on the world in Turkish Airlines. I'm the mayor of New York. I get free stuff. Duh. It's just, he's not a good person, but he's not, he's just like a regular villain.
Yes. Yes, he is. He is a regular villain. This is the guy that Batman is like finishing beating up in the beginning of the story before going to fight the Joker or the Riddler.
Carmine Falcone.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Carmine.
exactly.
But he's
that.
even less competent than Carmine.
Yeah.
I feel like every time a politician is called out for something, they're like 2 seconds away from going, we all do this. Why are you calling me?
Yeah.
Like
Right.
that's what that look is on their
Yes.
face. That they're like, we all do
You're
insider
making-
trading. That's
You're
why
making
we're
you
in
a
government.
story? Okay, I meant to pay for the flight.
Exactly. Yeah.
All right, so I'm going to be the invisible voice just because there's too many faces on screen.
There
A
can't
couple
be
people-
enough faces on screen. Come on.
No, eventually you're not going to be able to see everybody.
Let's keep the prettiest on. Oh,
There you go. So, all right, since we're talking about Adams, I just wanted to look at how Adams got to reach the mayoralship.
Yeah, let's take a look back.
So his
In
story begins at like 14 when he joined the Seven Crowns gang, or at least legend has it. And like he had like he got problems with the law and all that, and then he became a cop. From becoming a cop to going into the political arena. That's the interesting point.
Yeah.
And I don't trust. I trust Wikipedia on some things. I don't trust Wikipedia on things like this because of how sources are approved. I've been involved in, writing Wikipedia bios and all that in the past a couple times. It says that he spoke to William Lynch Jr., who was an advisor to Dinkins, about a political career, and Lynch encouraged Adams first to obtain a bachelor's degree, rise within the NYPD's ranks, and successfully run for a lower political office, which he did because he then moved to the state senate and then then led the borough of Brooklyn and then became mayor. I feel like there's there's got to be a lot brushed over. I'm going to leave it there and see who wants to pick it up.
Well, for sure. Olayemi Olurin, who those of you watching, you probably know who she is. But those of you who don't, she has a show, Olurinati, on YouTube. She did an interview on The Breakfast Club and actually got to talk to Eric himself. And newspapers were written about it. It was amazing. But she did a deep dive on him. And he based like that early story of him in the gang. That is one he tells a lot of him growing up and learning. Now, what he really learned, and she explains in the video, is he really learned that the hardest dude on the street is still scared of the cops. And so the cops are the ones with the real power. And that's where he got the idea to go that route. And, maybe talking with this Dinkins guy, also, but at least formatively as a child, he recognized that like the cops were the overseers, and he was like, I'll be the house guy. I'll be the house guy to run around with the overseers, and that tracks from what I've heard.
Our poll is, it's only been 5 minutes and there's not as many votes as there are viewers, but it's 80-20, 80% no, 20% yes, that Cuomo would not be better than Adams.
It does occur to me that
So
when
that
I
means-
said all that about Adams, this is all in a post Olayemi slays him publicly world. he's never looked like a bigger fool than when that woman got him
Yo,
in front of a
that
microphone.
was so fucking funny. And he kept looking to Charlemagne the God, trying to be like, come on, brother. Like, you know, like these
Why is this happening?
basically
Yeah.
trying to be like, women be crazy.
So this
Oh,
is actually a
this is
clip
amazing.
this is a 20-minute video that
This got us-
Olay did afterwards, where she basically brought her receipts, basically
Yeah.
following up on all the interactions and saying, here's the proof of everything I said.
She's also
but we don't have to play the whole thing,
but she's a public defendant. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't want to play Breakfast
Defender.
Club. Don't play the Breakfast Club. Does she play it in this? Because that
Yeah,
killed
she
our
does
stream
play
the
it, but
other
I
day.
don't. So
I don't want to risk it.
How long are these? Let's see.
I don't know. We're too new. I don't want to risk it. I don't know how long it was the other night when we played it, but the whole stream died, and it was just like
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Just from Breakfast Club? Okay, I thought it was Daily Show because the one that we
no.
had to
They
use-
followed up and said it was the Breakfast Club.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
And it was like we were playing a Rational National video,
Right.
who was playing the Breakfast Club, but his was still up, but ours went down. And I think it was because ours was live and his was a video.
Live seems to have different regulations.
Should I play part of just Olay speaking on her?
Yes.
No, I
after the
think.
fact?
Well, I think we
Or
get
should
it
we-
because when confronted, look, this is the thing. When confronted, he's got nothing, right? And then he goes on to just, he's a collaborator, right?
Yeah.
He's working with
He's Samuel L.
Homan.
Jackson in Django Unchained.
Okay, but he's working with ICE, right? He's working with Trump. He's glad to do it. He is just he is the epitome of what people mean when they say cop, right? Like he is just living up to that stereotype, and he actually kind of defines it in a way. But I can't see. I don't think he's gonna win running as an independent.
Eric,
I really
know.
don't.
Yeah, no. I don't. It's really like we said earlier. It's really he'd have to unite. He'd have to take the Republican vote, and I
But
don't
none
think
of
that's
these-
strong enough for him to get the win.
But like none of these people are going anywhere. I thought Cuomo was done. I didn't think he was coming back. And look,
Yeah, I
he's like
know.
leading the race. But so what do you think happens
name.
with an Eric Adams? Does he end up in the Trump administration? Or like, I mean, these people, they all get pardoned, they all get jobs, nothing ever goes wrong for them.
Well,
and if it does, they survive
Rudy.
it. What is this?
What's Rudy up to? What's some of these other people up to?
Rudy's
Rudy's
got a podcast. He's debarred. He can't practice law, and he's trying to find ways not to pay his victims. So
Yeah, Rudy's fighting for survival.
But some
Whatever
of them,
relevancy he
Huckabee,
has.
she's governor now. Some of them do bounce
wait,
back.
what?
Oh, I was just saying some of them do bounce back. Like Huckabee, she's the governor now.
But she never really fell. She actually because she never when she stopped when she left the administration, that wasn't because she messed up or anything. I think she just resigned. I think she just left.
So
to
here's
prepare for
my
what.
point. If Cuomo wasn't in the race, Eric Adams would be leading in the polls, right?
I
I
don't know.
don't
That's
know.
a good question.
I don't
Because
know.
he
I
decided
don't know.
not to run as a Democrat because he knew it was going to get messy for him in the primary. But
I don't know that he'd be leading. Maybe initially when none of the other people had when Mamdani was still at 1%. But even then, Stringer and forget the other guy that was on Colbert with Mamdani.
Brad Lander.
Yeah. Stringer and Lander are both known entities, along with
Yeah.
Adrian with the speaker. So
I think once you align with Trump, you're done.
Yeah.
In the Democrat side, even Blue MAGA,
Yeah.
I think they're like, no. I mean, I asked my audience, what if Elon Musk decided that he was going to make a complete about face? He was going to, swear allegiance to the Democrats now and completely disown Trump and the Republicans and apologize. Would you consider taking him back? Would you consider, letting him back in the door? I really thought that I would have a lot more of my audience saying, yeah, I might consider it. It was an overwhelming hell no.
Right.
I mean, there were maybe
gotta be at
2
this point.
out of hundreds and hundreds of responses. So I think once you get the stink of Trump on you, the Democrats are done. And then, you know, he's not going to pick off enough Republicans. I mean, because he would be, you know, Republican light
Yeah.
compared to the other
Why
candidates.
not vote for SOA?
And let's not forget why he I don't want to say he moved in Trump's direction, because honestly, I think like he was always going to go whichever way the wind blew. But but before making the deal, the reason he needed to make a deal was because he was in hot water legally, because he had accepted a bribe from, was it Turkey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. I mean,
Or
bribes,
Egypt.
I think. But anyway, I think working with Trump is almost worse. I don't know. Like, go ahead and
Yeah.
break the law, man. That's just
Yeah,
anti-capitalism.
everybody does that.
Whatever. But like, working with Trump, come on. Now you're involved in American fascism. Good job.
Yeah, the voters expect some level of corruption now in America, which is just a sad state of affairs. But what they will not accept is any involvement with Trump.
Something we were talking about earlier, Gina, and I know that you do a significant amount of FAFO Trump voters,
Mhm.
right? Regretful Trump voters, and we've talked about that.
Yeah.
Do you think that this is kind of has potential to be the epitome of that? I mean, one, they should know better, New York voters, when it comes to Cuomo. Two, they should understand that voting for Zoran is voting in their best interest. I mean, he hasn't said anything that wouldn't. I mean, yeah, okay, you can debate whether or not the guy can get the things done that he campaigned on, but that's every politician, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I have to assume that, you know, if I'm not a New Yorker, but I would assume that he'd be able to work with this governor, right? I don't know. Maybe I'm off on that. But do you think that voters in New York right now are putting themselves in a position where they are going to be in the find out phase?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. If
I mean,
they
they
go
did
for
with
Cuomo,
Adams.
absolutely. I mean,
Yeah.
because really, you know, as the mayor of a city, what is it that they expect him to do about Trump? Right? I mean, he's
Yeah.
not the governor of the state. So if that's why they're voting for him, I mean, they're going to be sadly disappointed that a mayor of a city, regardless, I mean, I know it's the biggest city, but you know, he's limited in what he can do to fight against Trump. And I mean, that's just a piss poor excuse for voting for him. But you know, and we can't ever underestimate the racism on our side too. You know, people not wanting to vote for Mamdani because he's a brown man and a
This is
Muslim.
New York.
So
This is New York. Still,
it is New York,
remember
yeah.
and have those ingrained memories of post 9/11 Islamophobia.
Yeah.
I would
Yeah.
argue that in a city with as many police officers as New York, you could do a lot to interfere with ICE investigations, even if only you said things like, we will not allow bounty hunters at all within city limits. But that being said, if I'm not mistaken, Cuomo's been real cagey about how much he's going
flat
to
out-
actually resist Trump.
He flat out said, like,
"Mm,
oh, they're gonna do illegal things, you know, kind of just stay out of their way. Don't worry about it.
yeah, he specifically said, it even said along the lines of bowing to threats. He was saying, you know, we could get in a lot of trouble if we essentially, I'm paraphrasing, but
Yeah.
we could, if we have an emergency, get in a lot of trouble if Trump's angry with us. He's not the guy to fight Trump. He will take a knee on behalf of the city.
This is the perfect example of how he will cower already before the election even happened.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trump.
Well, and he has an axe to grind against the Democratic Party. So, you know, is he running in that way? He is like Trump. He
And
is
I want to
pissed off.
ask Dieter, because I know you have ties to the waspy world What if anything do they say about Cuomo or that dynasty?
I mean, it's probably along the lines of the way they felt about, like, in a weird way, Joe Lieberman, some Democrat that would be all about bipartisanship and working with conservative, like, small government ideology, and tax cuts, for mostly about the tax cuts. I mean, anytime you get a waspy 1%er an opportunity to tax cut, he or she is going to take it, find some way to justify it. But you meant culturally?
I mean, yeah, because the Italian American versus
Yeah.
waspy is going to
Yeah,
be.
the waspy contingent down in New York. I mean, New York's a lot more diverse than New England, or at least Boston area. There's a lot of diversity in Boston, but the pie chart isn't as impressive as New York. A lot of different cultures funneling into New York. So the WASP power base there has been gone for a long time. I don't. Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be that looking down on Italians and Irish people from the WASP community. Yeah, they're
They
always
just
gonna
see
be
him as like a gangster.
They're just gonna. The easiest thing for a WASP to do is just say that every signatory of the Declaration of Independence was a WASP. So fuck you.
Look,
Like,
don't get your hopes up.
Stop the count.
Our first results. Stop the count.
Stop the
Oh,
very first
yeah.
results.
Is there a map?
This will get updated. I'll check.
Classes
I
are
just
going
wanted to let you all
But
see where we're at.
But even with that, he's not at 50. So I think in order
Right.
for it to be a winner in the first round, you have to have over 50%. Sandy, you were going to say something.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, so are people still able to vote? Like the polls are closed, but like up here in Canada land, if you're in line when the polls close, you still
yeah.
get to vote.
I
So
think-
are there still
yeah.
people voting right now?
They're
Probably.
on Twitter.
If
They're
you
telling
are
people to stay
listening
in
in line in New York, you're the sort
Stay
of person
in line.
Yeah,
that
yeah.
listens to this. Don't you get out of that line. You stay in that line. We're
Yep.
7 points away.
The sun has gone down. It's finally cooling off. Get some water. Stay in line.
So that's an interesting thing, though, that doesn't get talked enough about on the left, is making, National Election Day a holiday. And you could even make like a, primary day a holiday too. I mean, why not, right? Like,
It should
anything
be.
that makes it easier to vote. But the mail-in ballot is something that you should be paying attention to, as Republicans will try to, subvert the integrity of the next couple of elections before Trump leaves, because that seems to be, the left's kind of big weapon electorally.
So,
Real quick
Matt,
question. Oh, no, go ahead.
I was
No,
just
no,
going to
that's
say,
a
Matt,
question for
Matt, as you're looking over this stuff, I think
Yeah.
that's your mouse at least. Yeah. So Staten Island, I would be shocked if Cuomo loses because it's cop town.
40% of the vote
absolutely.
is in.
So that's police area. If Adams was in this race, it would be Adams' place to lose without a
Okay.
doubt.
Yeah.
The Bronx,
What
I'm a
part
little
is
bit
this?
surprised. This is New York Times, I think, right?
Yeah, New York Times.
Manhattan, I'm surprised about, but again, it's really early, so I wouldn't get too excited about that. And the Bronx, I'm not familiar enough. I mean, I know the demographics. I'm trying to figure out why he would be in the lead in the Bronx.
29%. I mean, if his voting base skews older,
Which it
do you
does.
think they're more inclined to go to the polls rather than do mail-in?
No. Oh, that's what you mean. I thought you meant voting versus not voting.
Yeah, like show up in person on election day.
yeah.
That's old school, right?
They'll do mail-in for sure, though.
So maybe there's some more stuff to be.
I mean, I voted by mail this year, actually, too. I was like,
And
I
it
don't
was
want to.
because of the heat. Everybody was saying, it's going to keep a lot of the older voters from going out. I mean, it was supposed to be like 114 in New York today.
Yeah,
so,
it was fucking hot this morning.
Yeah,
Exact
I didn't
same
even know
result.
New York got that hot.
Yeah.
It didn't.
Yeah,
It doesn't. But it was hotter in New York than it was in Texas the past few days.
Yep.
Yeah, it's hotter
exact
than here in
policy.
California. I mean, we're in like the low 80s this week in California, so I
Where
can't
are you in
believe
California? Are you in Southern or Northern California?
Southern.
Okay. LA?
No, about an hour
Let's
away
not
from
get
LA.
that specific.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is
So
the
we're
way
well
out
what's your
here.
what's the name of your local comic book store? So the
What's your major
um,
groceries?
I'm
used to live in LA, that's why I was
cross-referencing the Washington Post results. It's the exact same. I only look at those two. If anyone has another one to look at, I will. But they're the exact same right now.
Yeah, no, I mean those sources are usually they're fit. I think they're getting it from the precincts. So I'm like, I don't know exactly how the system.
I'm looking at Spectrum News. Zoran 43.1%.
Yeah.
It's a
34
pipeline,
for
so
Andrew.
they're all
That's-
grabbing from the same source.
It's looking good.
So, here's the thing. Do you think we've seen the last of Brad Lander?
No,
No,
definitely not. He's been around for a while.
What
he's
if
not
he
old- he's
hadn't?
not old. He's
What
not
if he hadn't been roughed up by ICE?
Dude,
like
that's probably
he
the
made
best
a
thing that
name for
happened to his
himself.
career in a long time.
I'm going to tell y'all, gang, I do not think that was an accident. I think that was what he did was very intentional when he was grabbing that
he
officer.
knew he was going to get roughed up.
He knew he would get arrested. He's not dumb.
But that wasn't the
He
first time
was
he was
grabbing
there.
and holding on to somebody who he knew to be a police officer. But that's a little something called civil disobedience.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
I think he
No, but do you
he
think it was for a spectacle because he was there? It wasn't a one-off. He's been there for the past several weeks in the court.
yeah, and
I don't
that
think it was
time
a
he
whole
decided to get
spectacle, but
physical.
Tactical.
But let me put it like this. I think
Yeah, but
it's
every other
only-
day they were answering him. I don't know if you
Yeah.
heard that, Jake. Because every day he would
Yeah.
say, "Do you have a warrant? Do you have a warrant? Let me see it." And every day they were showing it to him, except for that day they refused.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I mean, they were going to push their limits, and he was going to meet them fairly. Good for him. But I think the initial assessment, do we only know who he is because of the arrest, is accurate. But I would add, it's also earned. That was an intentional act that he did. It was brave as hell, and it was the moral thing to do. He's a good man, and he has the foresight to campaign with his competition because they actually believe in something.
So I'll give you that on the national level. He was like he was not. He doesn't have Cuomo's name recognition, but he is a known. He is known and has been around for a while. During the pandemic, he was in the protests. He was like with the in all of the big marches and everything that was taking place. I was there too, but I wasn't always at the ones he was at. Like he was always on. Like you would see plenty of coverage of him outside residences of police or authorities. He was wherever people were being. So he's known in that area in terms of protesting and everything. It's not something that's new. I don't know that whether it's how much of it's performative is another question.
Well, I mean, protesting itself is performative.
Sure.
I don't want to undermine what he did at all. I just want to say, in fact, I mean to compliment it further by saying it doesn't surprise me to hear that he's been involved in protests. He seemed to know exactly what he was doing, and he did it exactly the right way. He was polite, he was formal, and he made the whole nation talk about what ICE is actually doing.
Yeah, no, that part, as far as getting his name on the headline nationally, yeah, no, for sure. That it was definitely effective.
I just know personally that I would have been sitting at breakfast that morning going, today is the day I'm going to let them. I'm going to be a little extra today, and I'm going to let them be a little extra. And I bet I'll be on Stephen Colbert within a couple of weeks.
But see, okay, think about it this way. If they had not tried to blow him off and they had said, here's the warrant, what's the result of that? Like if you change the course of events, he doesn't get arrested because he sees a warrant, or he still gets physical?
I don't know. I would continue to put myself in their way on that path. You know what I mean? I would just assume that the more I did it, the more likely they're ramping up. Everything they do is more aggressive, right? And hostile. You just have to assume the more you're in their way, the more likely they're eventually going to be like, all right, we're to here with this guy. Arrest him, And they had just done it to, now I forget his name, Padilla in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
They had just done it to him days earlier. It was sort of a trend that could have happened. And I know I can see Jake's point, but
Yeah,
J-
yeah.
JD
Well, now I'm
called him
questioning my
Jose
point. I don't remember
Padilla.
if it was Padilla that grabbed the guy.
No, Padilla was just like he
No,
just
no, you're right.
resist. Padilla resisted being taken away.
he asserted himself, and Mays was like, "Who is this?" Instead of
No,
going,
she completely ignored him.
it's obviously
kept
the
talking.
senator. Yeah. But like then they all grabbed him, and that would have been her cue to be like, please take your hands off him. What are you doing? Like, let him go. But that's
He's
not how
one
they
of
roll.
the fancy ones.
No, instead they said he rushed her.
Yeah.
Oh, it's in California, not Pennsylvania. My bad.
Yeah, Alex Padilla, vicious mongrel that he is, rushed at her, jowls slavering to believe Fox News.
Right. The polls have nudged just a little bit. 43 to 34.2.
I'm seeing some early calls for Jermaine Williams for public advocate.
Okay, now that means nothing to me, but you live in New York. What does that mean to you?
I don't know.
The
what a public
public
advocate does.
Come on.
The public advocate is the public advocate is sort of like a vice mayor in
Well,
a
yeah,
way.
but how big of a deal is it in this case that it's that person?
Well,
Is that good?
he's someone I follow because he
Yeah, no,
talks about
he's-
progressive stuff in New York politics.
Okay.
So I was happy to vote for him.
So he's been. I think this is his. I think he's in his second or third term as public advocate. He's the incumbent.
Okay.
So, and I think he's the favorite to win it anyway.
Our resident expert in U.S. politics looks like she had something to chime in with.
No, I'm just looking up a Canadian article about the mayoral race, and it's just this sentence I just find amusing because I don't normally see this word in news articles. Cuomo brings a pugnacious style to the table. He has more than 3 years of experience as a state attorney general, followed by a decade as governor. As governor, he earned praise for authoritative and empathetic news conferences during the early weeks of COVID-19 pandemic, occurring while Trump as president offered a series of mixed statements, many downplaying the virus. Cuomo capitalized on the good PR by writing a book about leadership lessons, but he was later accused of presenting lawmakers with misleading statements on New York's nursing home deaths during the pandemic's first year.
He also capitalized on that fame by fondling employees.
Oh, and here's a little bit about Mandani. So, like Trump, Mandani hails from Queens, which is about the extent of their similarities. Mandami, 33, was born in Uganda to a family of Indian descent and could become the city's first Muslim mayor. He is also a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. Not necessarily a deal breaker for New Yorkers, given that the late Mayor David Dickens was also a member for a time. Mandami
His
was
fangs are 16 centimeters long, and he claims to have all of his shots.
Mandani, with 4 years of experience as a New York state legislator, has campaigned on affordability and cost of living, floating the idea of free bus transit for some. The New York Times editorial board, among others, denounced many of his ideas as unrealistic.
God damn it! What is the name of this publication? Again,
It's the CBC. He has accused Cuomo of using outdated language when it comes to New York's population of unauthorized immigrants. A disgraced former governor who describes undocumented immigrants as illegals is not what we need, Mandami says. As in an interview, Mandami has received more small donations than any other candidate for mayor in the past 3 decades, and his progressive credentials are not in doubt. He has received the endorsement of U.S. Bernie Sanders and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the U.S. Congress member whose district includes parts of New York. Mandami is sharply critical of Israeli policies, but has denounced allegations he's anti-Semitic.
Denounced allegations.
Mm-hmm.
So there's allegations against him. Uh-oh. I don't like the sound of that.
Has anyone ever labeled themselves anti-Zionist? Any public figure? Has anyone ever, has anyone ever tested that label? Yeah, but it sounds like, I mean, that sounds like what's coming down the pipe, right? Like someone's going to say that at some point, I feel like. With what's going on. I love Jews, but I am not with the Zionists, that kind of thing.
Well, Kashama Sawant, I believe, is running for Congress, and I wouldn't be surprised if she goes with it.
Yeah, I'm
Like,
assuming that Jewish candidates are going to take the lead on this one because it will take the wind out of the sails of the criticism that we know would come otherwise.
I thought a short video might do a better explanation than either myself or Alex, so I'm going to play this real quick.
What can the public advocate do? The public advocate is the people's representative in city government. If the mayor is unable to perform his or her duties, the public advocate is responsible for stepping in. The public advocate looks into complaints about city agencies and services and can file lawsuits on behalf of New Yorkers when necessary. He or she also makes recommendations for how the city can better serve its people and provides information that can help everyday citizens protect themselves. And although the public advocate cannot vote on bills in the city council, he or she can introduce and co-sponsor bills with council members. The public advocate serves a 4-year term and can serve up to 2 consecutive terms. Now let's take a look at how the public advocate can lobby for New Yorkers' rights and make sure that their concerns on issues like jobs, education, or housing are heard. The public advocate can investigate and file complaints against landlords who violate city laws. The public advocate can also create tools like the Worst Landlords Watch List to hold landlords accountable and help tenants protect themselves. The public advocate can introduce bills to establish new hiring procedures, such as prohibiting questions about salary history. The public advocate can file lawsuits against city agencies that fail to provide basic services, like air conditioning on school buses. The public advocate can support and lobby for public school programs such as universal free lunch. The public advocate can make sure that children in the foster care system have access to good care and lawyers by suing city or state agencies that oversee family services. The public advocate can report on health and safety hazards in workplaces, such as lack of protection from chemicals in nail salons. The public advocate can call on city agencies that oversee transportation to make our roads safer and increase bicycle access. The public advocate can also sponsor bills that help protect the city's pedestrians. The public advocate can report on how the city can better protect New Yorkers from infectious diseases like Zika. Learn more about what your citywide...
And there you have it.
That was very educational.
It's interesting.
I've never seen it before, so I didn't know how entirely, boring and how many times she was going to repeat public advocate. But
Yeah, I want to welcome in Jeff from Good Morning Comrade and Andrea Ravinsky from Welcome to Fuckville.
Is that where I'm from?
2 shows that you can find right here on this space. How are you guys doing?
Good evening, comrades.
Hello.
Good
Fuckville.
evening, comrades.
Where is Fuckville exactly? I really.
We're in it right now.
It's somewhere
Yeah,
in
it's
the
right
Milky
here.
Way. It's approximately in that location.
Is it the whole thing, or?
It's also called North America.
90% or so.
Jeff, thanks for joining us. How are you?
Absolutely. I'm doing great. Just kind of saw those early returns come in, and very happy for a city that is not one that I live in. But the idea that somebody who's got very sort of strong credentials, somebody who's running openly as a democratic socialist, is able to potentially be the mayor of the biggest city in this country is it's notable for me. I do like New York. I actually used to work for a union that was based in New York. They ended up going for Cuomo, that union did. So, but yeah, it is nice to see. I actually did want to queue up. I sent in the private chat a video that would be really cool to queue up to sort of like start the conversation, because one union that did end up going for Zohran Mamdani was the United Auto Workers, and I don't know if y'all had seen the promotion. The campaign video that their president Sean Fain put out. But if we could take a look at that, that'd be really cool, I think.
Yeah, hold up. I'll
Look at
cue
Jeff
it up here.
begging for permission.
You make a good point, though, Jeff. I really like, and I got the video. I really do like. The polls just shifted. It was like, oh, what's happening? But So I'll just show you quickly. We are at 43.5%, 34.2%.
All right.
50. Oh, there it goes again. Look at that. Oh God, I love when it does that.
Yeah. So you guys covered.
Okay.
You guys already mentioned that Zoran was going to start hot because they count the mail-in ballots first,
Yeah.
right? Somebody mentioned that.
Yeah, that's what we were trying to figure out. But Jeff, you
Yeah.
make a good point that it's a hope. It's a very hopeful sign to see somebody openly running as a DSA candidate doing this well, no matter what happens. Andrea, is this a bellwether for 2026 midterms? What happens in this primary race?
Is it a bellwether? Well, I mean, I don't know if I'm the right person to ask because I don't believe that the 2026 midterms is going to be a free and fair election. So I wouldn't ask me.
I should have said let's assume it will be.
Assuming that Donald Trump, all of his reforms to the electoral system somehow magically don't take place, and we do have a free and fair election, is it a bellwether? I think so. Yeah, I think any election in this, I guess, post-Trump getting inaugurated era is going to tell us some information. I also think it's going to be a bellwether in the sense that too little, too late. I wish people would have voted in a logical, insane way in the last decade or two.
Yeah. Okay. Well said. And
We got a full Brady bunch. Let's go.
Yeah. Hold
Jeff
on.
is
I
being
gotta.
censored by the chat screen. Oh,
I
uncensored.
gotta take a screenshot of this real quick.
Is
That's
this
why
the
I took
most
that down.
we've ever had on screen here at this Space Studios?
I think we may be at the actual limit. I don't think we can have one more person.
I'm gonna go
on.
soon. I'm gonna bounce out in a minute.
Oh, look at that! Yes, that's awesome.
So I actually have to go soon because I have to go to my Democratic Socialist meeting. Is everyone a member, or are people members? Or is because I'm trying to get involved like at a high level in the DSA.
I was the chair of the New Orleans chapter of DSA before I moved to Richmond, Virginia, where I sit on the steering committee of the Richmond chapter.
Yeah, so I'm Secretary of Comms for my chapter, so we should talk, Jeff. But I
Yeah.
feel like I want to make the DSA the spearhead of the anti-MAGA movement because I'm sure you guys have mentioned on your own channels, like it's not good enough to just say I'm not a Republican, I'm not MAGA. You got to offer something else, right? That's kind of what our whole value proposition is. We got the best solutions, and now we got the best people, but you got to knock MAGA on its ass first before you can offer anything. So I feel like the institution that's going to get people like the No Kings rally, for example, we had a lot of success with recruiting that day.
That's what that's for, in my opinion. That's the one great utility of those kinds of things is that it's a fertile recruiting ground and a radicalization base for a lot of the non-liberals. I did drop my email in the private chat. If you want to send me one, we can sort of touch base. And
Can I send you an email too?
totally. Anytime, Andrea, you can email me anytime you want.
Jeff, I'll add on to that. The other good thing is being in a red state. It's good for coalitions to form, like
100%.
where all these groups of like 2 or 3 people can now be one group of 15 or 20 people, right? Like I saw that happen at the Hands Off rally, or it was a 5501 rally. And I was like, wow, pretty good turnout. And then I started to realize, oh, this Indivisible, it's Move On, all these little offshoots of those groups in this bright red state are all working together. So, but yeah, you're right. Recruitment coalitions, it's all, those are probably the top benefits.
When all the people are in the same place at the same time, it's a good starting point. Now, if everybody shows up to the thing, everybody waves their signs, they chant, they do whatever, and then they just go home and they never talk to one another again, well, then, you might as well have just stayed at home and played Doom speedruns for hours instead. That would have been
That's what. Yeah, thank you for bringing that part up because that's where I was going to pick up.
Throwing shade. Jeez.
Honestly, though, it is a better recruiting tool.
I watch Andrew's speedruns, and I think they're very good and very entertaining.
Oh yeah, it's that's how you get a lot of apolitical people in the verse. You gotta hit them with the entertainment. Here we have what is this, Sean Fain?
Yeah, hopefully we can hear
dude.
this video. Let me know.
I love the way I love the way he says Zoran Mandani. He says Zoran Mom. He's got like this Nebraska accent. I think that's where it's from.
Let's see.
What we need is a national movement that unites the working class to take on the oligarchs and rebuild our democracy. And that is exactly the kind of movement that Zoran Mamdani is leading. Zoran isn't owned by Wall Street. He's a fighter for free transit, housing for all, universal child care, and a $30 an hour minimum wage. He believes in democracy, not just in city elections, but on the job, in our apartment buildings, and in our neighborhoods. This campaign isn't just about winning an election. It's about taking back our power from the bosses, from the landlords, from the billionaires who think they own our future. We've had enough of the Cuomos of the world. It's time to fight. And the UAW is proud to be the first union to endorse Zohran Mamdani. Now it's time to elect Zohran and build a New York for the many, not the few. Because when the working class stands up, no one can stop us.
That music.
Yeah.
Do you think they were playing the music while he was talking? I always wonder that. Like, is it helping him?
No,
or-
it's just piped in to the back on the back end, but
Piped into his earpiece.
I would need to hear it, I think.
I will say this though, like shout out to, this goes all the way back to the stand-up strike from last year and prior. The UAW, like, people have been praising Zohran's comms team and their ability to do like video editing and things like that. UAW has been doing that stuff for years. They're incredible at that. They're really good at getting their message across in a social media in a way that'll be well received by people. So shout out to them. As a guy who used to do comms work, big fan.
Yeah, we were saying their social media game is pretty good. It's eye-catchy stuff.
Yeah.
Does I have a question about comms. Does that have anything to do with communism by chance? Because I can't support anything like that.
Only if you're doing
I
it
mean,
right.
We just saw communist propaganda. I don't know what we're being shown here.
That's true. That's true.
Those
What kind
guys
of
are making
space?
headway in the South. It's pretty impressive. Okay, now what's this? Is this Eric Adams?
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Oh, this is great. I love this.
Oh, we're gonna
This is
get
awesome.
stuff done. That's good. That's what I say in the morning. Every morning.
I'm trying to share the limelight, but ooh, I want to see this.
Yeah.
Can we play that video where Eric Adams tells us how to find our kids' weed in the
Oh, yeah.
bedroom?
Look at that.
I love
In the
that
kids' Nintendo Switch port, there's a crack pipe.
Is this so we can have some, or
Yeah.
like what?
right? How to find it, how to light it,
Yeah.
how to do it right.
It's
I
like if
remember
Tracy Morgan did
probably.
it.
Bogart.
It's like if Tracy Morgan did a character
around.
and he just
It really is. It really is like Tracy Morgan.
Yes,
For
yes,
sure.
actually.
That's act.
Oh god, Tracy Morgan would be perfect for an Eric Adams parody.
I'm not convinced that he hasn't done that bit already. You know, he's
Probably.
basically Tracy Jordan from 30 Rock. He's just the mayor.
Yeah.
So
Is this
this is supposed to be. I was yelling at myself for the past 2 minutes, and I realized I wasn't brought on stage. So it was my bad.
Awesome.
But this is, speaking of comms and everything. This is supposed to effectively show Eric Adams' idea of getting stuff done. This is. I hope this is. Well, no. This is probably what he's been doing for the last 4 years.
Let's see it.
Okay, got it.
Wow.
So heard. Okay.
Is he
Glad they
jaywalking?
established that he got there
Was
by
he
car
jaywalking?
and got out of the car.
I will say I do like that jacket.
Yeah.
Right.
Oh, it's already over. What?
He is a tiny man.
Wait.
Wait, what is
Oh,
this?
like,
Is he put this out?
He's getting
We're
stuff
still
done. Look at
going?
him.
He knows how to walk. He knows how to carry
I love
things.
how we're all
He's
like
got his
squinting
laundry.
at this
He's got his
small
suit.
Get in and out of a
video
car.
with
So yes,
black
just to-
cars.
He's not
Look, he
even
was even
driving
playing
himself.
Candy
Looking
Crush
at a
like a real
quote
cop.
tweet.
He put this out himself, yes. Or his account posted this and said, "Come with me to get stuff done."
Like he's not
Wow.
even doing his own driving.
Wow.
And I have to agree with Alex Press, who is an amazing journalist in her
Great
own way.
labor reporter.
Yes. This is an amazing self-own. I
Yeah.
don't know what he was thinking, or his team.
Yeah.
He does. You don't see him
I
do
don't drive
anything.
myself.
Yes,
I-
yes, Gina.
I'm carted around by
He's
someone
jaywalking.
else. I know how to carry my own jacket, though. Woo!
Somebody
That's a heavy
hands me
lift.
the book bag.
He's getting stuff
Wow.
done.
That's so funny.
Look
I
at
just
me
want to
going
make
into
mention.
and out of doors.
This is boomer social media skills.
I just want to say, Matt, you asked if Eric Adams has a chance at winning in the general. I mean, what do you think?
He seems too busy. He's way too busy for this. Look, I just want to read this real quick. The first votes reported with 410,000 counted. The total so far reflect mostly votes cast before Election Day, which were expected to be relatively stronger for Mamdani than the overall vote. More than 90% of the city's votes in 2024 presidential election were counted by midnight on Election Day. Only the first round of ranked choice went away. Only the first round of ranked choice votes are expected tonight. So anyway, just wanted to add that.
Could I ask the panel a question real quick?
No.
If I'm allowed, if I may, if I can. Oh. But so I want everyone to imagine, right? We're in a heat dome. Well, you are. I'm not. I don't live in New York, but you are in a heat dome, and it is like a tropical rainforest in New York City, is it not? It's humid. It's horrifying. It's scary. Imagine sitting in line or standing even in a heat dome for hours to vote for a rapist.
Yeah.
Did anyone imagine that?
Nope.
Imagine actually getting up in the morning. I'm going to go vote for a rapist.
I gotta be there.
Standing outside in a heat dome for hours on end.
Yeah.
To vote for the pro-rape category or
So
candidate.
he can get richer off it, basically.
It's pretty amazing.
You just described so many people in Florida last November.
I mean, yeah. This is what it's come down to.
Oh, the best video of all time.
This is it. This is it.
I just want to say, everyone, thank Dieter for coming, and he's going to DSA. So that's
He's
why
got to go steer the
disappeared.
ship or whatever.
Oh, yeah, right on, Dieter.
Steer the ship.
They don't have
Thanks, brother. We'll
self-driving
see you.
DSA meetings over there. Someone's got to do it.
Okay,
So they might actually get there.
Another lengthy, not as long as the Zoran video from
Oh, this
earlier
is chock
today.
full of content, though. This is good stuff.
Yeah, this is really funny.
I can lower it when we decide to start talking over him because.
Wait a minute. Before. Yeah, you know what? Never mind. It's fine. Go for it.
Do it.
The less context, the better. There's no need to set this video up.
What I would like to show here is to empower parents on how to search a room inside their home. It's imperative that you should know what's inside your household. And no one can state that you can't search a room in your own home. You write the Constitution. There are no First Amendment rights inside your household.
My fantasy.
It is your obligation and responsibility not only to protect the child that may be using an illegal drug or
Those
carrying an
pesky
illegal
rights.
gun, but you also have to protect the members of the household, their younger brothers and younger sisters, and the other elder members of the household. So by periodically sending a message to your home that there are no rooms off limits, you don't believe in locked doors, your house is open to inspection by your house and the members of your house. The message is you expect your children to do what's right, but you always have to inspect what you expect. And that's the key to provide us some preventive safety.
That
So
is
you
good
can
right
take
there.
a room like this. You can start out, I always recommend to start out in a periodic fashion.
How to treat your kid like a criminal.
Room to look at
Pause it
the
right there.
various items in the room.
I think someone added music.
All right, let's go over that first part. Let's go over that first part because that's pretty much his entire political ethos is police state. Police state, stop and frisk. You have no rights. This is, you get to decide because you're the boss of your house or city. In his case, this was back from, I think, when he was starting his political.
He was a state senator at this point, I believe, right?
It's like, hey, son, I trust you, but empty your pockets. Like, hey, I have faith that you're going to do the right thing, but I'm going to ransack your room.
And it's
now.
only drugs. It's not like anything actually dangerous to children or that any it's not like, they're on the tablet for 15 hours a day or something. It's only look for the drugs. Everything else is totally cool.
And to quote Tracy Morgan, actually,
I like that you searched Eric Adams drugs.
What were you saying, devil's advocate?
No, I was just saying, to quote Tracy Morgan, who would do a perfect impression of this, his stand-up, shake him down. Just shake him down a little bit. Remind him whose place this is that they live that's in their roof.
And remember, you want to do this at random. You want to sort of
At
stop
random.
them in the hallway and frisk them, if you will, and make sure there's nothing on your children.
Anyone in your house. It's your house.
There should be an updated
True.
version
No
of
one
this
has rights in
where
your home.
there should be an updated version where he's like, make sure you're covering your face and that you barge in without them knowing that you're going to do this.
Yeah, no warrant,
Yeah, no warrant. Kick the door
They
in.
don't even know it's you.
no identifying information.
When
Yeah,
you do a
because
no knock
it's-
when you do a no knock on your kids.
Yeah, it's your house. You can do it. You're supposed to,
Yeah, you think it's your house? What happens if you don't pay property tax? Huh? Huh? Not gonna be
This
your house
almost
for
feels like
long.
a parody. Like it.
Right?
No, it does. It's surreal.
So
Eric
silly.
better. It gets so much
Eric
better
Adams'
now.
whole career seems like a parody of terrible politician. Let him make the case for us.
As
Yeah,
a
how do we-
parent,
how do we
though,
do
I
it?
feel like I should say, like, who is he telling this to? Like, parents don't already know this shit, and like, don't already go skulking in their kids' rooms from time to time. I
You know,
mean,
searching for the
Tina, if
pipes.
I'm not mistaken, this is a campaign video, and I think just the message that he's trying to send throughout it is law and order, right? That's the whole point.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
that
it was a PSA of sorts. I'm trying to find out the reason that it came to be, but yeah.
not law and like I understand what you're saying when you say law and order, but don't get it twisted. It's that he doesn't care for those pesky rules that that limit police powers. It's not
The freedom of
necessarily
speech.
law and order.
Law
but
and
it's
order is code.
authoritarianism.
No, yeah. Well, that's what law and order is code for ever since the 1970s, right? Law and order is just code for police state.
Maybe, but I think by giving up that fight over that wording, we ourselves have allowed our own pursuit of actual criminal justice to atrophy. And if you don't think the left needs strong opinions on criminal justice, I give you Ronald Reagan. I give you arguably Barack Obama with killing a U.S. citizen. I give you basically every other president we've had that we have failed to prosecute. King of them being Trump.
Yeah.
So the video is from 2011, according to the Daily Mail, which is a very, very trusted outlet.
My favorite.
He actually at one point planned to remake it, but it's intended to teach parents how to search their kids' rooms and belongings for drugs, guns, and other illegal contraband.
Notice it's only illegal, not like unhealthy. Like,
Right.
you know, I would be totally okay with doing this for like, you know, Doritos or Pringles or fucking Oreos. That's, you know, I don't think a
Now,
kid
hold
should be
on.
having a stash of like sugary shit under their bed, you know. I don't know. I think, but no, that's legal, so it's totally fine. But you know, now that we're going for the crack pipe, hey, crack pipe, depending on how you smoke it, you could lose some weight, you could get in shape with a crack pipe. So I don't know, man.
I just got to say, for anybody watching that thinks that this can't get any worse than how it started, just wait until the doll.
Just wait.
Wait till the
Better.
baby
You
doll.
mean
Wait till
better.
the baby doll. Okay.
All right, let's
All right, here we
stop
go.
with it. Let's roll.
You can look at a jewelry box. A jewelry box of this nature, maybe a simple jewelry box, but if you look through it closely, you don't know what your child may be hiding. For instance, a gun could be hidden. A small caliber weapon could be hidden inside a jewelry box.
True.
Look at the various colognes and perfumes and photos and pictures. You should always, when your child bring in his popular knapsack with many different locations, look through it to see
Knapsack?
what exactly
who
is
uses
your child
knapsack?
carrying in addition to a book. Something simple as a crack pipe, a used crack pipe. Could he have found it on the street? That's quite possible. But this is a discussion piece.
Got him.
You should start speaking with him to find out what is he doing with it. And the
Son,
whole
we have to
use
talk
of
about the
drugs.
crack pipe.
This invokes
Hey,
conversation.
son, what are you doing
Look
with
at
this
picture
crack
frames
pipe?
and behind them, cameras.
What hobbies
Try to
do you
determine
have
what's
involved
taking
this?
place. Behind a picture frame, you can find bullets. What does that mean to find bullets? Does it mean your child is carrying a gun? No. Where there's smoke, there's possible fire. Where there's a bullet, there's possibly a gun. You should engage in the
Behind the
conversation.
picture
and find out
frame?
what are they doing with the item?
Yeah.
And this
Gotta engage in a
empowers the parent.
conversation.
Look at all the items inside the room and feel around and see what's the possibility. Something simple as a baby doll. Could be just a baby doll, but also could be a place where you can secrete or hide drugs.
Secrete?
Oh
Wait,
my
why are you
God,
secreting
what?
drugs?
Okay,
No,
let's pause
that's
it there. Let's
correct
pause
use
it
of
there.
the word.
All right. So when are we gonna? Who's gonna tell me this is a Key and Peele skit or something? Because like,
I wish I could. I wish.
No.
This is an actual PSA that he made. I didn't, and the last time I saw it, I don't remember the music being there, but apparently the music is part of it.
Oh,
It's too crazy. This is too crazy to be
all
made up.
one take,
Yeah.
by the way.
Like, this is made for the most ignorant people on the face of the earth. Like, who didn't already think of all this? Who?
Eric Adams would never find my bullets. He would never find my drugs. My crack pipe is totally safe. If he's looking behind picture frames, this guy, you can hide like a little bag of Coke inside the picture frame, in behind the photo.
Like how many?
Like when he went to go to the picture frame and he looks behind it, like I'm like, what the fuck? You gotta look inside the fucking frame.
How many parents are watching this going, oh my God, there's 1, 2, 3, 4
Don't you
picture
dare.
frames in my kid's room right now. I used to put this is why I like cassette tapes. I used to take the cassette tape out and put cigarettes in there in the box.
You didn't hide it in your you didn't hide your drugs in your dad's cologne bottle?
I didn't secrete it in a doll or
You didn't shove anything up Carl's butt. That's what you tell me.
Eric Adams. Oh, dang it. When he was making that face, look at that gun. You tell me he was not rethinking whether or not this video was a good idea.
Right, yeah.
Oh my God.
There was like a moment of clarity.
Let's be real. Who's going to put it in her pants? You're going to take the head off and you're going to stick it inside the body.
Exactly.
Come on.
Good Lord, Gina.
Gina has
When you're
experience
trying to
in
get
this.
I know how to hide
border,
shit. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Wait, so I'm just curious. Out of everybody on the panel, who hasn't seen this video before?
I have literally not seen it.
Gina hasn't. Yeah.
So we got 2 people that at least have. Okay, I just love the reactions. All right, here we go.
Feel around and see
I
what's the
forgot about the
possibility.
baby entirely.
Something simple as a baby doll. Could be a baby doll, but also it could be a place where you can secrete or hide drugs. Run your hands over.
Does anybody remember the show
Tracy
Living
Morgan?
Color?
Thing that's unusual. Like a pillow
No,
like
I'm
this
sorry.
with a button is a perfect invitation to hide something. I
Perfect
felt something bumpy. I would reach in, see what it is. This will
Got him.
Guns everywhere in this
Damn.
kid's house.
I feel like there would have been other signs.
What happens
Yeah.
not only when the person
This kid is MS-13.
is in possession of it,
Or
but
James
also a child
Bond.
that comes into the room and plays on the bed, they find this gun. Let me tell you what a child would do. A child would take this gun, and because the trigger pull is so hard, they normally take the gun and they point it.
Oh
in
God,
that
he
direction.
almost ends.
And then he immediately points the gun at himself.
He's illustrating how a child, someone with his mentality, could hurt
Just
themselves.
look and see what's inside your
Yeah.
bookcases. It could
They
be
might
more
be
than
dumb
books.
enough to
Perfect
point the
place
barrel
to hide
directly at themselves and
cocaine
tap on the
or other
trigger in
illegal
a
substance.
demonstration.
See, they made a cut
My
there.
message to you,
Why not?
you have an obligation.
Wait, the message is coming up, so I'll
I'm
pause.
sorry.
it.
I'm sorry.
It's okay. He's saying
Go ahead.
No, let's finish it out. Let's finish it out.
We hide coke in our books.
Cocaine or other illegal substance inside the room. My message to you, you have an obligation to protect your home. The First Amendment does not apply to the right of parents to go through their homes to remove contraband or any other unsafe item. There are no First Amendment rights in your home. You have
I
a
love
duty
this
and
this whole
obligation.
concept of like this just feeds into the whole children are property. They have
Yes.
no
Yeah.
rights. They are not human
Yep.
beings. They are like dogs. You can do whatever you want to them, and it's okay. Nothing you could possibly, having your child have no privacy, totally normal in America. That's actually a good
There's no
thing.
First
to have no
Amendment.
privacy.
Look, there you go.
It's incredible.
He keeps hammering that First Amendment thing.
That's not an accident.
Nope.
And I'm just by the filmmaking of this, like,
Oh, this is
you
art.
cut it. So why not do multiple takes where you can not stumble over words and have a script? And
Did you hear his cadence in every single take? I promise you. I was going to talk about this in the earlier video. I promise you, this is the best Eric Adams was able to do. They cut together the very best of his performance. Go watch his scene in that movie. He not only can't act, he can't move like a human being when he knows people are watching.
Notice
I
that
don't know
Jake
why.
was in a Superman film, and so he's an acting professional.
is
He has
this-
been in
Were you
movies,
really?
so he knows
Yes,
what
I-
he knows what
th-
to do
I
when it
can
comes
this-
to acting.
I have not heard about this.
Jake, tell
I
the story.
am-
You're in Superman.
Yeah. I for many years was a Michigan actor. I am in Batman versus Superman: Dawn of Justice as a LexCorp employee,
Oh, shit.
and the attendees of Superman's funeral in a deleted scene.
Can I have your autograph?
It was
No.
so good they had to delete the scene because, like, you know, I don't know who else is in that movie, but they're like, this Jake guy is like out acting everybody, so they
It
had
was
to delete the
distracting
scene.
from Henry Cavill.
Oh, they were like, some wandering hobo has come on to set and spoiled the shot. You know, we don't need.
No, that was Henry Cavill in Man of Steel. He was the one. He was the wandering hobo.
They would have let Jake be Superman, but he wouldn't shave the mustache, which I respect.
Well, they got angry with me because after Henry Cavill saw my mustache, he grew one and refused to cut it off. There was a whole controversy.
Yes, there was.
You guys want to see a tortellini real quick?
A tortellini.
Yes,
Ben
I would
Dixon
love
in the
to
house,
see
by the
a
way.
tortellini. Oh, that's amazing.
Is this a sex thing, Jake?
I hope not.
No, ma'am. Oh, that's
what's the
Gotta
tortellini
ask.
name? What's the
I
tortellini's
don't
name?
know.
that's the linguini, and it's
What's the
disappointing.
tortellini's
No,
name?
I'm
We
watching.
just got 300 more viewers.
I love him
Nice.
or her.
No, I'm watching a family member's dog, and she's terrified
No.
for no reason.
Oh.
So she's
Well, there's a
curled up on my-
reason, you know, Jake's in the room. So
Yeah, well, yeah, she knows her care is entrusted to this idiot. Hey, Benjamin Dixon.
Benjamin Dixon in the house.
Were all the scenes
well,
cut?
Benjamin
Maybe.
Dixon may be in the house. All we know is that the show that he operates is in the house. Two different things.
All I'm
I
saying
have
is
to.
release the Jake cut.
I have to acknowledge.
Agree.
On the set, I was going to other people like, this movie is going to be so good. It's going to be so good. I was like watching the like the stuff in between shots, like, oh yeah, we're killing it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Max, hey buddy,
Max the
Puppies.
dog.
we need more room
We love Max the
for
dog.
Max.
I'm not sure if this is referring to Jake or if this is referring to Eric Adams.
I
It's
mean,
gotta
that's
be Eric
definitely
Adams.
Eric Adams. Oh, Maxie. I mean, Eric Adams was so, like, again, I'm in the film world when I for work. I've worked for people like this who are overconfident and they think they know what they want and how to shoot it.
Yes.
And they do. I guarantee you, like the longest take, that was his first or second take of doing the whole thing all the way through, and then had a couple little ideas at the end that he wanted to reiterate, which was no free speech and you could do whatever you want in your own house to your kids.
That commercial we saw for him, I promise you, I know what the storyboard looked like with the quick cuts of doors opening
Yeah.
and closing, and he's going through them and getting ready for his day and texting on the phone with someone important. The problem is that relies on them having a lot of footage of him actually doing things, taking meetings and what have you. And he's Eric Adams. He basically only chats with people that are giving him free stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, no,
It's
well, that, yeah.
The getting in the cars and just going.
Yeah, but so all they
going to
had
put
was,
on a
it was
suit,
just linking.
getting
footage.
back in
They
the
didn't
car.
They had him going to work. They had
Yo.
nothing of him working.
Actually,
And so
yeah.
that's all he came.
We have an election desk update. 85% of the vote in. Zoran Mamdani leading with 43.7%.
What?
Yeah.
I'd like to see
These-
more than that, honestly.
I want more than that too.
These
That's just where
Well,
we're at.
because it's the early vote, it's going to skew heavily in his favor.
85% of precinct support reporting. That's pretty good.
I would argue, maybe without basis, that anyone who was casually, not really paying attention, maybe saw Colbert last night and was like, you know what? I like these two teaming up. I'm going to go vote for them. I doubt anyone suddenly went out to vote today because they were suddenly
Good point.
inspired by Cuomo.
Good point.
Yeah, that's an excellent point.
Well, actually, I was inspired by Cuomo.
Oh, yeah?
Because
What-
I've
what-
always wanted to get away with my crimes. So
I mean, fair point. Fair point.
And maybe
Emma
I just got to
Fitz-
be humble here because 85% reporting already In
Yeah,
Detroit,
80
it would be like 2 a.m. before we got there.
Emma
Sam's Club, try
Fitzsimmons,
scan and go.
reporter offering live updates from New York Times. Emma Fitzsimmons says it is striking to see Mamdani, a state assemblyman and Democratic Socialist, performing so well against Cuomo, who has led in the polls for months and received endorsements from much of the Democratic establishment. This is probably from like 6 minutes ago. He's having a good night so far with more than 70% of the votes in. He has an 8-point lead against Cuomo and is more than 60,000 votes ahead. We already know that it's increased, which is good. And, you know, I was
Who's
watching
the Paperboy.
I was watching
I
Steve
have
Kornacki.
polls.
What's that?
Fake polls.
Oh, I thought you said stop the count.
Yeah, who is Paperboy? He was on the ballot. What the hell?
I'm
was
gonna
that?
I'm gonna show you. He's one of those. He's great. He's funny. I'm sure he wouldn't appreciate being called funny, but.
Can I just say, Jessica Ramos 0.4%. Look at what this got you. Look at what
that was very
got you.
that was very disappointing. Yeah, but I'm actually surprised that maybe I shouldn't be. I don't have enough information, but the fact that Paperboy Prince is ahead of Selma Bartholomew is
Yeah, that's pretty great, actually.
Keep going. I'll find proper imagery for Paperboy Prince.
Oh, that's awesome.
I'm enjoying the Canada versus America drapery happening at this moment.
When something super American and awesome happens, I gotta drape myself. Like we get.
And
some
what
news that
exactly is
Mamdani
super American and awesome?
That Mamdani
Democracy,
is leading.
Andrea.
Yeah,
Democracy is American.
Oh my God!
It should be.
Since
He's
when?
actually
It
he's
should
actually
be, and I
up.
want it to
That
be.
shit's Greek.
Yo,
Zoran's actually up
again.
69,300.
Cuomo.
Nice.
Get a load of Sandy. All Canada
69.
up. I love it.
Holy shit!
He's not gonna hit 50, right? Who does math? If we're at 86% of the votes right now, and he's at 43.6 in the
no
lead,
way.
No,
he's
this
not
is
gonna hit
gonna go-
50 tonight. It's gonna go to the second round.
It's going to go to round 2. Yes.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Okay, so we can wrap this up. I'll see you
Good.
guys here in 1 week.
So for round 2, is that beneficial, like to Zoran or Cuomo? Like who
I would have to
wins?
say not
Who
Cuomo.
gains more?
I would have to say not Cuomo. Yeah.
I think it's Brad Lander. I think he's
Yeah, I
the
think
number
Lander.
2 to a lot of these votes for Zoran.
I
I,
think
really
he might
do.
shoot up.
Landers in
past-
third place. So
Yeah. I think he's going to get a bump.
Can we scroll back up if we're gonna have this on screen? You know, because right now we got like the least interesting candidates in the middle there. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's
Cuomo, I mean,
wonderful.
Mamdani up 7 points on the first round is crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to know what Cuomo was thinking, you know, having Bill Clinton come out and put out a video endorsing him. Like,
I didn't
really?
even see that. That's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is Bill still alive?
Embarrassing.
Barely.
Yeah.
He is.
The way he
Andrea,
sounds.
you're thinking of Bill Maher.
Mm.
But so
No,
Is there a difference
I
at this
wouldn't want
point?
either of them endorsing
What-
me.
we
Yeah,
have an
what
inside
Jesus
joke
saying- Oh,
that
go
Bill
ahead,
Maher
sorry.
died.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
It's not a joke. It's very serious.
The thing Bill Clinton is like most known for, you would think Andrew Cuomo would want nothing to do with. It's
Yeah.
Yeah,
shocking.
right.
Yeah,
Right.
it's the rape alliance.
It would
But,
be very
but
cool if
it could
Monaco
also-
he endorsed Zoran, though. That would be
sexual
cool.
It could also be like, well, you love me despite my history with a similar problem. Therefore, Cuomo. Maybe.
Bad
Maybe it
Lefty
was
says,
tactical.
sounds like sex offender solidarity to me. And
That's
I think
exactly
that
right.
they're,
Exactly.
I think that's something you have to do when you're in that club.
I think what this proves is that Andrew Cuomo was definitely associated with Epstein. I think that's the only thing that this endorsement of Bill Clinton can
I'll go with
prove.
that.
All right, what is Paperboy Prince's story? I love this.
Yeah,
the
this is
only
awesome.
Paperboy I'm familiar with is from Atlanta.
So
How
I
would you
wasn't
commit
aware
voter
that.
fraud for this guy?
The only Paperboy I'm familiar with is on the Nintendo. It was in an arcade game.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
the first
Oh, wow.
American,
Deep cut.
the first United States developed NES game, Paperboy.
I
So I-
was a paperboy.
So I was not aware that he's a musical artist. Apparently, he is a musical artist. I've seen him in person once at a protest. I think I was at, if I remember correctly. I think it was during the pandemic, and he like was pulling around like a bag and he's one of these very New York characters. Probably also a very like you probably have them in Los Angeles too, actually. Like where they like have like this persona around them and this very like distinct brand that's very street kind, and so that he pulls around a bag with him, and he has like a megaphone, and he'll like yell out messages and that sort of thing on the street. I didn't know that he was a musical artist, so I'm curious to see how serious Wikipedia's description.
So he doesn't actually deliver the paper, though?
No, I don't. And
That's a reference to money, paper, money.
He has run for president in the past.
Oh, okay.
I think
How did he do? I love these kinds of candidates.
Did he win?
They're great.
Did he win?
He ran for Congress.
Hey, real quick, speaking of numbers, we got 83 new subs today after Alex called into the majority report. So once again, Alex, thank you for calling in and plugging it.
That was super clutch. I heard it live too. Yeah, me and Letterhack both like immediately jumped on Discord at the same
nice
time.
one, man. Yeah.
Should we play that clip?
Yeah, if you got it.
I got it. Hold on.
Yeah.
And no, I clipped that
I
because they
mean,
mentioned me. So of course,
clip it and tweet it out at them and tell them we're still live.
Hey,
they
great idea.
I'm excited
Should've done that hours
because
ago, actually.
we're gonna end up on there.
Hey, Matt, this is the very moment it happens. I was
Look
going to
at
clip
that.
it if you didn't.
Jeez.
I actually really appreciated. I appreciated Sam's reaction as he was hearing this.
Oh,
space
yeah.
and thinking about the fact that he had heard of this.
Let's go back to the phones. Calling from a 917 area code. Who's this? Where are you calling from?
Hello, this is Alex from New York.
Alex in New York.
I knew
What's on
right
your mind,
away.
Alex? Were you the one who skeeted at me? What do we call that? Blue skied
I
me?
did skeet at you.
Okay. I
I skeeted at your heart.
Okay.
I just wanted to give a little vibe check for New York. It's hot out there.
Yeah.
Everyone, drink some water. Bring some water with you. Went to Brooklyn. Got our dog a haircut. Voted.
This is all just
my
BS to
fiance
get to
voted.
this
Got
space
back to
plug.
Manhattan.
Uh-huh.
I voted. Energy's good. I saw some Zoran canvassers with a little table out there in McCarran Park. A couple in Manhattan. People are out. They're voting. I'm seeing a lot of I voted stickers.
Yes.
Interesting. Awesome.
Yeah, and
We'll
I
see.
wanted to plug this space at 6 p.m. tonight. We're doing live election coverage.
Right there,
I'm
right
hosting
there.
it with
Yeah.
Christina from
Look at that.
Cosmopolitics.
Pause it.
Okay, great. What
love
is
it.
the
We'll play it
space?
back.
We'll play it
I
back.
love his
We'll play it
The
back.
look on his face is like, wait a minute. The Letterhack. Yeah, that's it. The Letterhack's behind this. First he stole John from San Antonio. Now this.
It's not even that moment. It's not even that moment. It's because this whole time he's like, is this a troll? Is he just really this boring of a person that he's calling in? Or right there.
Yes. 6 p.m. tonight.
You just got
We're doing
Letterhack.
live election coverage. At 6 p.m. tonight.
Right there.
We're doing live election coverage.
Like what's happening right now? What?
He's like, why are we live? Shit.
Yeah.
These amateurs scooped us.
I'm hosting it with Christina from Cosmopolitics.
Okay, great. What is the space?
This space is started by Letterhack.
This
and
space.
Ben
Yeah.
Dixon. And,
Okay, great.
That's what he's going.
We're gonna have.
We've been going for about 2 weeks
I
now.
just emailed with Matt and spoke to Ben the other day. We're going to have them on to talk about it. But this space, where can people find it? This space on YouTube.
It's on YouTube, and
This is
we've
my
done it
favorite
for
part.
2 weeks now. We started. We're going strong. This is week 3. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays. Their plan is to get it to 24/7, pretty much.
24/7.
And yeah, I mean Matt and Ben will tell you about it.
I didn't want to
when they go on. But we're
No, that
live.
was awesome.
So
Look at his
tonight,
face.
6 p.m.
Yeah.
Eastern, election
It's a new
coverage
game, old man.
all night. Hopefully it gets called tonight, but we shall see.
All right, appreciate the call.
Yeah,
you
see,
mentioned this
Thanks,
space,
Peter, if you're
and then he
listening,
made that
begging,
space.
begging you to forgive me.
That's right.
He's like 24/7, and then for the rest of the time, he's like, "Oh, how are they gonna do that?" That's the
That's
the thing.
exactly what he's saying. He's like, this guy sounds here 24/7. What?
He's like, I wouldn't do that. How are they gonna do that?
He was kind enough not to say, "Well, that seems impractical." Hey, Matt.
Well, he probably was thinking of his own limitations. Probably.
Give me a little clink.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Clink.
Blink.
I literally just crossed the finish line in Mario Kart right before I heard him say 917.
Awesome.
So I went from like yes to hi, Alex from New York.
Did you win? Did you win?
Yeah, I did.
Hey guys, I gotta take off.
Good night, Gina. Thanks for
It was
hanging.
nice meeting you,
Thank you
Gina.
so much.
Yeah, nice
Very
meeting you,
nice
Gina.
You guys too. Great to meet all of you.
I think we can successfully pull off a panel show anytime you want to do it, or anybody else. I mean,
Yeah.
it seems to be pretty natural. Everyone showed up.
And whoever had the girls in tic-tac-toe, you win.
I'm gonna head out too as well.
Okay, Carlos, take care.
Nice
Yeah,
to
for
meet
sure.
Pretty much know
Guys,
this
have
is
a
going to
good
be
night.
a cliffhanger. All right, see
Yeah.
you guys. Take care.
Dropping
ya.
like flies. Holy shit. There's one.
When
Appreciate the candor.
Oh,
and the-
fuck.
no, it's just going to be left past 10. in a
Oh,
few
there's
minutes.
another one. Oh man, we're
Um,
fucking losing it. We're running out of steam.
It's going to
Space
turn
over.
into like the left past 10 crew, and that'll be
Oh no, there's another one.
that. So
Heyo.
the thing is, I want to talk about this space for a second, because the thing is, you really can't get your head around how it could be 24 hours a day, right?
I
Like
can. It's
24/7.
very easily understandable. To me.
Well, but that's the thing, is like we are seeing beyond the limitations, and we are not going 24/7 right away, because that would be, off the rails. That'd be precarious. So we're doing it in a way that we can build around what we have started with, and to the point where it could very well be 24/7.
We're
We
gonna
have
need
people
this
that
space
want to go
too
all night.
at
Yeah.
some point. We're gonna have to have a second channel at some point.
We already have people that are like, hey, I'll go 6 hours at night.
Yeah.
I'm just curious, as we add more names and logos to this graphic, Matt, how small do you think we can go before because we're gonna need to build it out a little. I know you can
So-
add a few to the side too, a little
We'll
bit here,
take
but-
this space off, right?
Mm.
That'll be like the first casualty, right? But
I
I've
don't know
already
if I agree
How
with
would
that,
they
though.
know what it is?
Yeah, no, I feel like we need to have it somewhere. I know in an earlier iteration we had this space productions, which should cover
you would then need to, well, no, you would have like our small guy up there.
okay, the bug.
Small
Okay,
guy.
gotcha. Yeah.
Tell me more
Yeah.
about the small guy.
Oh, at the top of the screen here.
Oh, we took it down, but yeah, you know what I mean. Though there's a circular logo, so we put that on like the corner, and I already have a version of this with twice as many. So I've already figured it out. There's just no space between them. That's all. I
There's
just
no
duplicated.
space between them.
Yeah,
Could we
just
add
like-
this space between them? Is that possible?
That's pretty good. That's
You could
pretty
eventually,
good.
when we have so many of these,
Yeah.
you could
this
eventually
space in the
just, well, you could fill up the letters of this space with logos of shows that are on it.
You could hack the letters. You might even say.
You could.
You might
could.
say that.
I wouldn't say that, but someone might.
Well, we're doing really good. I mean,
I-
I feel good about this.
I do want to comment about Bubba because I've not been around really much because my schedule has gotten
Oh, he
complicated.
did so good last
and
week.
when I first saw his trailer, when I saw the intro that he made, I know we're very anti AI around here, and I agree. Like I'm not I think AI is gonna be more and more problematic, but I had to chuckle when I saw his intro and how he used AI to animate himself.
I like
I
how
don't
the
know if anybody
comment
else
that
noticed
talked
that.
about the smile has blocked the smile. Like we can barely see it now.
True, this is
because of this
true.
comment. Oh, there
This
it
is
is.
true.
That is an infectious.
I don't think I've ever been that happy in my entire life, so I'm pretty impressed.
I love when Bubba makes himself laugh at his own dad jokes.
Yeah, it's really a great show. It's a really great pick me up.
That whole trio from Like It or Not is amazing. I
Oh,
love
yeah.
Rebecca Azor as well.
Yeah.
I freaking love. I call her Azor. I don't know why. Rebecca Azor as
Because
well.
you got that, you
And
probably got that from Ben. Ben does
I
that
think
all
I
the
did. And Benjamin Dixon is, I mean, he's on this show, so I'm just promoting us. But like, he's actually has vision for what he wants to do, and that is a rare thing. It took me a long time to even get a sense, and I think I'm just maybe there now. Benjamin Dixon from the jump, there's such a thing, I think, as a natural talent at presenting. He's doing what he was meant to do right now.
Now, Jeff, you're part of Good Morning Comrade, right?
Yeah, me and Robert are the two hosts of Good Morning Comrade. We actually originate on. We've been doing this for 6 years on WHIVLP New Orleans. We've been streaming it on YouTube for years, and
You're on radio. You're on radio.
yeah, we're on radio. Actually, the previous guest that I had on the show the last week that actually ran today on the space, he's the founder of the station, Mark Allen Derry, Letterhack. I got to hook you up with him because he's interested in talking about this space as well.
Yeah. Great.
Oh shit!
Let's
this
go.
space just keeps growing.
He's cool. He's actually been a guest on Majority Report a number of times. He's an infectious disease doctor. He's a very cool guy.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I was watching that actually earlier.
Mark Allen, yeah, good guy. He's based in New Orleans, and runs. Basically founded the station that my show's been on for 6 years.
Yeah, that interview with him. Yeah, that's who you were interviewing.
Yeah, Mark Allen. Yeah, Mark Allen.
Yeah,
He's
so
he
close to
seemed
getting
really cool.
that sip. I noticed you were just moments away. There we go.
Yeah, so we've got just a little bit more update, more votes in, more votes counted, but the percentages haven't shifted all that much. So more than likely not gonna see. I don't know. What do you think in the next? What's it gonna look like in the next 2 hours?
I don't know. I feel like it is going to stagnate around this for a while.
I want to know what
was he at
are
47? Was he at 47? Was Mamdani
No.
at 47 initially when it was early? No.
42 is what I remember.
Okay, so he actually ticked up a little bit. Okay.
Yes, he's been ticking up all night, which is a good indication, I think.
I would like to know what are the counties that have, or what are the districts that have not been counted yet, and which way do they normally lean? Because we are close enough. I didn't think we'd be here. We're close enough that it could theoretically get decided tonight.
Yeah, this is where we need Jackie Kornacki.
I think you got to look in.
I
Well,
love
even
Kornacki.
Kornacki's only thing on this
Oh,
was
God, what
from
in the
earlier
fuck?
today.
Oh,
and Kornacki
Jesus.
said,
Oh, God.
Kornacki said it's going to be several. It's going to be weeks. But
Failing New York Times.
I think we're looking at neighborhoods.
Yeah.
It goes from boroughs to neighborhoods. And,
All right, southwest there is Staten Island. That's going to be more Cuomo leading.
Yes, this whole area is going. Like I said earlier,
it's color coded. Well, there you go. So
this
we
whole
got
place would have been if Adams had run. This would have been Adams right here because it's cops,
Yeah.
literally.
well those out. We can assume that those whited out, not yet counted districts are going to go Cuomo. They might not, but we can assume they will.
Yes.
That lends the question. Are those white districts surrounded by Mamdani votes likely to go for Mamdani as well? And what is their population?
So
I'm
these
thinking
two
out
right
loud.
here being in these two right here, I'm curious about. And off the top of my head, I can't. I'd have to look at another map to see exactly where it is. But this is Brooklyn. I'm tempted to say they'll go Mamdani, but that's just a guess. Just because
Brooklyn's a little more swanky these days, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why it's hard to say. I think.
Yeah.
You ever notice how
Probably
these
safe,
maps,
but like.
You ever notice how these maps are really like it's interesting that the all these people crammed in this small location are the ones voting for the guy who wants to make rent cheaper and all that kind of stuff. You know,
These
It's like-
actually, some of these might not be. So right here, this is Central Park. This is not going to fill up right here because it's literally no one lives there.
Well, yeah, and I
So-
vote we call them blank areas.
So I'm actually wondering how many.
Good point. Good point.
Alex, do any parks come to mind here? That
McCarran
might be one of
and
these.
Prospect.
Right? Yeah. So these may not actually get results.
Well,
You know, I thought land votes. I read on Truth Social. I thought land is actually the chief voter.
Hold on a second. Let's see here.
I mean, in the age of oligarchy, it kind of does. What's up, Sandy?
I just want to say
Yes,
I'm going to be
no,
signing
that-
off.
Oh,
dropping like flies.
Yeah.
Thanks for
just wondering if I
hanging
could
out,
plug
Sarah.
my stuff before I leave.
Hit it.
Canada has fallen.
Yeah. So everyone can check me out on Left of the Box on YouTube. I'm so close to having 8K subscribers. So if
Wow.
everyone who's watching right now who doesn't know about me, go subscribe. You'll make me very happy. Canadian politics with sarcasm and sass from the perspective of somebody with lived experience of disabilities and poverty. I'm queer and non-binary. I also wrote a book. You can find it on Amazon. Necroplasm. It's a vampire horror. Also, tomorrow I will be on this space, my regular slot, 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern, but I'm going to be going on as the vampire from my book. Minuet.
And what you mean by that
Forward to
is
seeing
the
Minuet.
vampire is taking over the stream and you're going to be held for ransom in the closet somewhere?
Well, I'm her acolyte.
I
It
see.
makes sense. People,
Oh.
if you want to know all the context, you can buy the ebook tonight and binge read it by tomorrow.
There you go.
I also do artwork right there. You can see.
Nice
I do
cat.
commission pets and portraits of pets and people. But,
Portraits of pets and people.
A triple P.
Love
Uh-huh.
it.
Very talented.
So yeah, for your Canadian content, my regular news live streams are Sunday afternoon, evening-ish times. But good luck and fingers crossed
Thank
for all
you.
you guys.
Thanks for
Thanks,
hanging
Sandy.
out, Sandy.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it.
Absolutely.
I think
Thank you so much.
I think the
Oh,
Canadian touch is always helpful. Honestly, I think that it's a
Yes.
really nice mix.
Oh yeah.
It honestly
Well,
makes
I'm one
me
of the good
feel-
ones anyway.
You are. And thank you for caring. I worry about that from time to time.
We keep
I'm
turning
gonna-
down that
so-
one guy from the UK. We're like, no, we got Canada. We don't need a Europe.
So I'm
UK, give me a break.
I'm
Learn
going to
about
give an
Australia
update that everything that is white will not be getting any results because they are in fact parks, prisons, or airports.
Okay.
Oh,
Oh,
boy.
prisons, right. Yeah, I forgot that New York City has so many goddamn prisons just in the
Yeah.
middle of the...
What the
You
hell?
know, yeah, take a left at the prison. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll
Yes.
get there.
So just so that just to show you how unaware both myself and Alex is by no means alone. It's myself as well.
Oh, that's anybody looking at a map. Give yourself a break.
So these are both parks. This right here is Rikers Island. If you can see my
Oh,
little
well,
mouse right there.
yeah.
This is LaGuardia Airport. These are parks up here, so, and this is a park right there. So those are definitely not going to be. And I believe this is JFK Airport right here.
Yeah, that's Jeff.
So
Why is JFK so goddamn big?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, JFK is huge.
It's a massive airport.
No one needs to be flying. Give me a break.
So if we're looking
Could
at
be
just the
next.
colors, first of all, the upper west and the upper east side going straight for Cuomo is perfect and hilarious.
Mhm.
Also, it seems a lot of the Bronx. I call it upstate. I know this is a debate. My fiance is like, that's not upstate. Anything beyond Manhattan to me is upstate. But that going a lot for Cuomo is also not that surprising. That's suburbs, or it's turning into suburbs.
That Louisiana L shape from Mamdani is a surprise, a pleasant one.
Yeah,
Interesting they're grouped together like
for
that.
sure.
I wonder if we are also seeing a map of local efforts. The fact that these are so grouped, I wonder.
So Mamdani was very strategic in a lot of the things that they did. I wish I took pictures, but like his I imagine they were volunteers, were like really, some of their efforts were really creative. So I live right across from a park, and there is like chalk work all throughout the park talking about Cuomo's corruption, don't rank Cuomo, major issues that Mamdani's running on. So, and like really like very, very strategic in their placement. Like the entrance to a track has "Don't vote Cuomo." Like just what they were doing was not like child's play, despite it being chalk.
Yeah.
Chalk
And-
is a very radical tool because it's
Yeah,
technically
apparently,
not
yes.
illegal in a lot of instances because it gets washed off.
Ah.
So I've done a lot of chalk work in my day, and it's really, really cool.
Did you know that
Chalk
1
that
in 24 New Yorkers is a millionaire?
Nice. I'm happy. How does that
There's
treat you, David
more-
and Alex? Is that
More,
down?
there are
Any trickles?
350,000 millionaires living in New York City, more millionaires than anywhere else in the entire world. There was or any other city. There was a rumor, or there's always a rumor, that a tax hike on the rich would send them fleeing the city. That they would all just the wealthiest residents would just leave.
And then it'll become a plague
but
on the
there's-
rest of the country or the world.
Yeah, but there's been 2017, 2021, there were tax hikes and nobody left. They all
So
stayed. If
well,
anyone's leaving, it's the
cowards.
people who don't make any money because they can't afford to live.
Right. There have definitely been people that have left New York City, but to that claim that all of a sudden businesses are going to vanquish, that everyone's going to leave, so that they, first of all, they're remember that they haven't become wealthier since the pandemic just because there's been supposedly low taxes. I mean, there's loopholes and all the shenanigans they pull to make sure that their money's not taxed. But outside of that, that would like explain. I want people that claim to be experts and make these claims to explain why there was growth between the 50s and the 70s in the United States.
Right. Yeah.
When in during our prime
Exactly.
development ages, while the wealthy and corporations were being taxed at progressive rates.
Yeah.
I mean-
Meanwhile, there's 1 in 4 residents in New York City who cannot afford essentials. 1 in 3 spends half their income on rent. So, like, the working class, the ones earning all the money, aren't taking any of it home, and the ones who are taking it home, the fewer, couldn't possibly spend it all, right? Like, why not tax them? And it takes me back to when de Blasio won with like 73% of the vote in his time, and he said, okay, I want to tax the rich and do universal pre-K, and he laid out the perfect plan for capitalism. He's like, this will ensure that we have better workers one day and that all these rich people will benefit from this tax. And Cuomo said, no, we're not doing that. And he definitely didn't do it. And he found the money in the budget. Who knows what that really means? But it goes back to there's all these rich people in this one city, and they won't cough it up in taxes to pay for, look, everyone else in your great city they're going to have to bail or die. Like they half your income goes to rent. Well, who made that decision? Oh, the 350,000 millionaires living in that city. It's
That's
such
because the
bullshit.
millionaires are colonizing. They think that New York City is a historically important city in the history of humanity, which is probably true to some degree. And they want to colonize it and turn it into their little area where poor people aren't allowed. That's the entire plan. That's their strategy. So
And then they'll just have slave labor. And that's how shit'll get
that's
done.
what the prisons are for. That's all slavery.
Yeah. They think they attach themselves to this libertarian Ayn Rand. What is her
Bullshit.
book? Atlas Shrugged. Like, oh, can't tax the rich or else they'll all leave and just create their own paradise somewhere else. And if you want a reality of what that'll look like, play BioShock.
Well, and that would be great. Like, good riddance. Go
Yeah,
to
get the
Mars
fuck
or
outta
whatever.
here.
But the Bill Burr was on that one. I don't know if it's technically a podcast, but it's that guy who interviews people on the New York City subway, and they hold the Metro card up with the mic attached
yeah.
to it. Have you seen this?
Yeah, yeah.
And Bill Burr was like, "Oh yeah, it's going to be great one day when they deport all of the non-white people, and then all the people remaining in the country start to really get paid."
What?
And the guy was like, "That's not gonna happen." He goes, "I know, but isn't that what they're saying?
Yeah.
Like, isn't that the myth that like we have to deport these people because they're taking your jobs, they're taking money off your out of your food out of your mouth and money out of your wallet, and it should go to you. You should have it. And it's just not gonna be that
Could
way."
I possibly interject with a question that is not related to the election? Is that allowed?
Sure.
Yeah, please.
So when our panels were smaller, I was unable to make out that red object in Jeff's rear view. Could you what is in that? Is that a refrigerator?
Yep.
Could you give us a tour? What's in there?
Sure. Can't hold the mic, but yeah,
That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, let's go check this out. No handle. That's good.
What?
That's good.
Oh, I did not see that coming.
No handle.
I
yeah.
like it. I like the
Fantastic.
uniformity.
Okay. Okay. Very interesting. Very interesting.
ginger lemonade flavored.
How old is that refrigerator? What type of refrigeration? How does it refrigerate? I should be asking. What's the price range? I'm just curious.
My wife got it for me, so I don't know.
Hmm.
I've had it for a number of years though.
The shortest
That's
tour
like
ever,
this-
I will say.
That's
Shortest
said
tour
igloo
ever.
on it, so
it's igloo. Yeah, it's
If I
like-
wanted to get a beer in the 70s, that's what I would pull it out of. That thing
Yeah.
looks so satisfying.
it's good to have. I enjoy it. Thanks for noticing.
I try my best. We'll get into the books next time.
Oh, I got lots of books.
Yeah.
So this was updated at 10:13, 10 minutes ago, and CNN is projecting that it will go to round 2.
Okay.
I'm going to put in a prediction of my own. By tomorrow morning, it's going to be 44% Mamdani, 42% Cuomo, 12% Lander.
I'll put $100 on that you're wrong.
All right.
10 to 1 odds. 10 to 1 odds. So if you are right, I'll
44,
give you 1,000
12.
bucks. Those numbers exactly. No bullshit.
Oh, I mean, what are the chances we wake up tomorrow or in a week and it's like, wow, Cuomo really came back?
So CNN,
A lot.
so-
Very high.
So their detailed projection is that his Mamdani's initial support will remain below 50%, meaning it will be decided by ranked choice votes. He is well positioned to claim a remarkable
Kristina.
primary win. Even as a winner won't be known for at least another week, Mamdani's strong performance will reverberate beyond America's largest city, catapulting both Mamdani and his policy ideas into the spotlight. So I think they think he has a good chance to win come July.
Sweet.
Wow.
That's good.
Which honestly surprises me. I wasn't commenting earlier because I aside from not liking polling and all that stuff, I didn't have much faith. I'll be honest. I thought Cuomo was going to squeak it out because I mean the fact that
America's terrible.
just the fact that Cuomo is doing was so strong in general. Like he had a ridiculous amount of ads. There was one I was watching.
really.
There was a video that was shown unrelated to the election entirely. It was like one of those inspirational videos that I was recently shown by someone. And every single ad break, there was an ad break like every 2 minutes. And every single ad break was the same Cuomo ad over and over and over again.
Yeah. I was worried about that too.
I
welcome
love
back,
inspirational
Kristina.
videos.
Hello. I came back to some wonderful news.
Yes. He is leading.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah, I don't even mean to speak on this so negatively. I'm surprised. I'm honestly
No.
I'm positively surprised.
Just
Yeah.
looking at
Oh, shit.
some of these numbers.
I didn't expect this view of this view of.
Yeah, this is a jump
We're
scare.
going to probably
he's got to learn.
What is
how-
this chest
in,
hair bullshit going on here? Look at that.
in the fall.
Hello.
Yes,
Yes,
general
solidarity,
campaign, general
Button
election.
up, buddy. What are you
Donnie
doing?
on the Democratic
Oh,
ticket.
don't. What are you
Do you
Andrew
dislike
Cuomo
Chester?
on the, I'm not sure what his
He
official
looks like that for me when on the movie
party
podcast.
Hold on.
I made sure I left
ropers
very
for
little to
New
the
York,
invitation.
or
There you go.
There's a reason why my polo shirt is buttoned up.
politicians of the past for New York. I'm not sure what the name of his ticket's going to be. But
Can we call
he,
Sam
as
Cedar
of
right now?
now,
Get him
I
on
think
this
you can
space.
expect that he's
Alex,
going to be on
call
the ballot. And Eric
Hey,
Adams will also be running. I'm not sure what
3920.
ballot line he'll be on.
Stupid, sexy Sam.
And
Yeah.
the Republican will be Curtis Silwa.
I mean, he's
Sliwa. I
fine
can
as
never
hell. He's
remember.
got it.
He
Jojo
was
Siwa.
very well known in the, I want to say the 70s or the 80s as the leader of the Guardian Angels. And then he's done talk radio.
Talking about the Republican.
Since that time.
He's got to learn how to
Stanley
just
Gray.
use like straight from his laptop and use OBS.
Cuomo just
Yeah.
conceded.
What?
I'm being told
What?
Cuomo just
Wait,
conceded.
what?
No.
What?
Get the fuck
What?
out of here.
I don't have
Stan's
He
gonna
can't be
break
learning-
news
no,
on our
He can't be
fucking
learning
space.
this from another live stream.
Wait a
Well,
second,
we're
what?
my
live.
TV,
No.
but this
Wait,
is,
wait.
really exciting.
Wait a
Let's
second.
fucking
I'll try
go.
and read some.
Hold on.
I'm
Okay.
looking this up.
We got to do live fact
Didn't win
checking.
yet.
Get this guy
Well,
off the
Cuomo
screen.
conceded.
Let's do some
No,
live fact checking.
Not
Whoa,
won the general
Sam,
election
where do
yet.
you?
And
At least
I don't think
muted.
anybody
Wait,
should
you,
rest on their laurels.
Was he kidding?
Yeah,
We don't know that.
I don't see anything about him.
He's
about him.
referencing because he's got this Rolodex of all these popular, important
No,
people.
I mean,
They're
he's
giving
got
Sam
Chris
Cedars
Hayes
from
on
behind
speed
the
dial.
scenes.
Olayemi
Yeah, because
tweeted it.
Chris Hayes knows everything that's going on. He's the most
hold on.
intelligent guy. He's up to the. He's up to
Yeah,
speed.
yeah. It looks like he did. Como speaks.
Olayemi tweeted.
What the
I'm
fuck?
posting her tweet.
What?
Como conceded. New York
What?
Times still won't call the race, but I mean, it's already been called from like
Cuomo
like
conceded.
Zoran won.
Wait, your dog?
Dog's happy.
Holy shit!
Oh, there's a
We
huge.
fucking did it.
Hold on. I need a fucking headline.
I thought it was like the dog
I-
from Men in Black.
Andrew Cuomo.
You know what?
conceded.
I'm going to be honest. Olay's tweet is my headline.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
really
Holy shit.
Bless
Holy shit, dude.
America.
Holy fuck!
Oh, this is so
I did
good.
that.
Oh,
That's,
what a night.
Well.
Late June
Hell
back
yeah,
in
man.
2005. What a very
That's
special
amazing.
time.
Yo, I don't understand though. If he's conceding, what is all right? Here's the deal.
Because he needs
If
like
he's
51%.
conceding, that means
He's conceding
he
this.
has a knowledge of what is to
He
come.
knows the next
that
round.
we don't.
No. His you're getting conspiratorial, but he just knows that he's not. No one was going to rank Cuomo second. Well, not no one,
Yeah.
but
That was an entire
yeah.
don't rank.
he wasn't. He
Cuomo.
wasn't going to have a round two that fueled him.
Yeah, I didn't mean to seem conspiratorial. I mean he is not conceding arbitrarily because he thinks that. He has had people who are professionals in this.
Yes,
tell
yeah,
him
no,
They walk in the
goes to
room.
round
They
two,
look at
you're-
him like this.
Well, keep in mind his whole message was rate Cuomo, and there was no cross endorsement. There was no
Yep.
strategy to like if you're not going. There was no communication from Cuomo's camp that if you don't want to rate him 1, at least rate him 2. He was either rated 1 or he wasn't rated or ranked. I'm sorry.
Okay, here we go.
He was either ranked 1 or not at all.
Dana Rubenstein, Cuomo says he called Mamdani and congratulated him. Let's give him a round of applause, Cuomo says. That's from the New York
Holy
Times.
shit.
4
Holy
minutes ago.
shit.
And then a
Inject it
Cuomo
into my
supporter yells from the crowd as it sounds like the former governor may be conceding. It's not over yet. So it's fucking over.
I mean, it's
I-
over.
I'm just curious what I'm curious about is okay. So he's
Got to move to New York City, baby.
He's conceding, but I'm curious. I'm going to take Olay down, and I'm still trying to find an actual article. So I'd love if anybody has it.
Well, I can
tell you
I can share
conceding
this.
does not mean he's out of the race, actually.
But
for sure.
So that's my yes, but that's not even what I'm going for here. How does this change the? I can't wrap my head around how it changes the ranked choice aspect.
Okay, so he says tonight was not our night. Cuomo says tonight was Assemblyman Mamdani's night.
Mm-hmm.
He said he ran great campaign, connected with New Yorkers, added that, inspired them and moved them and got them to come out and vote. He really ran a highly impactful campaign. Now, is he just conceding
He
the
can't
first
say it's a good
round?
campaign. He's
No,
just like,
no, you don't just concede a round. He conceded.
Okay,
the
so
he's
then,
bowing out.
so
He's
then
bowing
he knows
That
what
it doesn't look good.
what they're going to be, and he has insight into the second round. That's the
Well,
only
he knows that.
possible
Well, he don't.
explanation.
Well, no,
All
his campaign manager, his people have said to him, "You weren't going to be ranked number 2, so you don't have a shot in the subsequent round."
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
Now
But
that
my
doesn't
question is, how
mean
does
his
this-
name is taken out. It doesn't like
No,
nothing he
but-
says tonight changes that. I just want to be clear for the
Yeah.
audience. Like
Well-
him conceding does not affect any of the tabulation.
general.
Well, no, not even the general. In the primary, this doesn't mean that Mamdani picks up all of Cuomo's round 1 votes to get over the 50% mark.
They don't just
So we
end
still-
it here. They don't stop the count.
That,
They don't go,
that's
it.
that's what Jake and I are kind of. Jake sounds much more sure of it than me, and I'm trying to. I know that he doesn't pick up Cuomo's vote. So the question is, Mamdani doesn't get past 44%. I'm just like kind of hypothesizing. He doesn't get over 40. He doesn't get over 45% before July 1st. Cuomo has bowed out, but his votes are still there. We still have to go to round 2 because no one's getting over 50%.
No, here it is. This means that Zoran Mamdani will be the Democratic Party's nominee for New York City mayoral election. Daily Times.
I have
See-
Brad Lander saying something.
Hold on,
see-
I just picked it up. I got you,
I
Jeff.
think what the problem is that New York City, they didn't explain like how this, like the rules, like clearly enough for like people like us to really, because ranked choice voting is still kind of a new-ish thing.
Well, no, we know how the ranked choice voting works, but what hasn't been covered, and this is a good point, Kristina, actually, is what happens when people bow out.
Concede and drop out. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a key difference. I was just gonna say, conceding literally does not mean drop out. Conceding is essentially nothing. Conceding is just a message to your audience. It doesn't
Well, it means
have-
that. Well, it means that
I think he's out.
It does mean that, like, even if somehow magically he bounces back and gets to 50%, I mean, he could come back and say, "Never mind, I'm not conceding." But
Yeah. No, that's the point. Is even if he never says that, if he bounces back and gets 50%, he's the mayor elect. Or not? No, he's not. He's the nominated
Democratic
guy.
nominee, but he's conceded. But by conceding, he was saying, "I'm not taking it," so whoever's number 2 would take it.
No,
Yeah, 'cause I
by
think he's already
conceding, you're
gonna-
not saying that. This is very important to be clear
Okay.
about.
Okay.
You're simply acknowledging that it looks like you lost. You're not even acknowledging that you lost. You're acknowledging that it looks like you lost.
Okay.
And the reason it is that way is so that people, unlike Trump, people can be gracious and
Bow out.
and make it a smooth transition once it becomes obvious. But importantly, there's no legal thing that it means. It's just it's just
Yeah,
a
him
phrase we're
conceding doesn't
using
mean
to mean
that.
chat.
Yes, yeah, it doesn't. It doesn't negate his votes if he were to decide to come back and say, "Well, never mind."
Even
Well-
if he doesn't, though, that's the thing. If he does nothing and he concedes and
I
does
do
nothing
have
else, still
additional good news though. Richie Torres isn't going to run for governor of New York.
So that is a good.
Because he said if he was going to win, he was not going to. I'm like, cool, good. We don't want you.
Yeah, no, Torres is.
All right,
Is
this
he
Politico.
going to move to Israel? Is that what the plan is?
Here, this is from Politico. It says the Democratic Socialist lawmaker is on pace to win the primary for New York City mayor. Cuomo conceded defeat late Tuesday night and said he called to congratulate Mamdani. Now, why would he do that and go, "It'll be interesting to see where this goes"? I mean, that sounds like he's conceding defeat, right? And then Politico here goes on to say that he won 43.5% of the first place to Cuomo's 36.3.
I mean, that's quite the lead though.
But the outcome is not final. The board is expected to announce full results on January 1. So, like they were saying in that article,
January 1?
July. I always see 1 and think New Year's Day, but they were we were reading in an article at the beginning of the evening where they said that there would be unofficial results tonight. And I think that everyone in this case,
Yeah, but we
Cuomo,
got some official results.
Cuomo is
Yeah,
saying,
next Tuesday.
I'm going with the unofficial results.
I feel comfortable enough saying it's over.
I think the crucial thing here is that when Cuomo's team is looking at this, they are looking at the solidarity between Lander and Mamdani and thinking, okay, all of the second choices for Mamdani or the majority are going to Lander and vice versa. You add Lander to Mamdani's, that gets you way over 50%. Solidarity.
So how does this
brothers and
affect
sisters.
against Eric Adams then?
Yeah, it's no
He's
shot.
a big dork.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Eric Adams is there's another thing. I'm sorry to inundate you with links, Matt, but Curtis Sliwa has won the
Republican
nomination. Yeah, which he's such a clown. It's arguable that means essentially Eric Adams is running as the Republican.
Right.
Basically.
Yeah.
Even though he's an independent now.
Oh my God.
And it will split, if not the vote, at least where the money goes.
Oh, yeah.
The
Yeah.
money, the Trump backers and the Andrew Cuomo backers, are you going to back Silva or are you going to back Adams? Like
Adams.
Probably.
Mostly. But Sliwa.
I mean, I'm looking on Twitter, and so Francesca Fiorentini said, watch the Dem establishment go back to Eric Adams.
Yeah.
No question. That's gonna
That's
happen.
what they did in that fucking, what was it, the Buffalo race?
Yeah, everybody with a channel, get
That
ready
needed.
to point out to the public, this is who they are. When faced with a corrupt, a super right-wing choice or a progressive who is fairly nominated, they will do everything in their power to fight progressive causes. They're not a left-wing party.
No, they'll use the system where it benefits them, and they'll undermine it where it doesn't. It's like they've always done this. This is not new. You know what I mean?
The point being that where it benefits them is never progressive, and where it doesn't
Of course
benefit
not.
them is always progressive. So
No,
they
of
are
course
not a left-wing party. Do not let people.
The Democrats? Yeah, no shit.
This is the best picture I have seen in a very long time. Please tell me that's
I know.
absolute. Please.
No, that was during the highlight. That was during the pandemic when he was dealing with all the sexual with the investigation.
That's what he's literally saying. Send them back to the nursing homes. Make those old people die.
Which, by the way, is not
Andrew
national
Cuomo.
Uh-oh.
Andrew Cuomo is in the past. He is not the present or future of New York City.
Hey.
Wait, I want to hear the.
Good fucking riddance.
Dude, Trump started the
Opium.
trend. Trump started a trend. Now politicians are all going to say fuck.
Fucking good.
I love fuck.
Trump said
Your ability to say
president.
fuck,
Letterhack,
how
you're
you say
muted,
fuck
you
is a
dumb
good
fuck.
indicator of if you're a real person.
I said that in chat
Oh,
too, and he
wait,
didn't pay
did you
attention.
Like, if
Hey,
you guys
fuck.
want to drop
He's running.
bombs, we'll drop bombs.
Yeah.
I was all that credit of trouble of editing it out of my video. I didn't know you just leave it in there.
You just
I have
leave
to
in
edit
the
the
fuck.
radio, so
There's too many things to press down here. I pressed mute instead of share screen, I guess. There's no reason to be muted. Then there's this. Just in, tonight was not our night, Cuomo says,
this
before
is what he was-
adding that he has
Wow.
called Mamdani to congratulate him. And
That's
there's
like
his
a
family.
room of like 7 people.
This is
and
the Four
5 are
Seasons
in the
part two.
front.
So
You know?
small, man.
The Four
This is
Seasons
embarrassing.
part 2, is that what you said?
Yeah.
holy
well, the
shit.
Four Seasons total landscaping.
And then probably
partial, it's
the
total.
most exciting news of the night, Curtis Sliwa wins the Republican primary for New York City mayor in his cute little
Whoa.
hat.
Guy.
Uh-oh.
It's cute little hat.
Cute little hat.
Taking it upon himself to rough up. They don't even put a picture of him. I love it. There's like ads on here. There's no picture.
This
is
is
a great
awful.
link.
Why would what?
Great.
What purpose does this website have to exist other than
Nobody
farm
gives
ads?
a shit about that news.
Jesus
It's so
fucking
back
Christ.
page or whatever.
Oh, let me tell you. Number one, they don't have a choice in that website because it's actually one of the websites handed out by a multi-billion-dollar national corporation, probably Scripps. But two, that is where you will get the most accurate reporting of any place in America.
That is true.
is
That
local
is
news
true.
Mm-hmm.
And you can barely fucking read it.
Yep.
Also,
I'm
like, can
tweeting
we
at
like,
Matt Binder right now.
can we just get everyone who shares a screen on this space to just install a goddamn ad blocker? Like, like, come on, it's 2025 here. You guys are living like it's 2006 on this bitch.
I
Like,
usually don't
What
share
are we doing here?
screens like that. I always go into reader view
Oh.
so it looks all old school, or I
Mm.
go to or I download the fucking video.
Here's a great. Speaking of the same folks, good old fashioned. I don't know who they're associated with anymore, but Pix11 have some election results. There's some other results that are definitely in. Jermaine Williams definitely won. What was it? Public Advocate.
Mm-hmm.
At 71.
You watched the whole video about it.
votes. That's essentially mayor when the mayor is out. Is my understanding. 71.
It also holds the mayor. They can also hold the mayor.
Mayor when the mayor is.
Well, there's a
Lord.
lot of intention going
Come
on.
on, I was doing something.
Oh,
I found this
exactly
cool
what you're trying to
show.
do. Oh, also, so someone tweet out, guess I have to wait till tomorrow when Brianna Wu will somehow attribute Zoran's win to 9/11 or starts advocating for Eric Adams. I'm predicting that's going to happen to a lot of people. Like I'm like, this is like a billion 9/11s for liberals and centrists.
Matt Binder asked, "Where is the celebration party?" And I tweeted at this space.
Yeah. Get in here, Bender. Celebrate good times. Come on.
Kristina,
Did you drop a link though?
Stick with me.
I dropped a link to the YouTube.
Good.
Yeah,
great.
Oh, Alvin Bragg. Keep it moving on to district attorney. Good.
Yep. Take that, Trump.
Yep.
Zoran dropped a ad 2 hours ago, which was basically like a feel good. I think I'm going to win ad. I'm waiting to see if he actually posts anything in the next few minutes.
Nina
It's
Turner, of
celebration.
course, saying the Democratic establishment has been put on notice tonight.
Yeah.
Reminding everyone that Richie Torres is up for re-election next year.
Dude.
Not
Out of there. Get him
Yeah,
out of
well,
there.
Brad Lander should
Chuck Schumer to be primaried. I'm calling for Sam Cedar to do the primary.
Oh God.
I'm sorry.
Dude,
been teasing that for
unironically,
years.
yes.
He would
That
win.
guy.
Yeah.
I want to see him maybe not in the spotlight, but I want to see him working in politics. Like,
He'd be so good.
I would feel much better about the things politicians said if they had to run it by Cedar first, so he could say that sounds dumb, and you sound dumb for saying.
You know what? The more that Brad Lander, he's not being like a sore loser. He's like, Andrew Cuomo's definitely needs to go away. Obviously, blah 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 blah. Him and Zoran, they cross endorse each other. He should run against. Oh God, what is it? Adam? What is it? Who? There's a few other. There's a few other people that are up.
Adam Schiff.
No, in New York.
No.
Adam Gold. What?
Wait, for which? What do you refer? What?
Maybe like a congressional seat or some sort, or maybe like a senatorial. I forgot who the guy's name is, but like
Nadler.
No. Let me look this up.
I don't know.
Said Mamdani to raise.
Because when I voted, I voted by mail, and when I voted, there were two court positions, two judgeships, I guess, that were up, and then it was mayor and the public advocate. That was it that I can remember. I don't think there was a Senate or anything.
If you are in
Alex, you voted today. Was there a state senator or anything like that?
There were council members. There was.
I know that depending on where you live, there were certain
for me, because I'm in Manhattan, my fiance was in Brooklyn. She didn't have this page, but I had a second page with judicial representatives. I don't even know what the hell it was. I looked at Working Families Party to see if they endorsed anybody, but they didn't even go that granular. So I just picked female names or names that sounded foreign. I didn't know what to do.
Here we
And
go.
Charlie Kirk, hold on. Charlie Kirk posted 24 years ago, a group of Muslims killed 3,000 people on 9/11. Now
Oh
Muslims
my
socialists
God.
on New York
Like
City.
clockwork.
Shut the fuck up. I'm sorry.
Dude,
sorry.
at some point, America is just going to have to start acknowledging out loud anytime he's invited anywhere. That guy's just a bigot.
Yeah.
Like, no joke.
Oh, yeah.
And an
No, no comedy.
We got to
He's
come
just-
up with a
he's
better
straight up
word
bigot.
than
I'm
bigot
too
because
damn-
frankly, bigot
by
is
the
not.
way.
They don't know what that means. It doesn't really impact them. We need to come up with like a really hard.
I don't care what they
slur
think
for these
or feel.
motherfuckers.
Like, we need to speak accurately about this guy. He's not somebody who has some interesting political insights. He's a
Yeah,
Yeah,
clown.
they can learn the word.
He only debates college students because he knows that they're still young and they don't know everything yet. But then when he went to Cambridge, he was in for a wake up call. That was glorious.
Oh yeah, that was.
But like,
funny.
this is what if I was on like a college campus finding out Charlie, I would be like, Charlie, why do you just hang out around like college kids to debate? You can't debate someone that's your age who actually has a vaster knowledge of the subjects that you're trying to debate these kids on. Like, and people be like, yeah.
Well,
and
it's
I'm
just
like,
that he loves going to colleges because that's probably where he does all of his illegal, like rapey activities.
Yeah.
You know,
It's like the from Dazed and Confused. They get older. I get older. They stay the same age.
Yep.
I don't like that we're relying on essentially kids, though, for the defense of decency.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
kids are the future.
It's I think that. I mean, we're not relying on kids. He's targeting kids. It's different than that. I mean,
yeah.
He is.
Yeah,
But he wants to clip them and go viral, make them out to be, people who are dumb.
how
I mean,
does
the
that
one-
make him look good? I never understood.
know,
Like,
it
He's
doesn't
gotta
grown
be
look good.
man debates 18-year-old. Somehow the grown man looks good. I never understood that. What? Like some
Also-
38-year-old is debating a child. And
Yeah.
somehow like that's the child's supposed to be embarrassed. Like what?
Like one time, it was one of those recent ones where this one girl who basically was like, about like abortion or whatever. She's like, I was, my father fathered my baby. I had a choice, and look what I didn't do. I didn't murder my baby. And I'm like, first of all, you're admitting that your father raped you on camera without your face being blurred out. Second of all, you refer to your child as this thing.
Not to be confused with this space, of course.
Yes. But
Okay, I'm just gonna say, I've decided this is a bellwether for going forward, and the
Now that I like the
people,
results.
the people have spoken. Right, they have been in the streets all year. Right, biggest protest, like second biggest protest ever. Right.
Yeah.
We're getting more, and summer just
Balding.
started literally the other day. So, everyone's going to be fired up, and this is motivation for that. So if this isn't a bellwether for the midterms, it's a bellwether for the people who are going to continue to speak out and stand up to this fascist fucking regime.
Goddamn right.
That's what this means. So,
But also, it's a bellwether for the other side who are going to see, man, we really need to rig these elections. We really need to destroy the.
yeah, but I'm
infrastructure. We really
not
need
even
to shut down
talking
polling
about.
places.
I'm not talking about it being I'm using the same term, but it's not a bellwether for the upcoming elections. It's a bellwether for the people to continue to stand up.
Sure.
And whether
They
that's
feel-
voting or protesting, it's all of it.
I'd say for the average person, they would feel like I went out to the protest like 2 weeks ago, and look at what we did. We got this guy for
There you
mayor for New York, and they're gonna feel that connection.
Let's keep going.
At the very least, yes. Let's keep going.
here we
And
go.
then if they deny us the right to vote, it's on.
On
Then the people are
It's-
just going to be amped up. They'll be
They-
ready.
Yeah,
On-
I think
Go ahead.
Brand Lander could primary Dan Goldman. That's who I was, thinking of.
Oh yes.
Yeah, because Richie Torres, primary Richie Torres, they're all up for re-election. Torres, Goldman, Jeffries, Gillibrand, and Schumer.
Please,
Toros.
Jeffries, please.
I can see.
somebody.
Yeah, I mean all of them.
We'll take
I
some
can
Soros
see
money.
Eric Adams right now calling Cuomo, going, "Are you sure they didn't secrete some of the votes?"
Did you check in the doll?
Look behind
frame,
picture
look at
frames and
The fucking
in jewelry
picture
boxes.
frame, and there's bullets.
He
There's
somehow
bullets
sounds like
behind the
Hank
picture
Hill.
frame. Fuck
It's
me.
amazing.
I do want
Wow.
to say that in a recent episode, we actually interviewed somebody who was Patrick Shepard. He was actually my organizer for DSA. He was staff over there, and he's been a part of some of these campaigns. He was a part of a state senator that was a DSA endorsed candidate that won. He was he was sort of in contact with the AOC campaign as well. And like what the liberals are going to try to do, and I'm going to be really straight up with this, they're going to try and make New York seem like an anomaly. They're going to make it seem like New York is just this incredibly liberal, whatever, and like it can only fly there. And
new
like,
San
the reality
Francisco?
is, and like the New Yorkers on the call will understand this more than anybody, like there's political machines in New York that are stronger than anywhere else. They're just Democrat political machines. So it is important to not let them do this bullshit, to not let them float that narrative, and to not, because this kind of thing, we've seen victories for people in, like I said, Rashida Tlaib in Michigan. We've seen Ilhan Omar in Minnesota. We've seen this in several other places. And the very first thing when they said, when AOC won, was that this is going to only happen in New York because it's where the commies live or whatever. And obviously the case studies exist everywhere. This is something that can be extrapolated. This campaign needs to be studied and figure out what happened here. The institutional knowledge has been built up. There needs to be communication broadly with the people who are a part of this, and share that knowledge and build this shit replicated everywhere. And obviously conditions are going to be different.
The new 50-state strategy. And also too, when Michigan went blue, a lot of states were like, how did Michigan do? And I'm like, they're the blueprint. Go with that. Because South Carolina, they yes.
Hey.
Like South Carolina doesn't really have much besides like, oh, someone might run for this one legislative seat, and that's about it. I'm like, no, you guys have a blueprint in Michigan, and then now with what Zoran's done, we can definitely look to his campaign and be like, look, how did you do it? Give us a step-by-step guide. Give us a pamphlet. Give us a manuscript of some sort. Just tell us what to do.
I want to say one more thing. On that point too, AOC was not this closely associated with DSA as an organization, right? Rashida Tlaib was, or is still to this very day. Zoran definitely is. And so this is sort of like going to have a positive impact on the membership of organizations like DSA. Obviously, I'm biased. I'm literally wearing a DSA shirt right now. So, whatever. But that was sort of like, I don't know if it was the X factor or anything like that, but that is a key, I think, component in the framing of this for Zoran. And also, this is something that can sort of be a shot in the arm where people can look and say, hey, we have a cadre candidate that can win, that can literally come from membership like Zoran did. And I think that's important as well.
Jeff, to your point earlier that the Democrats are going to try to make it seem like this is an only in New York thing, going in the opposite direction will be the Republican Party, which is going to do its best to convince America that this is the Democratic Party now.
They've gone
This one
insane.
election was the whole thing. And they will my point, cutting to the point, which I'm trying to get better at, memorize pay attention to what Mamdani does and says, and do your best as a viewer of these things to understand the points for and against, because whether or not it's fair, you're going to be questioned about it, just like he's
100%.
questioned about foreign countries.
And we're lucky from that perspective as well, because we have somebody like Zoran who is like, I don't know, man, where he came from. Obviously, he didn't fall from, with the last drop of rain or anything like that.
He
but
might
like,
have fell out of a
he
coconut tree.
is so
No,
he's like so extremely composed in these situations where he was being blasted by Stephen Colbert last night on national television, and he didn't blink when he constantly gets like told that he's responsible for being anti-Semitic or whatever.
He's responsible for all the anti-Semitism happening in this country
He
or whatever.
doesn't get mad. He relates it to personal stories, and he turns that shit around. Like, people were mad about the Colbert thing, and like, I agree and I understand why people were. He took that as an opportunity to make himself look good while somebody's being a fucking asshole to him. And that's something like you cannot get mad. You cannot get shaken. You need to keep your composure. I say this.
Lander was like, hello, I'm a Jew. Like, hello. Like, and Stephen Colbert's like, on behalf of the Jewish community. I'm like, you're a Catholic. You're a Catholic. You always talk about how Catholic you are. You do not speak on behalf of the Jewish community.
I think he was
now.
being facetious.
If it was Catholics versus Protestants issues happening, then yes, I could probably see why you want to discuss that.
Is that war still happening? The protest.
That war will never end.
Yeah.
It is an eternal struggle. It's always bringing back in.
That's him.
So this is probably what you can expect. Well, I don't know exactly what his tone will be like in the general, but this is from December of 2023. This is the Republican.
This is Curtis Silva. Yeah.
You'll never see in the middle of this is something you'll never see in the middle of a day. 3rd Avenue in New York City. This is the future when everybody leaves and heads to Florida. They're on their way to Texas, Tennessee, Florida, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina. Look,
he's wearing red.
Because they've all fled the city, and it'll be a city only of criminals, homeless, emotionally disturbed, and migrants. I am Nostradamus.
Is this
I
Eric Adams?
see what's coming in 2024.
This is white Eric
Vast
Adams.
sea of emptiness.
We can only
As he's there in the present, whenever that was. In the
I
vast
wonder
sea
when
of
he
emptiness.
shot that exactly, because for 3rd Avenue to be that empty, it's got to be like Christmas Day or something.
He posted it December 28th, 2023.
Well,
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Can I just pop this
He's
one
literally wearing a red beret. Like, I'm like, dude, you look like you're a communist.
That's his. That's what always gets me is that he's a right winger.
With the
He founded a gang.
The beret is the look for his guardian angel group. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, he's that guy. They beat
he's that
people up
guy.
live on TV.
Yes.
Yes.
He's had plenty of Fox News spots where they're like attacking people that are supposedly criminals or whatever, and they're being the New York's guardian angels.
Yeah.
If you are in District 50 or District 18 in New York City, I want you to know that you had each of you had 2 races where somebody got into power simply because there was no one else on the ballot. You could have been one of those names.
Can we share this? Do we have a visual of the? Do we have?
Maybe
an
that
article
would
or
be
anything?
oh no. Yeah, I can do a visual.
Where?
This is what the competition looked like. No,
I'm trying to find Zoran doing a acceptance speech or saying something. I heard he was going to be speaking soon, so I'm just keep
making him
refreshing,
wait.
trying to find that. See if we can find that link.
Man,
We
Matt
don't want
Iglesias is coping so hard because again, he's already saying the whole, oh, this is unique. It's New York. It's very liberal. Blah 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 blah. And I'm like,
who the fuck gives a
New
fuck
York-
about any of
it's-
these Matt Iglesias ass motherfuckers? You can
abundance
go,
though.
you can
Remember,
go
that's the
cry.
new thing. That's
But
the
it-
new thing to take over the Democrat Party. No, it's not.
But it's not the liberal. First of all, let's just keep in mind that there's a difference between progressive and liberal.
Yes.
But aside from that, it's not a liberal bastion. That's the whole thing. Is it a blue city? Sure. Is it a city that's yes, but it's not some leftist bastion. It's really not.
Yeah.
And you really don't realize that until you come to New York and you're like, oh, there are people that live next to Trumpers in a big city. Like it's really not a leftist dream world.
Yeah.
Utopia.
Like that's
My
the thing
lovelies.
people don't understand, and Jake's trying to leave very soon. I
Yeah,
guess
that's what I thought,
that's
yeah.
usually when he
Yeah.
starts out. So I'm going to keep filibustering so that he's going to leave without anything. But what people
I'll be
don't
back in a few minutes.
understand,
Going to take dog for a walk. I love you.
what people don't understand about cities is that they're, especially New York, is that they're very diverse, and that also comes in viewpoints, like it could be a blue city, but what does blue mean? Like they just don't like Republicans. There's a lot of blue people who are rapists, like Bill Clinton, Andrew Cuomo. Like, does that like this whole like Democrat, Republican, blue, red thing?
Yeah.
Man, oh man, is it like at some point, and I think pretty soon here we're going to see it, but that's going to be such it's a limiting constraint. It's a prison in your mind.
This election was a really big blow to that kind of thinking, because Cuomo is so Trump-like. I mean, they're both from New York. It helps that they're both from New York, and
they're both bullies, and Democrats
bullies,
Democrats love
braggadocious.
having their own, like they want their own Joe Rogan,
Yeah.
they want their own Trump, and it's like,
They want their own Elon Musk.
They want their own rapist.
They're
Yes.
always tailing Republicans, like on every single thing, on every single narrative. They want their own Trump. They want their own,
which is
like,
crazy
Elon-
because the culture is so much more always
Who the
ahead.
fuck is flipping us around? What's going on here? Why
That
am I
would be
flipping?
me.
Ooh, Hollywood
Why are you
Squares, let's
flipping me?
go.
Don't flip
I
me.
don't know. I like a balanced screen, and if we only have two women here, I want to put them in the middle.
Oh, I see. It's a very sandwichy
we're
thing
so
going
hot.
on here.
Oh, don't go there. Don't go.
What
Come on.
what is that? I mean, you're the producer here. Like this is
Trying
your,
to-
and then
I'm
you got
trying
your
to make-
face obscured by the chat room. You're
Yeah,
trying to
because
cover
I'm
yourself up.
I'm
What is
usually not
that?
even on screen, so I'm
David,
taking the bullet. I'm
You
letting
got
people
those
block
bare
them.
walls. You don't
I
even
have
have
a
any art or
question.
anything on there.
Yes,
you can
what's
just,
up?
What area within Freehold were you living at? Like,
I not borough, township.
oh, you were living in a township?
I was in
Okay.
township, yeah. Although, we really only went to the borough to get Federicis or take a trip down memory lane, like my dad would like to, like back when. God, how long? I'm old. I'm getting old. I always realize how old I'm getting. But we take, he used to like take us to the borough to like, on nights he had nothing to do. He'd be like, "This is Springsteen town."
Yeah.
I dropped a drop site video of the moment Zoran won.
Like he found out?
When they announced
got
that
it.
Cuomo was conceding.
Oh yeah, this is when they said he was going to be talking soon. I saw the Tennessee Holler showed this, and I was like, okay, give us that. Elitist in there.
Crowd. They're all inside.
Look at that guy, elitist infiltrator.
It's over.
He's
It's
got-
like
he's-
100 degrees in New York. Right now.
He's got supporters that wear suits and dressing like nice dresses. He's bougie.
I certainly welcome the coming of the new caliphate.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
So I have a question. I have a question for people of the left, of a leftist persuasion. So if Zoran wins, and that's cool, right? And then you got to go up against Eric. But let's imagine, like, what time? When does it become appropriate to criticize a lefty politician? You don't want to criticize them the day of the election. You got to be strategic. But like, what time does it become like strategically relevant to go like, okay, here's some things that this guy should really focus on?
Within the
or
first
that kind
2
of stuff?
years? Maybe
I
within the
would
first
say-
few years when there's like a midterm or some sort? Like,
Am I reading you right?
When
I
they
would
fuck
say everything you just ran on, you better fucking do.
Yeah.
Like
That
day
part,
one.
Yes.
There's no time. It's
I don't-
when
I'd
you
be
fuck it
like,
up.
you work
Well,
for
let
us
me be
now,
more specific
pal.
because he won the primary, but he still got to go up against Adams, right? So, like, should you wait until he wins the mayoralship before you
I'd
drop
say
your
you
list
do
of
not
things?
switch gears. You do not start taking that DNC money right now. You do not start fucking around and finding out. Do not do any of that.
Stop.
Stay the course.
To make an
Democratic
analogy to the
socialist.
Kamala, keep calling him weird.
Be more socialist.
yeah,
now.
the moment they took Tim Walz's balls, that's when it's like, oh, it's over.
Yep.
As a Republican,
People-
they were hating that. But no, we have to be civil because we want to get white moderates. And I have a customer who's like a centrist, like a moderate Democrat. He's like, the moderates are the future. I'm like, no, they're not. I'm like, we gotta include working class people because they're being left out.
The thing about moderate,
the white moderate is the upper class folks who actually have capital, have wealth, have money. You know, it's like people like myself who's cleaning your house are feeling left out.
Yeah.
The thing about moderates are people, they hear the term and it's just an excuse for people to not read. Oh, I'm a moderate. Oh, well, what does that mean? You're left, you're right. Nah, I'm a moderate. I don't know anything about anything. It's just it's a label that they feel like they can identify with, that they don't have to read anything. They don't have to learn anything about the world. They don't have to like read a single news article since the day they graduated middle school, right? Like, it's just an excuse. Like, I feel comfortable. It's a blanket of cringe, you know? Like, I'm a moderate. I'm a centrist. I'm not left. I'm not right. I'm something in the middle. And whenever you try to ask these people what the fuck you actually believe, then it comes very clear. Oh, they just don't read. They don't know anything about anything. You know, like that. This whole, like, everyone has an opinion. I have a right to believe that the sky is purple. No, you don't. I'm sorry. That's not, you know.
And
I have a
moderates-
right to believe that calcium is the 97th element on the periodic table. No, you really don't. That's not a right that you have. And you don't have a right to be a moderate. That's not a thing. There is no such thing as a moderate. That doesn't exist, you know?
But I think-
hate
just
this.
like the word
Everyone's
moderate.
entitled to have an opinion on everything.
But
It's the
I
entitlement
think
of Americans.
I think my radical lefty views aren't that radical.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
they should be what we call moderate. Better wages, healthcare. That's not radical. So what is it, right?
That's what
so that's.
everyone
I think
promised.
everyone kind of thinks they're moderate in their own mind.
I'm not
in a
moderate.
way.
I'm
And I'm
moderate.
poaching that from Pinkerbell, who said it in the chat. I'm too lazy to
I
put
think
it up on
I think that
But
my
you did read.
opinion is I am pinned to the absolute left. If someone says anything that's lefter than me, then all right, I didn't know that. Now we're the same. I don't believe that this whole like balancing between Nazis and commies. Like, what is that? The commies want
Okay.
everyone to be happy
Yeah.
and live in prosperity. The Nazis want to
just-
kill everyone who's not
I
white.
think-
I don't know,
And-
man. I
and
think there's
yet-
a very clear answer there.
And also
need to
moderates
be
are like,
anti-fascist.
can't tell the difference. They're the
Period.
same thing. And it's like, no, they're not.
I got two pieces here that I just want to talk about before I jump off because I've been on for a long
Are they
time.
in your knapsack? Are those pieces in your? in your
They
baby
are
bag?
in my knapsack, and along with my crack pipe and my two little tiny guns. Jessica Ramos, who jumped out early to endorse Cuomo. This is what she's been saying.
It's white boy jihad summer.
I can't find it.
It's in the private chat.
No, I'm saying it says the page doesn't exist.
Oh.
Natalie
she
sure.
says-
Natalie
No.
sure padlock. That's why.
Yeah, hold on, I got it. Hold on.
But yeah, I mean, these days, really, what it comes down to is you can't say I'm moderate, I'm left, I'm right. You are anti-fascist, or you're fascist, or you're enabling fascism.
Yeah.
Jessica Ramos, the sole Cuomo surrogate currently circulating at this election night party, struck an optimistic tone. She noted that early voting results were not indicative of the entire city, particularly immigrant communities who had not, quote, adapted to early voting. The results we'll see tonight
To
paint a
quote
very
Natalie,
picture that she
girl.
did not tell the whole story. She said, girl.
What?
I think she's like cooking herself. She's like, enjoying her
It's
own.
like with Laura Loomer and like, oh my God, watch 9/11 is going to happen again. A lot of people are like, fuck you for, invoking 9/11 and make it. And then I'm like, shut your filler face up, bitch.
You know
Like,
what
come
sucks
on.
about her? Like, she used to work for a union. Like, she's somebody who, like, I don't know, man. Like I've been to rallies, like airport workers rallies at LaGuardia Airport, where she was a speaker, and I don't think that part's going to go away. And I do think she believes that. I think she's just deluded into like being anti-Zoran, and like the only refuge is Cuomo. I don't know.
I think so. Let's play this clip from CNN because I want to hear what they say about it.
The people who hate this, result the most are the Democratic establishment. We have seen poll after poll after poll showing Democratic voters fed up with their leaders in Washington, fed up with their leaders in government. And all of a sudden, Andrew Cuomo, who 5 years ago was leading those COVID, press conferences, was this guy who was held up in such high esteem. And now all of a sudden, the best he can do is what, 37%?
62%.
The people.
What happened in between then and now, I wonder?
Yeah.
That's awesome.
They're editing stuff out.
I was talking to the family that supports Cuomo. They said maybe next election. I was like, no, there's no comeback after unless he runs for Senate. And then they said no, he'll run for president. And he'll do as well as Rudy did.
Yeah,
he's
And
finished.
Bloomberg.
That would
Guys,
be funny to watch.
Yeah, Bloomberg. I think Bloomberg did better than Rudy, though. At least he had some stuff behind.
Yeah,
him.
when Bloomberg was running in 2020, our local moms for gun control, whatever, Moms Demand Action or whatever, they all endorsed Bloomberg because he actually ended up funding the Moms Demand Action group.
Hello,
so I was
Dieter.
like,
I just want to say this space today had more views than ever before in a single
Yes, it
stream.
did.
Very good. And
Yeah,
we're almost 100 new subscribers after Alex fucking called into the majority report.
yeah, like one of my friends was like, you got named dropped the majority report. I'm like, did Alex call in?
That's awesome.
That's awesome. I had no idea.
I'm glad I got through. I'm glad he was taking priority calls from New York. Can we just
This
pop
was
my
a successful
screen
stream,
up
though.
for 1 second because I'm about to hop off actually.
Mm-hmm.
But I just wanted to plug one more time these comics.
Oh,
The
please.
other history of the DC universe and Gotham City Year One. If you want to read about Black people, people of color within DC universe, not having to know anything about it to get into it and read these stories, they are very good picks. And I want to thank everyone at this space. I want to thank everyone watching, everyone in the audience, all the mods, all the producers behind the scenes, David, Nick, Matt on screen. Thank you. And everyone who's in New York, thank you so much for voting.
Mm-hmm.
We did it, folks.
Yeah.
We did it.
Nice meeting you, Alex.
Good one.
Take care. I'll be on
Thanks,
Dieter tomorrow.
Alex.
All right. Take
Mhm.
care, Alex.
Goodbye.
Real quick, it looks like probably on
He's on Midas Touch.
This was a week ago. This was
Probably
a
on
week ago.
majority report second week of July. FYI.
Nice. So this was Mamdani a week ago on Midas Touch.
Founded the many women who Donald Trump watches the Midas Touch Network and has his team watch it. So if they're watching it right now in DC or in Canada, what would be your message to them right now?
I would say that I'm sorry because I know that they're rooting for Andrew Cuomo because he's backed by the same Republican billionaires that are paying their salaries. And ultimately, what New Yorkers deserve is a mayor who can actually stand up and fight back against Donald Trump, not one whose record looks eerily familiar to that of Donald Trump himself. I mean, we're talking about a mayoral candidate in Andrew Cuomo who also cut Medicaid, who also stole hundreds of millions of dollars from the MTA, who also hounded the many women who courageously stepped forward to credibly accuse him of sexual harassment, who has done so many betrayals of New Yorkers across the 5 boroughs in this state that it is ridiculous for us to consider allowing him to come back into leadership, especially when he has shown himself unable to even acknowledge or apologize for those same betrayals.
Donald Trump.
Damn.
Yep.
We have some Cuomo sound bites if we're interested in them. I don't know that
From
Yeah.
he's old news. I can't even remember his first name, man. Fuck that guy.
Yeah.
I do not want to look
for Luigi anyway.
I'm assuming he's not going to run as an independent, or he would have had that speech that was like, "We'll be back in the general. Don't worry." He didn't say, "Hey,"
I'll
he
be
just
back.
bowed out. Yeah, exactly.
He's like, I'm a head out. You know.
What do you
That's
guys
what he-
think? Is
Don't rule
he?
it out. It's possible, but you might be right. I don't know.
Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. But
These
I agree
motherfuckers
with
don't
you.
have any shame. You know what I mean?
Well, this is how he closed it.
For your really fantastic effort and friendship. Again,
so annoying.
I want to applaud the Assemblyman for a really smart and good and impactful campaign.
There's nothing I did. He was just better.
He deserved
Looks like he's on his epic too.
He won, and we're going to take a look. We'll make some decisions. But
There you
I
go.
love each and every one of you, and I
Ew,
thank you.
creepy. What's that
So he
mean?
did. He left the door.
Sounds
open.
like Trump there.
He definitely left the door open to running independently.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know.
But that could be
I
that
don't
could be
know.
interesting because it'll split him and Adams's vote then too.
That's,
that's
why I
what-
think
He's definitely thinking about
he's
that.
not hinting at running.
David, you got to check your DMs. You got a message.
Oh, someone's telling me to do something differently.
Yeah, I don't think.
Andrew's angry that I played a Cuomo clip.
I don't think he. I think. Look, they maybe his ego is too big, and he wasn't like preparing a speech for losing. But I do feel like he would have had something in the, an arrow in the quiver there to say, you haven't seen the last of Andrew Cuomo, something like that. He didn't do shit.
Speaking of seeing the last of people, I'm afraid you're going to be seeing the last of me for tonight because I am going to be leaving the show in approximately 93 seconds.
I think we all should, unless you want to try and wait for Zoran to speak. I just saw
doing
one
another
person said he was going to do that. I haven't really. I assume he would, but I also don't have Twitter.
Nothing yet.
Did anyone mention how big of a deal this is for the DSA? Because this is
I did.
fucking
Yeah.
huge. Yeah.
This motherfucker Jeff wouldn't shut the fuck up about it.
Yeah, we were like,
He was
okay,
talking about
Jeff.
the DSA. I was like, brother, please, just pipe it down a little bit. DSA this, DSA that.
Hey, man, we're the spearhead,
the
bro.
Democratic
We're the-
Socialists.
we're the-
Hey,
we're the
they got
spearhead,
Democrat in their name. I don't know if I want to be around these guys. They're called Democratic Socialists. I don't know.
No,
I think he
that's my bit.
goes full socialist now. That'd be great.
Oh,
Get the
think-
Democrats to back him and then go full socialist.
I suspect strongly Cuomo recognizes that if he runs, he's only splitting the vote as an independent with Eric Adams, basically guaranteeing a Mondani victory. I
Yeah.
think that Cuomo, the only reason he was gracious and decent now is because he's probably, like all these folks that don't care about you, they only care about themselves. He's saying, what's next for me if it's not this? And it's probably going to be a position on TV somewhere, a consultant position, a lobbyist, something
He's on
where
the
he can
DVD
continue
network.
taking lesser bribes.
Oh, valuetainment.
Yeah. But he's trying to preserve
Oh.
his air of respectability, which tells you which side he's going to hook up with the centrists. See ya, Andrea. I'm sorry. Bye, Andrea.
I'm honestly, I think so.
Just
Cuomo
leave
and
randomly.
Cuomo and Adams don't have the same like I guess alliances or support, but they do share, I think, support. So I feel like it would be a split, and so it really comes down to like, is one of them going to decide to do the other a courtesy or what?
And remember, the people that vote for them do not have not even an ideology. They don't have like a construction in their head of how any of this works. If they're choosing between these two, then they don't. and the candidates themselves know this. They rely on this. They don't actually know anything about them. So it's vibes based. And the sort of people who would vote for Adams are the sort of people. Let me put it like this: the sort of people who would fall for Adams tricks are also the sort of people that would fall for Cuomo tricks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. So I don't know if Mamdani is going to speak, it's probably going to be closer to midnight, is what I'm guessing, and I don't know why that would be, but I'm not seeing anything from.
What's
I do
everyone
think-
want to do? Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, no, just on the organizational piece. I don't know if you wanted to add anything to it, but like there is going to be a boost in membership. There is going to be, I think, some kind of impulse for people across the country to run, and the message has to be a working class message, which is what the Mamdani campaign was. Maybe not the same specific issues, but maybe in certain cities it'll be building public transit because it doesn't exist on that other side of some buses. You know, building light rail, building create. I really like the idea of the city-run grocery stores and things like that. I mean, he really did. Like, y'all were looking at I was watching earlier when I was driving home from work. I was listening. I wasn't watching while I was driving. I drive very safe.
Good boy.
But y'all were looking through the Mamdani platform, and a lot of that stuff was really, really is transformative. And he ran on it, and he did not blink on it. Like when he did an entire video where he repeated over and over again, "We're freezing the rent." Like that is the shit that gets you actual support. And that is the thing that the Democrats literally are allergic to doing. Like they never ever say anything. They say a million fucking words. Like look at Hakeem Jeffries when he talks. He just like tries to turn every conversation about Trump declaring war on other countries into the most boring, lame civics lesson you ever heard in your entire fucking life.
And his like insults and comebacks are they just land flat. I'm like, dude, what are you doing?
Like the Democrats are imminently beatable. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a fight because they got billions of dollars on their side, but they can be beaten. And this is an example of how it can be done. I don't know if you wanted to say anything about that, Dieter, but like that sort of was my piece on the whole deal. And also, I mean, good Lord, Zoran himself is just extremely talented and extremely charismatic. Where the fuck did he come from? How can we clone him?
I'd say a couple things. One is, when you have that name and that look, you better be top-notch professional in your delivery and communication skills. And he's got them. It's pretty impressive.
A+, no mark, no notes, right? 100%.
Yeah, no, I mean, and the balls that he showed going after Holman, which I think I mentioned the last time I was on. He talked a lot about problems and solutions. I thought that was really smart. He didn't get into labels as much. And I also think that he's got an overall message. You say working class message. I would just say it's the counter to Reagan. It's government is good because people are good. And we're going to find out New York City as a case study. If he becomes the mayor, it's going to be a case study in that theory that government is good because people are good. And I don't think the left simplifies things down into nice little decrees like that. I try to do that on my channel. I'm trying to get other people to do that, but like counter these age-old, antiquated cliches like government is the problem with an unapologetic government is good platform. And he put it in their terms. It's like free transit. It's not complicated, right? Just it's simple but hard. That's what I was taught when I was growing up, is like a lot of life, a lot of big decisions. It's like you kind of know what you're supposed to do, but it's usually the harder choice, so you don't want to fucking do it. But it's like now it's time to make the harder choice and get over this trying to like appease this baby boomer paranoia around government and crush it. We're going back the other direction. We're going back to FDR, like big time change.
Yeah.
Another New Yorker, by the way.
Bring that New Deal era back.
Super last thing too. I do think it's important too, because a lot of the established unions in New York City went for people that are not Zoran. They went for, various candidates here and there. A lot of them went for Cuomo. I think
the Prince guy.
No, union.
Did you see that one?
Wait, a union went for Prince? No.
Anyway.
But like they went for Cuomo, not because necessarily they're like supportive or they agree. Maybe some of them were, and like that's like leadership, sort of like not necessarily responding to membership of those unions. But I do think, at least for the large part, and maybe I'll be wrong on this, they're going to fall in line behind Zoran Mamdani because he's got the best chance to win, and he's proven that he can put together a real campaign to get the dub. So I actually am very, very optimistic about how that's going to go. I mean, I think UAW is leading the way on that, and some other union locals as well that have done really well. DC 37, I think it was, supported Zoran as well.
I'm
I know
anxious to see what they do in the South this year.
Yeah.
UAW. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean they have made huge strides.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they won the what was it? The Chattanooga. It wasn't Mercedes. It was something else. Volkswagen. couple
I
years.
was going to say BMW, but I think you're right. So the billionaires lost again, right? They put all that money into it. Sorry,
good.
not sorry. All this special interest, the super PACs. This is like Elon Musk with the Wisconsin Supreme Court. And then he was like, I'm not going to put any more money into this. This sucks. Like, I hope they all feel that way. Stop wasting your
30
money.
million this time.
That's a shitload of money for the mayor who lost a primary, and they put a lot of money into the primaries too.
And instead of gaining a bribe, they made an enemy.
Mm-hmm.
It cost them $30 million to be on the radar of a mayor that can't be bought.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah,
also
pretty good.
potentially a negative case study in the case of Brandon Johnson, despite the fact that he seems to be doing his best. He is getting like that. That is an example of when you do win these kinds of things, the establishment's still coming after you, and I think you can expect similar things for Zoran as well. Should he win the mayoralty, which I would have to say he's the front runner for at this point.
Yeah, yeah.
He's just got to keep doing what he's doing.
Yep. It's all good. Good vibes. I say we wrap it.
Sure.
Cool.
I want to thank everyone for coming on. This has been fun. We did it. I had this idea, kind of Alex was talking about doing New York, doing coverage for this on his show. And I was like, oh man, we should probably do like the whole thing. Right. So, it was kind of last minute, but I've done a lot of these. Jake, you've sat in on some of those that you, me, and John, we did those all last year. So I was like, yeah, we could throw this together, and we did. So I would like to tell the viewers to expect more of this. I am so happy. We all are. David, Ben, Andrea, myself, we are so thrilled that all the hosts who are involved are so enthusiastic about collaborating.
Definitely.
That is one of those things where we were like, we don't want to pressure anyone. Let's just see if everyone shows up for their allotted time and show. And look
I'm
at this.
like, I'm staying after my show.
Yeah. And this is so cool. So it's exceeded our expectations, and it's given us all new motivation to, we were going to do it anyway, but we're definitely keeping it going. So thank you very much for keeping us inspired, because you guys are, the host and the viewers are making this happen every time we go live. So I just want to say thanks for that. And we can actually, because Jake, you may remember of all those elections we covered last year, I don't think we won. And we might have won, maybe Summer Lee we won. I can't even remember. I think there was maybe 1 out of like 8 that we won.
Hurt.
I was doing live coverage for WHIV on election night last year, and buddy, was that
brutal.
Just a brutal evening.
Over and over again. But I don't know if the tide's turning, but this is a good sign. So congratulations to everybody, because I know that you all put the word out. I know that we all were speaking very highly of how we wanted this to go, and it went that way. So that is a win. I fight to fight, not to win, because when you fight to win, you only lose. But this is a win. It feels good. So we'll see where it goes. And thanks again for coming on.
Yeah.
Anybody want to plug anything before we roll? Yeah. Good Morning Comrade follow me on Twitter at Eminent Prof. Good Morning Comrade is on this space. It's been running on Tuesdays, right before Kristina's show. And yeah, follow us on Instagram, TikTok, all the stuff. GoodMorningComrade.com is a home base for all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm on
also
tomorrow.
Kristina's coming on soon too, inshallah.
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I'm actually and on the collab note, I'm having Alex Devil's Advocate Productions on my show tomorrow. Again, going to talk about some of the more essays that he's watched of mine. And yeah, our collabs have been pretty legendary. So I hope you guys can tune in 7 p.m. Eastern.
Absolutely. Will do. Jake?
Kristina. Oh, fair enough.
Kristina? Yeah.
What?
After
Me?
you,
Okay.
my friend.
Okay, so you can find me everywhere at Cosmopolitics, Twitter, Blue Sky, Instagram, Twitch.tv/Cosmopolitics. I'll probably be doing post, mayoral stuff, Trump's impeachment stuff, and other little things that are going on. So I'm looking forward to that after I get done with working. So yeah, and also you can find me at Movie Night Extravaganza, which will be on this space soon. I can't wait to see what. Yeah, Thursday. I'm excited because I know we got the Sam Cedar episodes. I think we're also gonna bring our Sinners episode over. I also said whatever happened to Baby Jane. That's one we did without Conan, and it did surprisingly well. So it should be interesting. There's just
Yeah, we got a
bunch
list.
of stuff.
I
Yeah,
forgot-
check it
oh.
twice.
I forgot to mention this, but your co-host Forrest, by the way, Hall of Fame Good Morning Comrade guest from several months ago. He was on the Vanguard yesterday, and he shouted out this space as well.
Yep.
My man.
Yep.
Excellent.
Yeah, and that video got like 40,000 views or something.
Oh, beautiful. Yeah, I'd like to plug rankthevote.org. Go to rankthevote.org to get ranked choice voting started in your state. Right now, 14 million Americans get the benefits of ranked choice voting. We have about 286 million more to go. Get it started in your state at rankthevote.org.
Ooh.
You know what is frustrating? They won't let us redirect. Why is that?
What do you mean?
Well,
The
it looks like we're going to be raiding. Yeah, I just wanted to redirect our stream to the Bituation room. It looks like Looney Tunes is sending everyone over there. Look, mention this space.
Yep.
Tell them we said hi. I'll come over there. We'll all say hi. The
If they won't
link
let us
is in the
redirect-
chat. What's that?
No, it's because they haven't on their end. They haven't accepted from us yet. That'll change.
Well, I know, Jake. That's what I'm saying. It's annoying.
It is. You're right.
That is exactly what's annoying about this shit. Okay. Thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate it. That'll do it for this space. We'll be back here tomorrow kicking things off with Jeff Waldorf at, I believe, 2 p.m. Eastern time. We will see you there.